Hi. Look what I did.
Oh.
Look at my son.
Oi.
He matches me. We look so similar. Hang on.
Oh.
Wah. Look at him. Me. Wait, hang on. Can I? Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Me. I did him a little kick.
Oh.
His hair moved a little bit. His glasses moved a little bit. He had a leg. He flapped his arm. Now we match. It was so sad when we were not matching, but now we match, and he has cute little dangly legs, and he's so short that he can barely look up over the edge of the bottom of the screen. Look at him. We match. Gary's British now. He's upright. No, I just don't want him to be upside down anymore. For now. Maybe just for today. He's only right side up because the low poly model is right side up. I don't want to upside down him forever.
I'm so happy we match.
Thank you, Gary. Oh, your mouth didn't work. We'll have to fix that. We'll have to figure out what that's doing. I had some very interesting troubles with Vinyan on Monday night. He was also kind of loud, was he? I shouldn't have changed that. That shouldn't be any different. How peculiar. That should be the same volume as it is always, but let me see. What? Let's see. I'll turn him down just like a hair. Replay that message to test? Sure. Let's see. Is he quieter now? Is this better?
I'm so happy we match.
It sounds normal to me, but he might just be a little louder than usual. Oh, Seasonal Sade, welcome back for 8 months! And Edward also, welcome back for 14 months! Wimp Womp. What's that mean, Edward? What's Wimp Womp? What is that? I don't know what that means.
Conch of Crete.
That's true, Gary. Conch of Crete. The Crete is conked. I would agree with that statement, yes. A verbal stim. Noted. Sounds good. Yeah, mouth is not moving, which may be a bug. I was having a fist fight with Vinyan for some reason on Monday night, where I finally realized why my gun is missing, why like my toggles are all goofed up in a bunch of ways, and it is because apparently something must have changed with the way Vinyan recognizes props that I've exported, because all of my earliest props I had exported, like my gun and my cookies and my water bottle and things like that, all don't work. Everything that I exported like after that is fine.
There are
though.
low poly Garys inside your walls. I am multiplying, and you won't be able to tell because my great low poly form will not impact your frame rate.
That's true.
Mwahaha. Also, thanks Amber for the monologue tips.
Of course, yeah, always thanks to Amber. But that is a good point, Carrie. You're so optimized that you could reproduce, you could multiply within the wall, and no one would ever notice. Yeah, we're talking about redeems. I used to have a bunch of like 3D props in Vinyan that would show up for redeems, like my nose, like my clown nose and stuff like that. But the super duper OG original ones that I had made back when I was Squiiji 1.0, before I was even 2.0, none of those ones work anymore. And I was trying to build Gary in the same Unity file that I'd built my original redeems in for some reason, as opposed to the one I built my newer redeems in. And if I exported him out of that, he just didn't work at all and wouldn't be recognized at all by the program. And even still having exported it, I think I may need to update my Vinyan SDK, perhaps, for the newer version of Vinyan I'm in order to make his mouth compatible again. I don't know. Is peculiar, don't know. But also, Peanut Bun, welcome back for 3 months! You only get one of those Prime subs a month, and I'm honored you'd use it on little old me. By the time you notice the frame drop, it's already too late. Exactly. You're never safe from Gary. Gun? Yes, I did have a gun. That was a thing I had. Does not shoot real bullets. It was for mostly making threats. Honestly, I kind of want it back because I feel like I have had need for making threats since then. Yeah, it's the gun that's in the emote. My goofy upside down gun that kind of looks like a Vash the Stampede gun a little bit. Yeah, I've loaned it to Amber for keeping everyone in line in the shroom state, but I want it back. I just have to go import that model into probably into the new file and re-export it, but let me tell you, I have not had time. I did manage to fix, however, my stream elements overlays. They're working. I don't know for how long they'll be working, but they are working right now. YouTube chat is back for now. We'll see how long that goes. I also was trying to figure out a replacement for using the stream elements chats, and I did not find one. Oh, Fable, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Well done, EG. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. I was trying to find a long-term solution for the stream elements situation, and I haven't found one that I like, because the limiting factor seems to be chats overlays that can be horizontal. I am really incredibly attached to having horizontal chats, especially specifically. Whoa, hang on. There's so much happening right now. Opal, thank you for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate it. What the heck? Edward, also, right off the back of that one, gifting another sub to Riraku. Thank you. Can we rotate for both of them, please? And if you got gifted a sub from Edward or from Opal, please say thank you, Shroommates. If you got spored. Oh, Corey, also thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you, Corey, also. Shroommates, practice your good pirouette techniques. Make sure you keep your eyes focused on one spot. Don't get dizzy while you are rotating for the Shroommates who are gifting. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Saving everyone from ads right here at the beginning. Very kind of y'all. Really like your avatar, for real, that's all. Thanks, have a good stream, thank you. Have a good day to you also. The ad saviors, yeah. By the way, the overlay you're using is adorable. Which one? What do you mean? My chat overlays? Thanks, I think, thanks. Chat, thanks. I really love Slime 2, which is developed by Zaytree, which is the Twitch chat one. The one at the top where you guys get to have your little icons. I feel like we need to band together a bunch of people and be like, hey Zaytree, could you finish developing Slime 2 for YouTube, please? I'm begging you, please. Please, I cry. Because I can't find a good replacement otherwise. I love Slime 2 so much that even just originally trying to find a good YouTube chat to use was awful. It was so hard because I couldn't find one that could match both vertical and horizontal format, and I could customize to look the way I want. And Slime 2 was everything I could have ever dreamed of and more, but it's only Twitch right now. The YouTube development has, I think, just been perpetually not occurring yet. But I also don't know how many people are using, use Slime 2, so I don't know if I'm like one of the only fellows who would be pleading for this to exist. I don't know if there's enough of a need for it for Zaytree to fully develop it, just for the couple of us who do use it. More streamers should be using it. It's really good. It ruined every other overlay for me, yes. I spent like an hour this morning trying to figure out how to use OneComm, OneComme, which is an overlay creation thingamabob that I think is more popular in like Japan. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure it out, and I also just couldn't get something that looked the way I liked. Like, you can edit their templates, but the templates you can't edit enough to make them look the way I want. It wasn't customizable enough, so it was horting me. Is that how Zaytree's name is spelled? Edward, I appreciate you gifting us up to Zaytree, but I don't know if that's the correct Zaytree. I may have to check. Is that how it's spelled? But thank you, Edward. We can rotate for Edward still all the same. Glowstick Rat, thank you for 3 bits also. No clue. No! I think Zaytree's name is spelled with an I at the end. I think it's spelled with an I. I think it's in my credits. If you scroll down, let me see. If I go here and then make it not play me, don't know EGception, please. Nope. You thought. No. Wait, how can I even make it show those things? I need to see my panels. There we go. Yeah, panels. I definitely have them linked somewhere. Here. Zaytri is how it's spelled. Yeah, who just pinged and subbed a random person who probably has no idea what's going on. But here, this is, wait, hang on. I have Zaytree's, oh wait, this is not even Zaytree's like credit. This is Zaytree's shop that I have pinned in here. Bam. Funny enough, mod view restricts me from seeing the panels. Mod view is restricting me from seeing the panels also, which is totally unhelpful. I can't see them either. The shrinking is brought to you by Edward. Thank you, Edward and Ryuku, for the teamwork on the shrinking. Very kind. Oh, well, 421 of these Animal Crossing style chats that I'm using have been sold. So therefore, I would imagine that must mean that there are people who use this. There have to be a good number of people who use this. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Art Fun. Thank you, Selma. Me. Spinny. Hey, I don't know if I've had enough Spingy. Can I have a little more Spingy? I think I need to work on my Beyblade form. They should unleash me into an arena and let me spin. Shroommates, I was trying to develop an idea. I was like, well, what if I made a Shroomate game where you get to build a Shroomate, essentially, like through almost like, not like Pocket Frogs, but like you, like almost like My Singing Monsters, you have like your Shroomates create like another Shroomate from them, essentially, and then they get like random traits from their parent Shroomates, like colors and size and things like that, and then they essentially do Beyblade. We unleash them into an arena where they spin around like a top, and like fight each other, essentially. What if? What if EG had time to develop a video game is mostly the statement we made here, and the thought is that it's probably going to be impossible, but if I ever find myself in a position where I could do game dev, I would love to do that. My spinning Shroomates, yeah. Yeah. Horse game, but shroom. Oh, I guess I could make it a, what do you call it? Like a trainer type of game? What is that called? I guess it's just called a skill trainer. Maybe. But I was thinking about making it more so like you're like, I don't want to say breeding Shroomates for traits, but like essentially like Shroomates, you just commit like mitosis together, I guess. Uma Musume, but make it EG? I don't know about that. I don't know if Uma Mushroome would work. I don't know. Can you code EG? A little bit. I can code a little bit. I can code serviceably. I can do a little bit of Python, and I can do a little bit of JavaScript, and I can do. I was pretty decent at Godot script at one point. That's probably what I would use. I'd probably go for Godot if I was doing that. No, that's the one Silly Horse game that came out semi-recently. Silly Horse game. I'm unfamiliar with this other Silly Horse game, Amber. But maybe I should look into more Silly Horse games. Oof, JavaScript. JavaScript is what I was taught when I was in high school. I taught myself a bunch of Python randomly. I know a bunch of just like, I know a lot of HTML surprisingly, and I know a bunch of CSS. That's probably what I'm most comfortable in, is HTML and CSS, but Godot, I was pretty decent in for a while. I know how to make character controllers, I know how to do inventory management systems and like save files and things like that. So, I feel like Godot would be the platform of choice. Maybe. Shroome, yes, Shroome. You can breed, take care of, take the genes of and clone horses, turn them into freaks. Horsey game. What a name. Ha. Interesting. I will have to look into this horsey game. E.g. Pro Coder. I wouldn't go that far. Don't go anywhere near that far. No. But in one of the game jams I was in once upon a time that my team never came to fruition to, which is usually the story of my experience with game jams, unfortunately, I was supposed to be the artist. I was supposed to be the only artist on the team. I think it was a pixel style game. But I ended up having to do like 70% of the coding because the person who was the lead programmer just like went unresponsive, and then I just couldn't do it. I couldn't finish it, and the other person on the team who was supposed to be doing like audio stuff also flopped. What the heck? I know. There's a part of me that wants to just like steal that game for myself and just finish it someday. I just have not. I have not. Why can't I open my hype chest thing? It says click to open it, and I can't. It didn't give it to me. Hello? Does it work? Hello? Question mark? How do I use it? What is the new one I got? I can't tell what I got. It didn't tell me. No. Indie game devs abandoning 2. This was years ago. This wasn't super recent. This was like 2019. Not Shroom Game being a gacha? No, 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 no. I would not make the Shroom Game a gacha. Who do you think I am? I don't encourage gambling. It's gonna be a game that would be, if it was a game, it'd be a one-time purchase type of game. And it would be a game that would probably mostly focus on some sort of single-player aspect, but then you could maybe play against others also, so that way you don't have to interact with other people if you don't want to. That would be the goal. Why am I so freaking tall right now? I don't want to be this way. Hang on. Shrinkify. There we go. Normalify, maybe even. Yeah. Ow. Ouch. Ouch, how could you? Anyways, hang on. We started stream. I'm Squiiji. Nice to meet you, if you are unfamiliar. I'm Squiiji. I'm Freelance Fungi. I'm also an art educator, and I'm also apparently bald! Why is this the way that we meet? I have to introduce myself like this when I don't even look like myself. How could you? Although, have you noticed? This model has the ability to still hide my eyelashes. The same way my regular model does. Isn't that wild? I tried to rig all of my abilities into this model. All of them. Maybe. Kind of. Most of them work, I think. Potentially. Anyways. Anyways, Shroommates, we do have to kind of focus. I know we're having silly fun yap at start of stream, which I love to have, and I'm gonna do so much yap on Friday. God, I have so much to say. I have been, barely speaking to any degree on stream for the last almost 2 weeks because of the charity crits, for good reason. I'm being focused. I'm sticking to it. We're putting our best foot forward. But God, it's so hard. So I have a lot to yap about on Friday. But today we do have to still focus because we have what is kind of the last VTuber design critiques for charity stream. Kind of, sort of. Somewhat, something of that. Something to that degree, of that nature. Perchance. We have, I believe, 8 fellas today. And then we have, for next Wednesday, we have Ruriku, and then we have the 3 fellas that Edward suggested, and then also potentially like 1 or 2 just like other normal random critiques. So we'll do that. Yeah. I think Shroom Games should be gacha because Squiiji deserves endless revenue. Thanks, I appreciate it, but I really don't think a gacha game works as a business model unless you make it kind of predatory by nature, and I can't do that. I can't do that. I won't. I'm next week Wednesday? Yeah, you are next week Wednesday, Ruriku. You're the first one next week Wednesday. At least as far as the original order went? I believe? I think? So? Maybe? Perhaps? Buy the gacha currency of submitting art? That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know how we would support that. Maybe. I don't know. It makes me think of... There's a cat game that is a gacha game that is totally a different style than any other gacha game I've ever seen before. What is that one called? It's not the... I know we might be thinking of the Mugenics because that's a cat game that I think has to do with not breeding them, but doing something with them with the genetics in our discussion of games. Yeah, Battle Cats! That's the one! Yeah! Battle Cats. Anti-gacha forces you to save individually to buy shrooms that you want. Interesting. It's not about revenue, it's about players, I think. Yeah, like, that's not... I don't want it to be about... I don't want it to be gacha. I can't do that. Battle Cats is not a knockoff of Warrior Cats. You should look it up. It's got a wild art style. Anyways, hang on. I was supposed to be focusing and then I stopped focusing and I came back to talking about game dev. Stop. E.g. Friday. E.g. Friday? Friday, E.g. you can do that. We were discussing game plan for today, but I should wait until the ad ends to do my game plan for today. My hair should also be back. Let's fix that. Hang on. That's something within my control that I can solve right this second. Hang on. Bam. Oh, we're so back. I'm so back, actually. I'm so back. Mugenics is breeding cats for battles against other cats. Low-key, that does also sound kind of similar to my concept that I had also. Interesting. E.g., am I today or next week? Selma, you are today, but I need to set up your design and Fable's design today while we're live, just because I did not have time to otherwise. I'm not sure when Fable submitted, but I didn't find it when I was looking last night. And Selma submitted during the day today. So I didn't have a chance to, because I was trying to problem solve. My chat's not working, and other things. But anyways, hi, welcome back from the ads. Picking up where we left off. Today's critiques are for Libula, Under the Willow, Nixdorf, Fable, Airy, Candy Dagger, Binks and Bonks, and Selma. I'm sure you did submit Fable. I trust and believe you.
Hey, and Gary.
Hi,
and
Gary.
because Selma isn't allowed, she asked me to apologize on her behalf.
Oh, I see you. You think you're so smart, finding loopholes to make Gary apologize for you. I don't know how mad I can be about that. Thank you for the bits. Selma, I know what you're doing. You don't need to apologize. And bribe me with money. I know Selma's really trying to get away with apologizing. No. You don't get away with it ever. Never. Still no. I can't be swayed. I can't be bribed. No more apologies. Gary's not allowed to apologize either. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. It's not. It's not too late. It's just you're never allowed to. Gary can be, though. Gary can be apologetic if it's not Selma who is doing the brain control of Gary in that particular moment. Maybe. I think that's acceptable. Yeah. Gary can be bribed, though. He can be bribed. I can't. That's fine. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, so that's today. I will have to search and find the two that we have, but set up for two shouldn't take too long. But I have been yapping for about 20-some minutes now. So I should probably get started soon. Also, I just wanted to come back to this. I didn't really get to read it earlier. Someone said that my voice reminds them of Megamind. Willow said that? What? My voice reminds you of Megamind? This is so weird. Somehow I've managed to have someone bring up Megamind around me 3 days in a row now. Yesterday, we went to dinner with one of Jubby's friends to meet their new partner, and somehow we ended up talking about Megamind while we were having that dinner. And then the previous day, we were talking about blue people. I was just talking about blue people with Jubby. We were making jokes about the Blue Man Group or something, and Jubby was talking about how Megamind should be like the secret... Actually, I don't know how many members they have, but like the secret additional member of the Blue Man Group. And now I'm being told I sound like Megamind! How does that happen? It's a sign you gotta watch it. I've seen Megamind. I've watched Megamind, I think, like 3 times before. I've seen it. I know. I'm familiar. Halloween Squeegee's Megamind. Squeegee just turns blue for Halloween. Intriguing. Also, thank you for Hydrate Fable. I will take sippy of water. It's like playing an RPG colony sim game when you're a colonist secretly is a genius trait. Oh, for the game dev stuff? Maybe. Megamind Squeegee would be funny, just like a huge mushroom head. For Megamind, I'd want to make like the top of my head really huge, not just like the bottom of my head. I did once upon a time. I don't know if this person's still around, but back before I was a VTuber and before Squeegee even existed, Squeegee wasn't even a thought yet. I used to work with kind of like I guess like a studio is maybe not the way to put it, but like there was like a team that did VTuber work essentially, and I was the 3D modeler on that team. And one of our clients wanted a blend shape for their model that was a DreamWorks toggle, where it like made their face really, 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 really intensely doing the like eyebrow down smirk thing. And I like forced the proportions of their face to feel like it was like fisheye also for it. It was really incredibly cursed. I don't know if that person's still around. I don't even know if they ever used that toggle either, but it was cool. It was interesting. The wonders of what you can do with 3D. Puffball Mushroom Megamind. I'm totally not writing that down right now. I'm definitely not writing it down. Hang on. Can you hear me typing? You can't. You're not hearing me typing. You can't hear anything. You totally can't tell that I've turned my body to where my keyboard is. At all. There we go. That's good. Totally incomprehensible string of text I just typed into my Panooter, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If the toggle shipped to them, I'm betting they used it. But like, that's the thing about toggles for VTuber models, is that I feel like 80% of them are never used. I am somebody who uses all of my toggles pretty intensely. I use them a lot. But I think like when I made VTubers, I think less than half of the people I made toggles for have actually used them, or there's just like one that they use. It's like one of those things where like, also in Live 2D, riggers are always like, hey, I know you want all these crazy cool things to add onto your model, but I have a feeling you're not going to use them beyond debut, so is it really worth spending the extra cash money on it and making me do all that extra work for it to never be seen by the light of day? It's a good question. It happens. It definitely happens. I would hope that that one, because it was so specifically requested, did become something that was like regularly used. But yeah. Yeah, because supporting the artist, I mean, that's fair, but if you're supporting the artist in a way that like the world will never see and is more work for them, that makes things more complicated and more difficult to work on, that can also be a tough situation. I'd use them all. I'm sure you would, Instant. I'm sure some of us definitely would and do, but not everyone. Not everyone. Get some talk about specific things or games they play. Like, those make sense. Those are ones people are using. It's definitely not everyone. It's not everyone, but there are definitely some. Yeah. Anyways, hey, we tangented again. We did it again. Shroommates, we're so unfocused today. We have to focus. We have to focus. We have to. We have got to. We need to. We need to focus. I have to focus. We have to lock in. I'm locking you in my house, Shroommates. I'm not letting you out of the basement. You're stuck with me here forever until we finish the critiques. You're not allowed to leave. Anyways, keys. Yes. To not be strange. Keys. Jingle, 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 Shroommates. Jingle, jingle. Housekeeping. Housekeeping. There's a housekeeping. There is a housekeeping. There is a housekeeping. Big housekeeping moment. New EG video, literally tomorrow. This hasn't happened in over a year, almost a year and a half, I think. New EG video. Get hype. It's gonna happen. I showed it to y'all just for a moment because it has a premiere. I showed it to you for just a second on Tuesday. No, Monday. I have no idea what day anything is. But if you want to look at it here, you can look at it here. And oh wait, a thing that I've learned. This is the one EG asks us to work with the system. I have found out that if you like it before it premieres more people will see it for the premiere. Like YouTube will push it more. I don't have any idea how this stuff works. I usually just slap stuff on YouTube and go, here, have, and like try not to like think too hard about it. But apparently, like, this is one of those like things where it's like, that's like a thing that helps maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. But we can try it if Shroommates would like to try it. Call to action. Yeah, I never do call to action. I ignore call to action.
We got a new EG video for GTA 6.
That is crazy that did happen. That's true, Edward. And it almost may not have happened if GTA 6 didn't get pushed back, because wasn't it supposed to release this month originally? If it didn't get pushed back, that may not have been true, but now it's true. Now it's true. Hype points used on mobile push the video once it's up. That whole hype points thing, I don't have the foggiest idea about. I know it exists, but I don't think I've posted a video since it came out, and I don't really know much about it, question mark. You can do that if you want. I appreciate it. But apparently, yes, that is a system that YouTube has. I'm so bad at call to action. I feel weird doing it. I get that I'm a content creator and a streamer, but I'm like, every time I think of the like and subscribe and smash the bell situation, I'm like, I crumple up like a little ball of aluminum foil. Not cringe, but Underground, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I probably will have to get used to that. Any chance Patreon members will get to see the video early? It's already on there early. What do you mean, Edward? It should already be up. It should have already been up as of Monday? No, actually, well, was it scheduled Monday? It might have actually been scheduled yesterday. Wait, what? Yeah, it should be on there. I scheduled it. Did it not post? Blinks at you in concern. Interesting. Hype this one niche video about a clock that was wrong twice a day, and my friend saw it the next day. Wait, that's wild. That's kind of wild. If it works and it's promoting people you know, that's kind of interesting. Or like people that you follow. Intriguing. VR Hawkman, thank you for following. Did my like joking call to action actually work? That's so funny. Call to action is a sales tactic for a reason. Most people simply will not do something, even if it's simple, painless, and free, unless you specifically ask them to. You can't make me. I don't want to sound like a YouTuber. I say as if I'm not a YouTuber. Maybe I'll have to remember to do it. I didn't get an email. Do you see it? Huh. I will investigate why that didn't work maybe at some point. I will investigate why it's not up. It's like how in an emergency system you need to command bystanders to take specific actions or folks won't do anything. Yes, this is true. I know that. When Shroom Mom and I tend to be the ones that jump into action when a disaster happens near us, we're usually like, not like barking orders to the people, but like people who are just standing around, we're like, hey, get water. Get me something, do something. Call the police, or not the police, the ambulance. Call the 911 while I deal with whatever's going on. Yeah. Consider this to be an emergency situation. Emergency, 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 TrueMate broadcasting system emergency. Beep, 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 beep. New Squiiji video tomorrow. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, sorry. Yes. Do it need to become a sales shroom? Okay. You guys aren't gonna think I'm like cringe and stop watching me because I don't know. I don't know why this is a thing I'm self-conscious about doing. I don't know why. Interesting. Anyways. Just checked and I don't see it. Okay. I'll check and see what's wrong with it and why it didn't go. Thanks, Amber. We like you for you. Thanks. I like that Amber has become my hype shroom. Amber's like, if you won't do it, I'm doing it by force now. Here, I'll at least put it in YouTube chat also. Did it work? Oh, there we go. It did work. Kill 'em all! 187. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Slap this YouTube channel. This video can fit so many subscribers in it. Thanks. Give thumbs up Orange Cassidy style. Wait, I can give thumbs up. Hang on. Wait. Yep, hang on. Wait. It tracks really poorly on this model. Hang on. I have opposable thumbs. I got it. There we go. Thanks. Thank you, Nilo. Thank you, Shroomates. And don't forget to smash that like button. Anyways, I'm going to the other room before I disturb myself any further. And I'm going to take roll, and we're going to look at the rubric, and we're going to start our critiques. Wahoo! Crazy how that works. Whoop. Whoopsie. I almost just spoiled my new outfit to all of you. Whoops. That was open for an interesting reason. Cutest thumbs up for the little mittens. I know, my mittens don't track my thumbs up very well because it only has one thumb bone, and the thumb bone is like the open-close thumb bone, but when I close my fingers,
hey, what's
it
up,
moves
gamers? It's your
Hi.
favorite bop, Gary. And
Yes.
wait. Parent, what happened to my polygons?
You don't need them. You had to come match me, Gary. It's so that way you can multiply within the wall and not tank a PC's performance. That's the point. AD's so small they only have one bone. Just one bone. I have like 20 bones, I think. Not as many as the average human, but I have a couple bones. I got a bone to pick with you. We should be doing critiques, and you guys are getting me off topic still. Yeah, hang on. So, rubric. Look at this. We've seen this before. We're familiar with what that is. God, I hope. I hope we're familiar. I've read this more times in the last 2 weeks than I think I've ever read ever before. This is my rubric, which we use for character design critiques. So that way we may be able to provide feedback to designs that have been submitted in a way that is as unbiased and objective as possible. The words are exiting my brain. You would think because I've said it so many times, I'd be able to say it really just like off the dome without like any trouble at all. Not possible. Not possible. My head's full of holes. It's full of holes. Did you ever record a read of the rubric? No, because I actually decided that I don't want to. I feel like if I were to just play a recording of it every time on stream, that'd be kind of dull. You know? The Squiiji magic is listening to me go, while I read it every time. That's the Squiiji way. I need an organic, fresh, new read every time because it's more interesting that way. For me and for you. I think I'd get sick of listening to it. Also, EG rolling at the classroom TV to do the rubric introduction. Low-key, before I debuted, tried to make myself like an animation to play when people raid. That was like a classroom TV that would roll in and be like, Squiiji, and like say something, but I ended up deciding it was annoying, so I didn't do it. Guest reads? Actually, that might not be a bad idea if I could get people to do guest reads for it. Maybe. Interesting. Intriguing, even. But, let's do the rubric. The rubric. 2, get full points on my character design rubric. You need to get 2 points in each of the 5 categories I have before us here, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. 2, get full points for palette. The palette should be cohesive and interesting. The contrast should work at a distance and support the focal point. You will get no points for your color palette if it has major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices, or if the hues and values just need to be completely, totally revisited. 2, get full points for silhouette. Your silhouette needs to be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. You will get no points for your silhouette if it is non-distinct, blob-like, or just needs more definition or asymmetry. 2, get full points for complexity versus clarity. The level of detail in the design should be appropriate to the medium it exists in, and those details should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point. I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. If we cannot do those things, if the design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, no points. No points. No. 2, get full points for focal point. The focal point, the primary one at least, which is the eyeballs, should be the first thing we look at in the design, in the model, before we explore the rest of it. You will get no points if that primary focal point of the eyeballs and / or face is not at all focal due to over / under detailing or being completely outcompeted by other elements. And finally, 2, get full points for concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. This includes things like your personality, your occupation, cultural references, your hobbies, your species, those things. If I can't identify those things by looking at you just visually, no points. Wahoo, we did it. I was supposed to get a bingo and I forgot to. Let me scroll back up. Mwah. Bingo! Perfect. I would love to play a little bingo. Wait, if I put it over here, maybe I'll be more likely to remember to play it. Let me get bingo in YouTube chat also. There we go. So next, before I do the actual first critique, why don't we take roll? Let's take roll. I like your cube rotations. Is that who we're cheering for the rubric? I call you Shroomate to the cube. Will you accept your destiny? Who's here for class today? Shroomate, who's here? If you'd like to check in for class, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem on Twitch called here. Or if you'd like to check in on YouTube, you can say hi or here or hello or something of that nature. Let me scroll back to the beginning of the day. Let's see. Oh, the Derpaholic, thank you for following me 33 minutes ago. I think there was a lot happening right when that occurred, but thank you. Sorry for the late mention. I scrolled back and was like, wait, I don't think I said that one. Whoops. There we go. I see Nixdorf, Aerith, Apple, Peanut Bun, Glowstick Rat, Seasonal Sade, Nilo, Sanism, Starless Mage, Edward, Opal, Art Fun, Fable, Magnus, Chili, Mika Ra, Friendly Guy, Viraku, Ule Mini, Chokorama, Marston MP3, Ziop, NB Floor, Vixen Enfield, Binks and Ponks, Jade's Workshop. I don't think so right now, ads. I'm doing roll. Excuse you, who do you think you are? Trying to run while I'm taking roll. Evil, mean, cruel. Amber, Incinda, Rex, Ember, Ushinia, Bari, Candy Dagger, Lance, Corey. Hi. I actually have to go now. Oh, bye-bye, Peanut Bun. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the well wishes. Hi, Game Loser. I see Game Loser on YouTube. I also saw Under the Willow and Addie also hanging out over there too, which, hello. And Ryuku, who may or may not be in both chats, potentially. But, hi. Lurkers, thank you for being here, as always. And also, VOD Watchers, hi. Thank you for being here. I see you. Thanks. Now we start. Now we critique. The critiques are on. The critiques will begin. Who's first? Who was first? I got the wrong thing open now. Hang on. Ooh. Libula is first. Let me find Libula. Scrolling down through my things. Oh, wait, hang on. I have it ticked off that I have you. The box is checked. Why am I not seeing you? Oh, there you are. Sorry. The name of the file does not contain your name, which is atypical. There we go. Libula first. Libula does not have socials, but can be referred to using the pronouns she/her. Oh. The notes are, I am currently in the process of trying to redesign myself to fit more closely with my concept, that being comfy graveyard keeper, V-singer/Vtuber. I want to keep the comfy vibe of my skirt and open hair, but an actual graveyard keeper uniform is basically just gardening clothes. Pants with lots of pockets, gloves, sturdy shoes, usually I tie my hair together, and I'm having trouble balancing between the concept and the vibe I want to convey. So I would love some hints on clarity. Since it's still a work in progress, I'm aware that it falls flat in certain areas, such as silhouette and the ladder test. I mostly chose the color palette based on my favorite color, purple, and the dark red of my OC's hair. Interesting, intriguing. I'm gonna ping Libula in the Discord, because I believe this is what that is a ping, just in case Libula would like to be here. What was occurring? Crit time! Ooh. Whoops, hang on. Whee. Bam. Yeah. Very friend-shaped. That's true. Very round and friend-shaped. So, at a first glance, my cold read of this concept would be that you are a witch, or that you are a wizard of some sort. You have a long, like almost like cloak that you're wearing, or just like a long outer robe. It's dark in color. You have a staff of some sort. Your eyes are peeking through your face again. I know, I think I just need to move them just like more forward, just in general maybe. I can fix that very quickly, because I'm gonna have this model here. I don't think it'll screw up my eyes normally if they're just a little, well actually then you'll be able to see behind them. Does look like a homemade wizard cosplay a little bit. Yeah, rather modern mage, yes. You read as a mage. I don't know if I would have realized that you are a graveyard keeper or a V-singer/V, or I mean, I know you're a VTuber, but a V-singer also. So I think that there may be elements we could bring in that would work. This is Googleigi. Yeah, Googleigi is just clipped inside my head right now, because if I move it forward, you'd be able to see behind the googly eyes on regular Squiiji, but I could like move them forward just a little bit for now. Hang on, watch. Oh, wait, hang on. Nope, not that one. This one. Ow, I have a blue arrow in my eyeball! Like, I could go like... Whoops, hang on. What is it doing? I could go like that. Ouch! I have arrows in my eyes! There we go. Does that count? Does that work? Or remove them from redeems for now. No. We leave googly eye. I like Googleigi. Wow, I look really silly with it on this model. The fact that my eyes are more or less in the same spot is funny, also. Yeah. Scratch the Skull is Mike idea. That's not very Graveyard Keeper. It would be more Necromancer. Yeah, say, how do we depict Graveyard Keeper in this design? Let's focus. I know we're doing weenie, silly, funny, googly eyeball, but critiquing design. I do think that having your skirt be worn almost like it is overalls, but like maybe only on one side, may be a good idea. What's happening? This is not the... What? What's occurring? Hello? Hello? I'm picking this color. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. There we go. Shovel mic? Oh my god, a mic that's a shovel would be so funny. More dirt from digging graves, tall shovel, yes. So, I think that something that may help would be overalls being worn on one side. So like they're kind of like flopped over essentially. Because I don't know if I was reading these as being overall-like, and that might help with sort of the idea of having something that has like a bunch of pockets on it or something, where if we make them like a little bit tactical, we can put something that's in it as an element, that may also help. So like if I go like this, so we can tell that it's flopped over, and then I'll cover it on this side. That might help, because that still feels cozy and relaxed and laid back. My brushes are kind of big for what I'm doing right now. Make it a little smaller. There we go. There we go. So like that might help a little bit. And then you could see that there's like a pocket over here, and maybe you do have your little like music notes on here, but we could also see that there's like pockets on the side of this or something, or like a pocket that's like down here in this area perhaps, maybe. Yeah. Hi MBFleur. Hi from YouTube. Finally catching a stream here after watching your VTuber tips videos. Still struggling to come up with a VTuber design for myself, but your videos are helpful nonetheless. I hope to get streams more often and hope you have a good day today. I'm gonna go back to lurking now. Hi, thank you. I'm glad you like them. I'm so happy I could help you. I hope you enjoy hanging out for the stream though. I appreciate it. Enjoy your lurk. Yeah, we want dirt. I see you guys chanting for dirt. Give dirt. We'll get dirt. We'll put more dirt in here. But yeah, pockets might be a good thing, where if you could have like a pocket that's down here, and maybe you could still make it pleated, but maybe if this was like tiered. I wonder, what type of V-singer do you want to be aligned with? Do you want to be aligned with like idol style V-singer, or do you want to be aligned with like, or do you want to be aligned with like a V-singer who is like more like elegant, or like modern, I'm trying to think of like pop singer at the Grammys type of V-singer. Like what type of V-singer are you? Also, hi Al, I see you spin my head, how are you? Lo-fi girl chillness, maybe. Yeah, there's like a variety of different vibes you can have as a singer. If you wanted to be an idol, we could make you like some sort of like tiered skirt that is the overalls on top, but then has something that's like maybe like a little bit like frillier underneath it, and that could be interesting for layering. And then we could find some way to integrate the coat into that shape also in an interesting way. Sorry if you saw me narrow my eyes like 30 seconds ago. Our AC is broken and is not working, and we are dying. It was 95. Actually, it might have been hotter than that. It was really hot out the last 2 days, and I thought it was broken during Monday's stream. It didn't seem to be working. We did confirm it is working. It is not working. We've been suffering. It is so incredibly hot inside the house. And we contacted our landlord. And no, someone can't come to fix it for over a week. They just texted me and I just said, hey, our HVAC guy will be here not this Friday, next Friday. It might actually be during stream time. Hang on, let me just look at that real quick. Uh-oh. No! Okay, yeah, they'll be here. Oh no, it's next Wednesday. They'll be here between 12 and 3. You gotta be kidding me. That's I guess I'm not streaming next week until Friday. What is this nonsense? I do have the fan on, so it's like tolerable right now, but I'm not having fun. Temp should cool down later tonight. Yeah, we've been opening the window overnight and then closing it during the day to try and get things to be a little bit more acceptable, but darn it, I don't want to take a forced vacation next week. I don't wanna. I don't want to. Man, okay. We'll focus on that. We'll not complain about my AC problems. Anyways, as we were saying, if you want to go more of like the idol route, there might be a cute way we could make you like a tiered skirt that has something like under it that's a little bit fluffy. If you're trying to go for something that's like more chill and like cozy or comfy, you might be able to leave it the way that it is now, but I don't think that cozy, comfy, and singer are always things that are easy to find an overlap point between, because being a singer inherently is being a performer. So you're going to be on stage dressed in a way that is meant to make people have their eyes on you. If you look into the way that like indie performers are dressed, sometimes they are dressed in a way that is a little bit more relaxed. But I wonder if picking something that's a particular like fashion style might help with that, because there are singers in those styles, or just certain styles you might associate with being performers, that are much like cozier to the modern eye than what the current era of performer looks like. So like I'm thinking about like twee as a style. There's a lot of like particular performers who dressed in a twee style, I think in like the like 90s to 2010. I actually don't know what exact time period that was. It seemed like it had a pretty wide range of variety. But like twee might be a fun style because it's both kind of cozy, it's very interesting and has some like fun patterns. It feels kind of earthy in its color palette. Do you know what twee is? Do you know what I'm talking about? Always easy to put on layers. Can't take my skin off when it's too hot. See, if you would have asked me 5 years ago if I preferred hot or cold, I would have said hot over cold, hands down. But at this point in my life, I agree. I really prefer the cold. I've gotten used to it after I lived somewhere very cold, and I am having a rough time. Twee. No, why have they named an AI that? No, twee pop. Subgenre of indie pop, yes. It's from the mid to late 1980s? What? There must have been like some resurgence of it. After that. Yeah, twee fashion was back, I guess. But here, look at twee fashion. Hang on. Are they gonna give me an example here? Yeah. There we go. It's very colorful, can be quite pastel. There's a good amount of earth tones in it sometimes. If you think of like movies like Juno or what else? There's a bunch of them that are associated with it. There's some like Wes Anderson films that are associated with it. People tend to think of like Michael Cera and dressing that way. First being a wallflower, it seems like there was a big resurgence of it around like 2010. La La Land, Wonderstruck, Lady Bird, Paddington, Wes Anderson's entire filmography apparently. Not Tweed, but Twee, T-W-E-E. T-W-E-E. Napoleon Dynamite, I guess, apparently qualifies also. Amelie, Matilda. This is interesting. What an interesting group of things. But yeah, that might be a good reference point for it. Where like polka dots as a shirt pattern, or like stripes that are in an earthy tone for the shirt pattern might be kind of nice. Or just wearing things that have texture, layers that have a little bit of that earthy color, over jackets. It might fit with your sock style. We associate it with like a pop genre and music a little bit. So that may be a helpful way of getting an overlap. Yeah, tweed is a fabric type. Newsboy cap might look nice. Yeah. Things like that I think might work well for this design. And I do think adding something like that might help get you away from looking like a wizard also. I have a feeling that the oversized jacket is because you're trying to evoke some semblance of like Grim Reaper, maybe? Perhaps? And I feel like we may have to just modify its shape a little bit to make it feel more Grim Reaper-y, but still like not scary, but like Grim Reaper-y while not feeling wizard-y. Yeah, indie folk. Yeah, indie folk. Similarly. Yes. I would agree with that. So like, if we're thinking about like Grim Reaper style jackets, a lot of them tend to be a little bit longer and almost like touch the ground. So I wonder if you should emphasize it being like sleeker and like closer to the body. And then you could have it so that it's like shorter in the front, maybe longer in the back. And then like in the back or something, it's got like, you know, like almost like not like a train, but kind of, because when I'm thinking of like Grim Reapers, I think I might be thinking of like Billy and Mandy or something. Is his really long? It might be. Something that's really long. Doesn't have to be super sharp, but that'll help get it away from feeling like a wizard robe as much. And then if it's dragging on the ground a little bit, you could then just like dirty the edge of it up a little bit, so you've been dragging it through like the graves essentially. I don't know if the way I've drawn this necessarily makes sense. You know what I mean? If you Google graveyard keeper, mostly comes with medieval long coats. Oh, interesting. Okay, if that's the case, we could make it look more like a long coat or like a worker's coat. But I still feel like leaning into some of the like Grim Reaper-ish imagery may help us to place you as being somebody who is working in an area where the dead are involved. But as long as we keep you looking like somewhat friendly, your colors aren't too dark and things like that, and you're not like fully obscuring yourself, we may not think that you yourself are a Grim Reaper, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Mari, welcome back for 9 months. You only get one of those Prime subs, and I'd honored you'd use it on little old me. Thank you. Funeral flowers as a decoration? That might be interesting also. Interesting. Small bone as a hair accessory. I feel like if you are a gravekeeper, wearing bones may be considered, bad. I don't think wearing bones is something that a gravekeeper would do, because that might imply that you're robbing from the graves. You know what I mean? I don't know if that might be the move, perhaps. We don't want to imply that. Maybe a lantern. Yeah, like a lantern may make more sense. But like, what tools would a groundskeeper who is a graveyard keeper have? A lantern, maybe. There might be a way to make like some sort of like hanging lantern thing that is also a microphone. Somebody also said making a shovel that is a microphone. I feel like that's such a cute idea. You could make it like, here's my microphone. Here's the mic part of it that almost looks like, or maybe it has like a handle on top. I've drawn this in a terrible part of the screen. Hang on, come down here. There we go. Microphone with like a handle on top of it or something for when you're still gardening, but then you've got like the spade down here or something, but like make it like super long. Or maybe it's just like a little handheld one. That could be kind of like fun or cute as an accessory. I was trying to think about making this into something that has a lantern on it for nighttime. Way to incorporate the bells they would place over graves for people who are accidentally buried alive to ring. Oh, that could be interesting, maybe. Yeah, Hurry Pollo, or Polo? Pollo? Has said similarly also. Hi, Marina. Trowel mic, lantern, something's mic. Like, if you want to keep with having this element, which feels like it's like a rake almost, but also like fingers, question mark? Pollo? Pollo as in P-O-L-L-O, like the word chicken, not pollo as in Kirby. No, not quite. Bells is an Oshi stick. Oh wait, I see what you mean. That would be kind of cute also if it was like light up. I heard Hoyo like the company. Oh no. Turns out I'm terrible to understand. We are coming with some very cute ideas for a singer. So like you could have like almost like a glow in the dark bell or something that like is like your Oshi stick almost. You know how Oshi sticks often have like the globe on the top of them if we're not talking about like the lightsaber style ones? You could do something like that, which might be interesting. Maybe heard Hoyo too? No. Pollo isn't chicken, thank you. Okay, I thought so. Everyone misheard me. But yeah, accessories. Could be something that would help us to understand the concept. I do think that we need to dirty you up maybe just a little bit. I don't think that would get away from the coziness. So like if this was a little bit dirty, if this was like a little bit dirty, because he's been dragging through the ground, that might be good. Rolling your sleeves up might actually be something nice for silhouette and also for just like conveying the fact that you are working in the graveyard, because then we could also see your gloves, which are sort of gardener-y also. I'd imagine. I imagine they're probably gardener-y. Let me chunk this out. I'll put your arm back in. And then I'm gonna give you your... Whoops, that's maybe a little bit too exaggerated. Like a gardening glove that's like really wide at one point, and then like this is like rolled up on top of it essentially, so that way it doesn't get super dirty. Dirt on the knees would make sense, that's true. This is just my note that I'm gonna put dirt on there, and like some maybe on like the hands would also work. Maybe you don't need both sleeves rolled up, you could roll at least one of them up, perhaps. Let's Speaking of Genshin, maybe look at some things from Flynn's? I can't read that word. Is that an L? What order are those letters in? Isn't he a gravekeeper? I can Google that name. F-L-I-N-S. Genshin? Ah, so this guy's sort of leaning into the fact that we tend to associate blue with like spiritual fire and stuff, and he's dressed in all black. But like, I don't know if he's really using a similar aesthetic to what we're aiming for here. He feels a little bit medieval and not very, but he feels decently intimidating. This fella I feel like is much less intimidating, but adding something that's like spirit colored fire, that blue fire, might work somewhat well for alerting us to the fact that like souls or people who've passed into the beyond are involved in this. I'm trying to think about what else I may invoke. I'm thinking about the Pokemon. What is the dog that's a tombstone? There's a dog that's like kind of a tombstone that might work. Perhaps. Dirt on knees, roll sleeves up. I do think that you should do something with your hair though, perhaps. You can leave your hair like down for the most part, but you could still have something that's like an accessory in your hair. We were saying like a news cap maybe, but just something in your hair or on your head would be nice, both for, I'm putting the news cap almost like it's like facing up in this direction, but like just for something to add to your silhouette. And also because if you're ever going to change your outfit, having a hairstyle and hair color that is particularly unique to you will be very helpful. Totally not where I got the Blue Lantern idea for my design. Totally fair to have borrowed that idea. Grievard? Grievarf? Y'all right there to the willow? Houndstone or Grievard? Yeah, those ones. Honestly, we could make the hat probably bigger than what I just did also, but like that might just be another little cute accessory that would also help us to realize that you are not scary, intimidating, or perhaps also a wizard as well. Lanterns for earrings? That could be an interesting idea. Lanterns for earrings might work. I'm trying to figure out how I would fit like a blue into this palette right now. It'd probably have to be like somewhere in like this range. If I made it too cool, it might not work so well. But yeah, you could have something that's like glowing as like an earring or something, or like if the trim of your clothes was like that blue at some point, that might work. Grievard has a little candle on his head. He evolves into Houndstone. He gets a full tombstone. Ah, I see. Interesting. I don't know about those. Something for earrings might be nice though, because the other thing I think this design needs is maybe just like an accessory, maybe one. Coin jewelry in reference to the Greeks leaving drachmas with their dead for the ferry. Maybe if you were to include like a variety of cultural references as far as like how people like honor their dead, that might be a good idea, where if we have like the drachma coins and also maybe flowers, because that's a modern way that we honor the dead, or like candles or things like that. If you include a variety, we won't start to think that you are representing one particular religion's idea of a Grim Reaper or the transition into the afterlife. We may be more easily able to realize that you are a real living person. Ghost choker, ghost face on hat. I don't know if we want to go for ghost, because ghost will start to imply that this person is supernatural when they are not. Oh, hang on, what's up? Birthday? Oh, I'm gonna lurk while I go redraw my shroom and spend my birthday today. Happy birthday, Jade's Workshop. Jade, would you like us to sing? If you want to lurk, I don't want to bug you, but would we like to sing maybe for Jade? We could sing, maybe. Perhaps. Maybe we sing. Maybe we do a little sing, just real quick, charades, real quick. I'll key in. Ready. A one-a, a two-a, skiddly diddly do a. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jade. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Barely related. Thought of an urn with googly eyes popped into my mind as a mascot. Oh my god. That would be very goofy. That would be very silly. I like that we're still like somehow focused by the fact that we are also singing happy birthday as well. but enjoy your lurk, and I hope you have an enjoyable birthday today, Jade. Real graveyard keeper, officially known as a cemetery worker, caretaker, or sexton, balances heavy grounds maintenance, administrative tasks, and compassionate support for grieving families. Unlike in video games, you won't be building wooden donkey carts or making zombie beer. Remains a highly peaceful, steady career. The video game? What is the video game, Rex? What do you mean? What do you mean? Interesting. So doing administrative tasks is something to keep in mind also. But honestly, I feel like we've already made this more recognizably related to graveskeeping. There's a game called Graveyard Keeper. Ah, I see. No, sextant is also a tool that you can use to look at the stars, and you've also misspelled it. No, autocorrect, don't do this to us. I'm so amazed that Moobot didn't get mad at you for that. I'm so amazed. But we're talking about a Grim Reaper. Idol, my mind went to Milo from Monster Prom. He's got some details that hint to his Reaper origins, like a necklace with a scythe on it. Also bright colors despite the darker theme. Yeah, this is a Gravekeeper, which is a little bit harder. Because we're trying to not make this fella feel like they themselves are a Grim Reaper. Or like she is a Grim Reaper. But I think some of these things have helped. If the pattern or the image on the graphic tee related to their work, that may also be something positive. Like if it was something that represents like the flowers we give to people after they've passed, or candles, or maybe you could even do that like soul fire like shape here, like this is like a band tee you're wearing underneath or something. There could be a number of icons that would make sense on your shirt based on the employment, and that might be another thing to help perhaps. I was just thinking very briefly, I love giving singers the like funny little that style of microphone, but I did have a thought for a second about like a Bluetooth earpiece for when you're working on the grounds, which might be kind of funny. A skull t-shirt, yeah, things like that could be functional as options for this design. Those things could work. But I do think, just to start us out here, grab my green, grab my multiply layer, bam. I do think that the concept could be decently clearer. I think we're getting confused by what we are seeing, and we could use more hints towards what you are. Coffin-shaped earpiece, or is that too morbid? Maybe it could be appropriate, but I guess if gravekeepers are trying to also console the families of fellows who have passed, that may be considered strange, and that may not be comforting. You know, I feel like that may not be comforting. Maybe we should stick to like the floral and candles end of the graveyard experience, as opposed to the bones and coffins and like those parts, maybe. Yeah. So that might be a necessary inclusion in here somewhere. Color palette. Let me do a correction layer. Let me remove all of the saturation here, so we can see that your clothing is very similar in value, at least between your shoes, your socks, your whatchamacallit, your cape / jacket, and your overalls, and your hair. So there's not a lot of clarity happening between these elements. Some things likely need to be lighter, and some things likely need to be darker. And I'm wondering if leaning more into like a pastel color palette might benefit you, because that could further distance you from like the more horrifying or depressing parts of, you know, graveyards and handling like people passing into the great beyond and all of that. Instead of death motifs, like life motifs, remembering people for the life they lived and not their death. That's true. That's a good idea. Went to Monster High for ideas, but that's a parody of the spooky aesthetic. Yeah, don't know if that would quite work. But like a more pastel color palette may also help to align you with being a singer also, because we tend to associate people who are like stage performers, unless they're performing in a genre that's more like punk or goth or metal. We tend to associate them with dressing a little bit brighter often. Maybe some poppies. Yeah, there may be some good flower symbolism we could use in here. I'm gonna try and pastelify the design just like a little bit. I think this will work. If I go like this. Like, we likely want to leave something dark, and the thing that I leave dark might be the jacket. Let me see if I can brighten the hair up a little bit. The nice thing about this being drawn with like very clear, simple shapes is that I can modify it pretty effectively. Layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. Let's go a bit brighter. Maybe we don't need it to be quite so saturated. I don't want it to feel gray. But like, it still reads as being brown, like that. Although if I lighten this, then I wouldn't have to change the color of this element. Singing aspect could be singing at dirges and memorial services. Oh, I wonder if leaning into something that's like, yeah, like, oh, how do people dress for those types of things? Unfortunately, my experience is mostly the Roman Catholic experience, where you go to church when someone passes, but there's like particular garb that the choir or like other people involved in singing for those events would wear, and that might be interesting. Ideas of inspirations, possibly. I'm gonna lighten this a bit, I think. Just a little, not a ton. Just that it's a little bit more pastel. Let me see. I'm not doing the greatest job with this selection, but just so that we can see an idea of how that might look if it was a little bit lighter. Layer, new correction layer, new correction layer, new saturation velocity, brighter. Hang on. Oh, the line art being lighter, I think, is also impacting the clarity here a little bit. Use a darker line art for areas that are this dark to match how you're using dark line art against lighter values here. Just push your line art to be one of your darker values like this, so that we can see the edges of things. And there are some like details in the coat that would be good for us to visualize. Let's see. There we go. So there's my line art overdraw. I think that helped with the clarity a little bit. Different sects of Christianity handle funerals very differently. That is also true. That's true. Nebula, what is your faith? That's a good point. I mean, if you want to. I don't know if you have to reference your faith in it, but you could. Funeral shrouds. Yeah, there's a lot of iconography that comes from those types of events that might be useful to bring in here. So maybe that would be relevant. Used to Baptist funerals. Interesting. Yeah, everybody handles things very differently, is what it sounds like. But yeah, clarity. Push some of your values to have a little bit more difference between them, perhaps. Did I actually fix that with my edit? It's up here. Nope, it didn't move. Come here. Oh, I made these things even more similar in value, but the hair is at least lighter. Let me see. Oh, I might have to leave that one darker, unless I lighten this. Although that clarity does still seem lower. That's so weird how that works. It might be because of the saturation that feels like I can't tell the different edge. Only assumption they're European coded, but that's an assumption. Yeah, I'd be careful making assumptions like that, especially in designs that are as chibi and sort of loose as this one is. But yeah, if you can bring in some like funeral procession, like iconography, some motifs relating to life or to the way that we honor the dead, those might be good things to have as motifs. Right now you have music notes down here as a motif, but they kind of feel like you're using them as just like a decal where you're just sticking them on in a random place. There may be other ways to have music interact with the trim of the clothing in an interesting way. It's like we suggested before, like, oh, what if you have stripes that relate to being like a musical staff here or something, and you've got like little notes on it? That's a more subtle way of referencing music that also is referencing garment construction and the places we tend to see colors occurring in different places, or stripes occurring on a skirt. Or, you know, if you have accessories that relate to it, those could be better ways of bringing that music motif into the design also. Let's see. So I was talking color. We kind of went back to concept, but for color, be careful about your values being too similar to each other. Actually, well, yeah, I'll put it there. For your silhouette, you were right. You did say that you were aware that it does fall a little bit flat in silhouette. Mostly just because the jacket was kind of like a blob that was covering everything, and the jacket didn't have anything particularly stand out about its shape. But if you like roll a sleeve up, if you make the jacket have a really specific shape, suddenly that's adding a lot more. Similarly, adding like a hat or a hair accessory or like an asymmetrical element to your hairstyle where maybe like your hair is pulled over on this side and clipped out of your face and you get like one of those like mini like pigtail things on the side of your head or something. Those elements could help to make your silhouette more recognizable. As you weren't a blob, but you weren't particularly recognizable. Overall straps as sheet music lines. Yep, could do something like that. Maybe change the background color. The white background kind of messes the saturation and the design colors a little bit. Let's see. Grab that, and I'm gonna make it just like a slight gray, maybe. See if that helps. Oh no! I forgot I covered things like that. But like that helps a little bit also. White tends to be pretty intense for reference sheets also. Wait, confirm they're European, they're in general? Oh, hang on. You should come join us in the chat. I was in an evening nude model art class and I had my phone off for it. Oh! Hi, Nebula! Sorry for the funny timing. Oh! Whoopsie. Well, we'll see what their thoughts are as they appear, maybe. Complexity versus clarity. The design feels maybe slightly under-designed just because the details aren't very specific to the concept angles that we've been provided, which is kind of what's happening from the fact that we're trying to dress in a cozy way while also reading as being a graveyard keeper and a singer. Those are things that all have very distinct aesthetics associated with them, and right now you're not really combining them. You're mostly just leaning into the cozy aesthetic and then adding like one layer over top after that. So if you can find particular garments that relate more to those professions, that will probably help you a little bit with that, which is what we were saying about, reference like twee as a style, or reference idol style like tiered skirts, or things like that. Yeah. And then for focal point, let me remove all of my edits on here. Let me delete the things I'm not using, so that way. There we go. I won't forget to turn them back on. What was this? Oh, those were just those things. Whoopsie, hang on. I didn't realize I didn't have this stuff selected to make gray. There we go. Focal point. I think the focal point for me might, well, it's kind of your face, but I am also getting distracted by how saturated your skirt is, but it is kind of your face. A sweeping gradient that makes the bottom part of the model darker and the top part therefore appear lighter in comparison may help to direct our eye more to your head, but I think you're pretty close. That's working mostly pretty well. Oh, VR Hawkman, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us some. Rotation. Have the music notes be Diaz Israe? There could be some like funeral related songs that the music notes could relate to also, and that might help as well, perhaps. But I think that is about the grade that I would give. Showmates, do you guys have any other particular suggestions here? Let me try and fix. No, not green. Let me try and fix this for the fact that I gave it a, oh god, I gave it a darker background after. What layer is that on? It's on this one. There we go. Found. Solved. Got it. Do you like the candle idea? Yeah, they'll watch it when they go home and dry off from rain. Oh no! I hope they are not getting sick from the weather. Good luck out there in the rain. Yeah, candles may feel warm and welcoming. Maybe a candle design on the shirt might be nice as like the pattern. Yeah, I could see that working. Oh, here, let me heart them so they know that I saw. But I think this is the grade I would give here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 10. I think that this is a start. You definitely have a strong concept idea. I feel like that's an interesting combination of traits that I have not seen together before. But as you are aware, this is a work in progress. And you can definitely innovate on several levels for it. But I'm interested to see how this turns out. Maybe add hair clips like music notes and flowers so the hair doesn't feel so plain. Ah, you know what? A flower crown may be a good way of adding like funeral flowers in. Or like if you have the flowers in like a crown on the head and then also maybe like in a pocket or something. Or you can see like the seed packet somewhere so that we've got like multiple references to the flowers. That could be good. I agree, Envy. Yeah. But I see you guys already clapping. I need to clap. Round of applause for Libula. Round of applause. Oh, we should also thank... Oops, wrong thing. We should also thank Dr. Shudi for donating. Oh, we've been rated. Hello. Hi. I thought I heard a sound, but my brain didn't register what it was. Hi. Welcome in, Time Clocker. How are you? I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques today. We're wrapping up some critiques we were doing for charity. Last week we did some fundraising for Cure Cancer Australia, and we're wrapping up our crits for fellows who donated. We're having fun. How was your stream? What were you up to? Hi, Time Clocker, and Kimono Kitsune, and C Nolopt, and Flo SC, and Vilsaurus Rex, which I think I already said your name, but hi. Katera Cowlin, also hello. Mods, thank you for shout out. It seems like you may have been streaming Minecraft, perhaps? Were you mining and crafting? I hope it was swell. I hope you enjoyed your mining and crafting. I happen to enjoy mining and crafting. I have not had much time to do it lately, but it's fun. Oh no, not mining and crafting. It lies to me. We were playing the Wisness and then just chatting. Oh, the Witness? I don't know what that game is. I feel like I've heard that name before, but I'm not familiar with what it is. But I hope you had a good time with it. I hope you enjoyed chatting also. I have so much to chat about. I have so much to yap about. I've been being really good about not being distracted the last week or so, but I am such a yapper that it's so hard. Puzzle game? Like The Mist. Oh, I'm not familiar with it. I maybe I've heard of it, but I can't picture it. Puzzle game. I love me a good puzzle game. Well, I hope that you were expanding your brain, troubleshooting the puzzles. I hope it was fun. Very famous, very good. Oh, first person puzzle game. Okay. Interesting, intriguing. But if you and your fellows need to do things like eat or drink or snark me after you just expanded your brains working on puzzles, go for it. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. We'd be happy to have you. But please prioritize your health, first and foremost. Please, pretty please. If you want to contribute to our critiques, you're also welcome to. We are taking feedback for fellas. We just wrapped up this critique and we're moving on to the next one as you arrived. Let me save it. Lots of logical puzzles with no real explanation of how to do them. Just kind of have to figure it out. Ooh, I like trial and error and troubleshooting and problem solving. That sounds fun. Did you make good progress in it? I ask while I try and figure out where my next design is. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Bam. There we go. Next. Here's our next one. Oh, ooh, hang on. Teacher moment for pronunciation. Under the will, you'll have to tell me how you pronounce this, because I have a feeling my first guess is going to be completely wrong. Ikesvi? Ikesvi the Wind Rider? Is that close? I have teacher debuff. I will never say something right first try, but you're welcome to correct me. Please. Oh, correct? Yes, nailed it. That never happens. That never happens. Whoa. Ikesvi. Okay. Hell yeah. So our next design that we are critiquing for stream is Ikesvi, the Wind Rider, whose pronouns are he, him. This is a black buck inspired self-insert into my world building project. They are a poet and apprentice historian / art recorder of the city, or of his city. Interesting. Okay. Need to get some food in a bit, but character crits are always fun, so we'll lurk. Yeah! Enjoy your lurk. Also enjoy your food later when you go to get it. Enjoy. Shroommates, I have to yap to you tomorrow. I have discovered, well, not really. Kind of. I've been playing a game that I haven't played in a very long time, that I never made it very far in, because I was a 10-year-old when I tried to play it, and I just didn't understand how it worked, because it really does not explain how to play the game very well. But I'm having a lot of fun with it now that I'm old enough to, like, intuitively figure out how to play the game. And there's a new Vash the Stampede. I can replace him. He's been replaced. There's a spiky-haired, red coat-wearing protagonist. And I'm enjoying the game so far. But that's what I did over the weekend, and I played some last night. You should be proud of me. I actually did something other than work. For, like, the first time in forever. But anyways, no tangent. EG can talk about it tomorrow. If you can guess what the game is, though, I'd be amused. But we should focus. Black buck. As in the deer? As in a deer, I think. I imagine. Oh wait, is this a 3D model? Oh my gosh, I thought this was an illustration until I zoomed in. Tomorrow or Friday? Friday, sorry. I don't know what day it is anymore. Correct, the antelope. Okay. I'm gonna look up what a black buck is. Because I don't know if I'm familiar with this particular species, just so I can see one. Oh, interesting. Okay, I was thinking of deer. I didn't realize this was an antelope, which is why it was worthwhile to look it up. Straight up a distinct animal, fascinating. Yeah, it is a very distinct animal. This is very specific patterning. That's interesting. They've got like real spirally horns. Okay, intriguing. So yeah, honestly, this is a fantastic job with Vroid. This feels not Vroid, which is why I was surprised to realize that it is Vroid, because your textures are so painterly. It's not what I'm used to seeing. That works pretty well. So that's, I guess, the first note. The clothing, yeah. Clothing is very unique and memorable, I would agree. Also, you're getting a lot out of your silhouette. I know that Vroid can be kind of limiting with silhouette, but having this outer layer with this like almost scarf does a lot for your silhouette, so that's great. Your hat's adding to silhouette, your hair that sticks out off the side of your head adds to silhouette. I feel like we can do a little bit more with your horns, but I have a feeling that this may be currently limited by Vroid's ability to do horns. I was trying so hard at one point to make horns for Incinda in Vroid, and then I gave up and was like, I'm just going to do it in Blender, because trying to wrap a hair strand around like a really thin hairpiece that's angled correctly ended up being very hard for what it was worth. But if I can urge you of the thing that I urge all people working in Vroid to try, is to try learning just a little teeny tiny amount of Blender. It will benefit you very much. I love Blender. Blender can feel really evil and intimidating when you first approach it, but it's so worth it. So worth it. This is Vroid. You're doing a great job of using the tools that Vroid has, but I could even not hold your hand, but essentially tell you exactly how you would make these horns in Blender, because all you would need to do, more or less, is take something that's like a really long triangle like this, spin it around this axis, and then just sort of like offset the points left and right of it a little bit, and leave it like real low poly so that when you start offsetting, it's like this almost, and then you put a subdivision modifier on it. And it should do almost exactly what you want with the horn, essentially. But I think that we should get more of that like super like distinct like winding horn shape from the front view. Even if you don't want to make them super tall, I think this would add a lot to the silhouette and also to my ability to recognize what creature you are. Because I do think that the animal elements are maybe a little bit disguised right now. You do have a tail, but we can only see it from the back of the model. And you do have ears, but they're behind your hair a good bit. So making the horns clearer would add to your silhouette. They would add to our ability to recognize what animal you are. Winning all around. I'm gonna copy and paste this and put it on either side, so that way we have two of them. Wait, come on. Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Bam. And put that right about there. That seems right. Yeah. Big horns, always nice. Yes. Honestly, I might place them just like a little bit closer together. Oh, wait. And if I'm looking at this creature, if I'm looking at this particular antelope guy, hang on. Let me just cover everything I've done. I'm going to draw horns from scratch because the ones that I drew with your basis, I feel like I can do better than. For representing the particularities of this animal. If we're going to depict a specific animal as being, you know, the source of inspiration or influence for a character, it's good to sort of note what makes them unique and to pay attention to like particular traits about them. So not only does this species have sort of like spirally style horns, the horns also make a bit of a V shape. So like they start at a narrow point near the head and then they like sort of get further away from the head. Or they angle outwards further away from the head. That's what I'm trying to say. And then like they're thicker towards the base, thinner towards the tip. So then this will become something that becomes more recognizably related to that particular species. I've made it really angular, but you could make yours more rounded. I'm just drawing kind of quickly. But yeah, big horns, never a bad idea. Transform, flip horizontal, bam. There we go. And like you could make them really huge, but if you make them really super duper huge, they might make it a little bit hard to see elements behind you when you are streaming. Ask me why I know that with my giant stupid onion on top of my head. I'm always blocking the caption. I'm always blocking the thumbnail titles also. I don't want that for you. But at least they're thin, so they might not block too much. But yeah, they're fun for silhouette reasons. I know with Vroid you may be limited also in this way, but for these coins, I imagine you currently have them on the like flat setting for hair. If you make them just on the setting that's like open triangle, like this, it may look a little bit strange from a couple angles, but where it's going around the corner like this, they'll have some depth essentially. So that way they're not sitting totally flat to the head. And I found that that is one of those things that can also help a Vroid model feel less like a Vroid model, because then we're adding more specific like elements that break the edge of the silhouette. The way that you handled the hat is fantastic though, with adding like all these little individual 3D modeled pieces. That's great. That's helping too. Yes. So all the little things you can do to add to silhouette are always great. I do think that a couple of your big hairs may be worth putting behind your ears as opposed to in front of them. Like just this one in particular that's like in the front here. Because if we could see your ear on top of it, that would also be another good hint that you are inspired by the animal. Ooh, and they have like really specific ears too, where their ears are like white on the inside for the most part, and then they get kind of like black towards the center. Like this. So like you could leave the ear still behind like a couple of the strands, but just this like one really big one that's covering most of it, it may be beneficial to put your ears in front of. Because that's also helping me to understand your animal aspect a little bit more clearly. Your tail seems quite low. Are their tails long? Oh no, their tails are attached to their bodies. Why is your tail so low? Is this because you're like inspired by it, but there's like otherworldly things happening in the universe that you have? Because it is on like the end of a long tail, which is interesting. Interesting. But yeah, okay. So, little things we can do to make the most of your silhouette, little things we can do to add to the animal aspect. Oh, you've got the cloven hoof thing happening with your shoes too. That's cute. That's another good little hint. I'm always a fan of seeing that as an element in character designs as well, that are based on, oh, what are they called? Oh, not undulates. What do you call the hooved things? All things that have hooves. There's a word for all the guys that have hooves. I'll have to think about it. It'll come back to me maybe at some point someday. Some way, somehow. Cloven hooved fellas. Is it ungulates? Is that actually the word? Was I correct? Was I saying it close to the word? Crazy. Artiodactyls. Oh, I guess that could be another word for it. Ooh, interesting. Ruminants. Are you a biologist? You seem to know a lot of these words. Term means roughly being hooved or hooved animal. Oh, so I was kind of thinking in the correct like area for it. Dimorphism. Males and females look completely different. Adult males feature a dark chocolate to jet black upper body and long corkscrew-like horns. Females are hornless and have a pale yellowish fawn coat. Interesting. I'm going to assume that this fella is referencing like the darker coat variety from the fact that they also have horns, but they do have these like really dark areas in the clothing. So I'm going to guess that might be why that's coming in here also. Ruminant would be for animals that graze. Oh, learning. We've been learning a lot this week on the Squiiji streams as far as terminology goes, which is interesting. So, hang on. what else do I have here? So, animal recognizability could maybe be improved. Second, motifs. What motifs are we working with in this design? It seems like there's a floral motif. Like this almost feels like the way I've seen people depict the cone for like lily pads. Oh, what do you call it? The like lotus seed pods. This feels kind of lotus-like. This feels a little bit flower-like also. So I guess that florals may also be a part of the theming. And then there's some pattern work down here also that feels a little bit plant-like, which is interesting. I guess you are an herbivore, so, or at least you are inspired by an herbivore. So perhaps that does make sense in that way also. But I can't help but wonder if there's a way we could make some of those floral or plant-like aspects impact the physical make of the clothing. Although the clothing does feel to be like it is incredibly specific in the pattern work. Yeah, like ethnic wear, I swear I've seen before. Yes, I like can't fully place it. There was a part of me that was thinking about like Sami culture, but I think that might be because of some of the colors I'm seeing. I don't know. I may not be familiar with what the particular cultural reference is in this one, but there probably is something. Mesoamerican vibes. Where are black bucks found? That might be relevant. Black buck location. Oh, black bucks are found in India. Interesting. Took inspiration from Slavic patterns which sometimes feature flowers. Oh, okay. So maybe that was also why I was feeling perhaps Sami inspiration. You were thinking Eastern Russian. Oh, I can see Eastern Russian in the hat style also. It seems like there may be a variety of cultural references happening here. Interesting, which may be why we're not pinning it on one particular thing. But just like as a general thought, you know, you've got these tassels down here. What if these felt like they were floral with like bigger chunks to them, and maybe you have like one longer piece in them or something that comes out the bottom of them, so that turns these into like little flowers almost, or just other ways that we can make the flowers go beyond being a pattern, make them something physical on the character, perhaps. Yeah, probably not Sami, because for a reindeer it'd make more sense. That's true. That's fair, that's fair. But I was seeing some of the influence, some of the similar things. Great idea, thanks! But yeah, something like that might be good for some of the elements. You have kept some consistent shape languages in here. You've got a lot of circular elements that repeat a similar shape. So there's good shape harmony. You do feel very friendly as a result of the fact that you have all those circles going on. Also, I will say the one thing that feels a little bit odd to me with the fact that your whole body is covered is the ankles being out. Are you wearing socks? I feel like I want to see a sock or something in here. Just feels a little bit weird seeing that. It makes me think that you're not wearing shoes, or not wearing socks with your shoes. And adding some of the browns that we see a lot of in the upper body to the lower body might be a good idea too, for harmony. Ankles, how scandalous. Yeah, terrifying. No ankle TOS breaking going on here. Probably would need some shading so that it's not like the brighter part of the brown. Like this. There we go. But I feel like we just need some element down here. The ankles being out feels a little bit odd to me, just as far as the rest of the outfit goes. Usually you might cover your legs. Keep yourself safe. Twitch to us shaking and quivering. Ankles! No! How dare you? How could you? Terrible, horrifying, horrible, awful, bad. Anyways. Hang on. Let's start putting some of the grades down. So, silhouette. I think you have made a lot of really good choices to make the silhouette as strong as you can with Vroid. There's still some elements you could push a little bit more. And I think you could add something asymmetrical in here. The pattern work is symmetrical, and there's already a lot going on. But I feel like it's just something where, like, in 3D, I'm feeling everything is modeled to be perfectly symmetrical. If you just change one of these, whoops, pieces of hair or something on the side of the head, so that way your hair isn't, like, perfectly, completely mirrored on the outside edge, that would be enough, just to make it feel a little bit more natural. Because it just feels a little bit stiff around your head as a result. So, like, just something like that might be enough. Or, like, oh, we get, like, one piece coming out of the hair there and like one piece coming out of the hair there or something. That feels a lot more natural with very minimal changes. Yeah. Earring? Maybe earring? I don't know if I actually want you to add any more detail. You have a lot of detail here already. I don't know if you need more detail. Perhaps. Like, I think your level of detail is appropriate for the pattern work. We are going to talk about focal point and the fact that you do feel a little bit overwhelming from your pattern work, but that's going to go into color more so than anything else. Focal point. We're going to do focal point before we do color. Shrevates, where do your eyes go first in this design? Where do your eyes snap to first? I'm curious. I have my answer, but I'm interested to see if you guys are looking the same. The chest, metal on the neck, chest, everywhere. Chest, chest, chest. Okay. I'm also looking to the chest first, just because it's the brightest element in the design. I mean, you do have whites on your sleeves, but here on your chest, it's sort of surrounded by so much dark area that the pendant really ends up standing out, because it's also one of the more intricate details in the design. Also the blue gem thing. Yeah, I was also looking at the blue gem thing on the hip. So this is standing out because of contrast and because of detail. I think that we may want to reduce the contrast here a good bit. Yeah, some of the brightest and darkest elements are touching, and we may want to push it back as a result. So if we were to take this and maybe normal, multiply, just darken it a little bit, that would help to make it less focal. And you could leave this like fur trim that you have here, which maybe is a part of your hair. Also, this would help us to see this fur trim element also, which actually I can't tell what is going on here. Is this the collar with fur trim on it? Might be, it might be. A lot of line work leading to the face, which is good, but you hit that bright white on the chest and get flashbanged and stun locked there. Yeah. I like that we're using gamer terminology. But yeah, it doesn't even have to be like super dark, but just something to reduce the contrast there does help. I do think that you're also somebody who would benefit greatly from a couple of sweeping gradients in a number of places. The pattern work does feel realistic. There are a lot of cultures that use sort of all over pattern throughout all of their clothing, but I think that we need to, I think we need to push some of them back so they're not as high contrast, because it does feel a little bit overwhelming right now to look at you. So I'm gonna try and just push and pull some values a little bit to see if I can get it to feel a little bit less overwhelming. Whoops, hang on, there we go. So if I do a classic EG sweeping gradient from the bottom of the design up, which the way you would replicate this in, whoops, this is wrong, hang on, invert. The way you would replicate this in Vroid or in like one of those in 3D is that you'd probably just take a multiply layer that is whatever this color is, set it at 30% for the shoes, set it for 28% for the socks, set it for 25% for the legs, and then put an actual gradient on the pants and on the back inside of the like cape and on these things. That is a way that you can help step the gradient up the body a little bit through those textures. It can be a little bit hard to do depending on where the seams are, but I think in Vroid they do a good job of laying things out so that the pants, as long as you keep the gradient straight vertical, it should work kind of okay. But do we see how that's feeling a little bit less overwhelming already? That's helping. Similarly, if we add more value to the inside of your jacket here, that will help. I will say, one of the struggles with Vroid and with 3D also is that your texture is one-sided. So then when you have a texture like this that would benefit from having a different value on the inside versus outside, it's a little hard to handle it. But I will tell you that there is actually a solution, which is that if you are going to be using this as a VTuber model or something like that, and not just as something like as a reference for a comic or for whatever the world building project is, Then you can use different shaders. There's shaders that let you assign a back face texture to something. You can do that both in Blender and in Unity for use in whatever your like tracking program might be. And that's the solution for handling the inside of this. Then similarly, you may need to brighten some of this up so that there's good contrast against the inside of the, against the inside of the jacket. But this is helping somewhat. Don't be afraid of adding some drop shadows. So like where these things are overlapping the chest could maybe be pushed back to be darker a little bit. So we can tell that they're on top. As far as the layers go, that would be good. Similarly, I'm gonna put a little bit of drop shadow under like that trim there. With 3D, it can be hard, especially if elements move, to feel like painting drop shadows on is the right thing to do. But I'll tell you, things don't actually move that much, especially if you're streaming. And if you're posing something to use as a reference, it might just help with clarity a little bit. But like continue your drop shadow that you have on the like underneath layer here onto this layer as well. Hang on, I'm gonna turn that up a little bit. And then don't be afraid to also push the stuff that's like right under your hair and like under your neck to be darker too. And using a multiply layer does also help to just sort of reduce some of the contrast that's happening. Let's see, how dark can I make that? Like that, maybe? Because now, since there's darker elements around your face, I'm gonna darken the top of your hair too. That will help your face to stand out a little bit more. And now I'm not quite as overwhelmed looking at you. And it took a couple multiply layers. But it just sort of pushes some of the elements back a little bit. I can remove or make the blue gem smaller. I was having trouble getting the focal point to be the face, and I was trying to lead up. What if you just moved the blue gem to be on the head? What if instead of being down here, you just replaced this with something else that you have elsewhere and put the blue gem up here? Because another reason why the blue gem is focal is because it's using sort of teal colors that are kind of saturated in a way that we don't tend to see outside of that area of the body also. So if I go like this and grab it, and put it up here. Like you could put it in like the center of this so that it's hanging down like your hanging elements are. You could put it so that it's completely contained within the hat part. Maybe it's within that like chain that's going around the outside edge. That might help to bring the focus more to the face, and then making this smaller or something else we see elsewhere may also help. Mood. Drawing season 5 model EG streams make me think about what I'm drawing more. I'm glad I'm making you think. Perhaps. Thinking good. Thinking good. Yeah, so focal point definitely needs a little bit of work. One of the other things that may help you is that this particular species of deer has like a really bright, or not deer, antelope, has a really bright area around the eye. I didn't even show you guys the animal. Look at this fella. Really bright whites around the eye, surrounded by some pretty dark darks. So I think you have a little bit of it right now, but you could just have more white eyeliner in the design, just like in this area, essentially. And since your skin tone is not super duper pale, that will add a good bit of contrast. It may also make the darkest part of your eye stand out more too, to just beef that up. So it has the same facial expression as a hyrax. What's a hyrax? I don't know what that is either. I'm learning new animals today, which is not a thing that you expect to do once you age out of like grade school. There's a lot of interesting new animals out there that I discover with surprising frequency. Yeah, more white around the eyes. I think that's helping from a distance to bring me into the face more. Similarly, or alternatively, you could add more of these little white pieces of hair around the face. This creature seems to have like white around its mouth, essentially, and around its nose. And if you don't want to do that directly on the face, you could just increase the amount of these pieces you have around here that have some white in them. You may need to make a couple more like unique textures for them. But if you just have like more of that white right around the center part of the face, ooh, now that's really striking. Now that's really bringing the eye in here. Looks like a rodent related to a whale that lives in Africa? What? Looks like a rodent is related to a whale? What? John Mammal? Huh? Looks like the largest thing on Earth and is the smallest thing on Earth. Oh, they're just cute little guys. They have long fangs. That's interesting. Animals truly are fascinating. The rock hyrax. A small, stout mammal is more closely related to elephants than rodents. It uses specialized foot pads to climb rocky terrain. What? That's crazy. Okay. Anyways, not to get too off topic, more white around the face might be good. And even if you have a little bit of that white like appear in a couple places in the hair, that might be a nice idea too. But that's helping to bring my eye to your face a bit more too. Honestly, I might darken the multiply layer I put on your collar a little more. Oh no, wait, I did something wrong here. We didn't notice earlier, but I did a wrong layer. Hang on. Whoops. Paste that there. Make this not a multiply layer. I made some edits to your hair that vanished because I accidentally made the multiply layer. Whoops. Yes, tusks. Don't add tusks here. There we go. So, more detail around the face to make the face more focal. But right now, unfortunately, I don't think the face is very focal. It is being pretty strongly outcompeted by other elements. For concept and motif, we were talking about that a little bit with just making the type of animal clearer with the horns and the ears. The hooves are a cute touch. The tail kind of works. That seems fine. Is there anything else we should be able to read about this character? They're an apprentice historian slash art recorder. They are dressed in textiles, and they do feel professional and slash or important. The fact that they have multiple layers on, that there's a lot of intricate pattern work in the layers, does denote something of status to us, perhaps. But within your world, what do they use to record history? Are the patterns in their clothing things that relate to the history, or like are they depictions of historic events, or are they fabrics that are not maybe current or something like that? I feel like there's ways we could hint at that maybe a little bit more too. But we can clarify the concept maybe just a little bit. Mentioned before, since we're focusing on the face now, I feel like maybe some earrings would be helpful. Simple circular ones or something tucked behind the hair. Also gives a chance to carry that nice teal slash light blue color higher. That's true. You could use the teal color that's in here for an earring, perhaps. And then we'll sort of create like a triangle around the face in this area. Teal, teal, teal. Like that. You could still have like your gold rim around it, or treat these ones slightly differently. That might help. Yep, I agree. Maybe a hint to ancient museums. Maybe. Yeah. But I think we just need more of a hint to that being a part of the profession, maybe. Like, I'm getting the status angle of working for a museum or working as a historian. Those are things that also culturally and historically were given higher status, even though maybe today they aren't always. But yeah, we might need a little bit more from that. And then color palette. I was doing all of that pushing and pulling of value to try and make you feel less overwhelming, because the patterns, by being everywhere, were just kind of intense. There's stripes and dots and really intricate detailed patterns down here, and looser rendering up here, and patterns that are bigger here, and all these dense little like coin bits around the head and fur. There's a lot happening. So we can use value to force those patterns to be less high contrast, and therefore they're less overwhelming as a result. So we just need to revisit some of the values in a number of areas. The other thing that I can say is like a struggle of Vroid that I wish you to have freedom from is the fact that if you are going to use this as a 3D model, nothing is forcing you to maintain or to keep using the resolution of texture that Vroid uses you after you export out of Vroid. So like one of the troubles with Vroid is that when you're doing something like a big round sleeve, it super stretches the texture to be really wide across here. What you can do is, if you are using Blender, you could just like re-unwrap it. Or, if you don't even want to do that, if you just import the model into Unity, essentially, you can use a higher resolution texture. I think Vroid by default gives you a 2K texture? 2040? I don't use that resolution anymore, so I don't know what it is. But you can decide to not re-unwrap it and up yourself to like a 4K texture for like the jacket or some of these elements. So that way, especially like down here where I can tell that it's like stretched a good bit so you couldn't get as much detail and we can see the pixels, then you don't have to worry about that. You can get really crisp textures down in these areas also. That's like a technical suggestion. Yeah. But I think that is my grade for you. Shroommates, do you guys have any other suggestions while I do math? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6? I think 6 is the grade. 6? If I can count? Maybe? Can I count? It's always a good question. Oh, we're in an ad, so you guys can't hear me anyway. Hang on. Hello, are we back from the ad yet? Are you back? Are you back? Are you back? Shroommates, are you back? Are you here? Are you there? Shroommates? Are you back? Shroommates? Ad break's finishing now. Hi! Hi, Shroommates! Do you have any more suggestions to make here? We can round of applause, but I think 6 out of 10 is a strong start here. Just gotta push and pull some things a little bit of modification, perhaps. Have you done ladder? I have not, and I've also done 2 designs and not participated in my bingo at all. I didn't even generate a card. I suggest more applause. That's fair. I will applause. Let me see. What? Did not have pink hair. Did not have that. Unnatural hair color? No. No. I did use a multiply layer. I did scale up an accessory. There's no hoge yet. Oh, the other one had a little tiny one. No thighs. I definitely made silly noises. There were giant sleeves on both of them. Free. I would consider this a rainbow color palette. You have orange and red and pink and green and blue. The only thing you don't have is purple, but honestly, I feel like that's close enough. That's a lot. No, gloop it up. Needs more dirt. We did use. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna strong start for bingo. Are you able to show us the before and after? There are too many layers. I could show you if I go like this. I could stick them all. Well, actually, if I do that, my multiply layers won't work. Hang on. If I go like this. Oh, wait, hang on. There's actually a better way. There is a way to do it. I forgot I can do this. There's a layer comp option here. I always forget that this exists, where I can make a layer comp. So this is edited. And then I can make one that is unedited. I should really do this more. I forgot this tool even exists. This is base. So now I can toggle them. Look at that. That's cool. I should do this more. Before, after, before, after. Cool. Yeah. Thank you for submitting. Thank you, Willow. Thank you. On my YouTube chat update. Thank you, very helpful. I'm glad I could help. Let me save this. Also, thank you for setting up your text on here for me in advance. That was very helpful. It saves me precious little moments, precious little time. It doesn't take that long to set them up, but it takes enough time when I'm doing like 10 of them or more. So thank you, I appreciate it. Mwah. Close that. Close this fella also. Bye-bye. Who's next? Who is next? Actually is the question. Labula, done. Willow, done. Ah, Nixdorf, next. That should be done about 1 Pluto solar rotation. That's a while. Nilo, that sounds like an eternity. That sounds like an incredibly long amount of time. That sounds like something we're going to not be on this Earth at the same time as in the future. I'll be here. I don't know if you will. You should try and work on living forever because that would allow you to stay and hang out with me. I also need to shrink myself because I'm the wrong size. Bam. I should really make just like a toggle on my stream deck thing that makes me small. Professional procrastinator. Hey, that's not a good thing. Don't be a professional procrastinator. Hang on. So this is. I'm gonna start doing the layer comps. I'm gonna start remembering that. There we go. So now we'll be in last document state. And now I can add things. I need to edit the background color because the background color isn't right. This is still the problem I've been having. Why does it randomly make the background color like it's 9% too light? How does that work? How does that work? Okay. Anyways, Nixdorf is here. So, this is Nixdorf's character, who uses the pronouns he/they, or maybe these are Nixdorf's pronouns. And you can find Nixdorf at nixdorf.png on Instagram. This is my little goblin OC. I call them Sam, and they were my second model. Their origin, real height, and occupation are but gossip and guesswork. However, there's a high likelihood to find them near mud puddles after a heavy rain. Their standard look has the raincoat closed, but from time to time, a critter, or their tail, might peek out. Chaotic little goblin who just wants to play and let their inner child take over. Oh wait, hang on. Do they have like real short arms? Is this like one of those situations of it's like 7 little guys in a trench coat? Or wait, no, the arms are just being folded up. They're being held higher on top of the body. I think it's raccoons. Yes, this is a raccoon. This is something else. This is another creature. This might be an opossum. Yeah, okay, I see. So I think we just need more clarity to tell that these are overlapping the body right now. We might want just like construction lines on top of the raincoat so we can see that like, here's a shoulder, here's arm, here's the top of the arm. A little bit. Like I can see that you're mostly going for a lineless look, but you do have some. So these I think would be places that are important to put some lines, or alternatively if you just have like, oh, e.g. wrong layer. Gosh darn it. Okay, hang on. Do it again. Take 2. Run it back. Good thing I noticed that before I did too much. There we go. So that'll help. That'll help first with clarity so we can see where the edges of things are. You could also darken some of these areas in like here a little bit. So like we can see that this is the edge of the body where it transitions to being sleeve, or that we can see where there's like some overlap from the sleeve down in here. Just need a little more shading for clarity's sake there. Now we have arms. Bam. Limbs. Important. Next. I feel like you've got a strong start for silhouette here, but there may be things that would be fun to exaggerate to make the silhouette even stronger. So like the hair is nice and asymmetrical, the ears have a really clear shape to them, the raccoon tail, bits of hair on the side of the head, delectable, delicious, incredible. Good for silhouette. Worm on a hook in an earring, that's also so cute. But I feel like we could maybe get more out of the raincoat silhouette because the raincoat is what covers the whole body. And I would suggest that there may be other styles of like rain ponchos we could look at that may add something. So like a lot of rain ponchos have hoods on them. Maybe we could see that your hood is like off and behind your head. Some rain ponchos have almost like a capelet to them where they've got like a layer that's like this. And then like your arms are under it. Like it's not all one connected piece all the way through. There's a whole bunch of other styles that you can find raincoats in. And maybe it is just something where we need to see like some of the construction of the raincoat in order to understand it. Although this would negate my shading that I just did. Although maybe if it was just like that, we could see that that's like an angle for it. They're small. That's fair. Raincoat is very big. But if you want to emphasize how small they are, the raincoat could perhaps be even bigger. So like even if you don't go for the capelet, if we're trying to make it feel like you are really small, if we push the shoulders to feel like they're like hanging off the edge of the body more, and then we have like that line that I had drawn, if I were to relocate that line so that it's like all the way out here coming in, and you can see that there's like a hard angle being hit from top of shoulder, side of shoulder, and then here's where the actual seam is off the edge of the arm. Make the sleeves ginormous. Make them feel real big. Yeah, 3 kobolds in a trench coat. Yeah, you could make it even bigger than it is now. And I think we can do just a little more shape. Where like, you know, maybe we can see that like these are overlapping. The way that they're sort of open right now feels a little bit unnatural. It might be that they're holding it to hold it open a little bit. But if we like round these out a little bit more, maybe we can see that there's like a paw holding on. That might help. But then we could see like, oh, this is actually behind on this side and is like sticking out down there a little bit. Bigger issue was how to make the silhouette better and remove symmetry. Yeah. So, capelet I think would just help in general with adding something to the silhouette. If you roll the sleeve up on one side so we can give the peace sign or some sort of hand gesture, that might be a nice way to add to the silhouette. Adding some shape to the jacket is also good. So like, there is just like a theory, or not really a theory, but there's a lesson to be learned from the way that you draw shapes. And not you, just like in general. You as in all. If you draw a shape that is like this, it's a half circle, but it doesn't feel that specific. But if you draw it like that, suddenly it feels more specific. You've made confident angles in it. If you go like this to complete the shape, that feels more specific. So when you've drawn a straight line like that, it doesn't necessarily feel like there's all that much going on with it. If you draw the line like this, oops, hang on, that's the edge of the canvas. Like that, and just have some sort of peak in it somewhere. That makes it feel like we can see what the fabric is doing. That's giving us information. And even if you don't have a lot of that happening, even if they're not super exaggerated, that's just a hint to us as a viewer that this fabric isn't sitting super duper perfectly flush. There might be something underneath happening, or underneath it. You could make them less exaggerated than that if you wanted to. I should like stop doing all this on one layer so I can show you multiple ideas. You could make the little places where it buckles much smaller, and then that'll feel like a different type of fabric also. So like if I go like, where's my brushes? Here, and say, okay, there's like a little bit of it there, a little bit of it here, where it's like buckling just like a little bit from being worn. That helps a little bit. If the sleeve, we can see that there's like a little piece that like dips in and back out again. If the collar is a little bit higher, that might feel a little bit more exaggerated and specific as a jacket. Request make the neck shorter, the head more nested into the coat. That could be fun. I don't want to lose the negative space we're having around the sides, but I can move the head down. Let's see. Hide that. Just to see. Move it down just like a little bit. There we go. Also, if your neck isn't as long, you will also feel shorter. Like that. I wonder if we could just like nestle you like all the way into the jacket, or into the collar. Like if the collar was like this, like you could have the collar be like flipped up on one side essentially, and then like down on the other side for asymmetry. That's one of my favorite things that I always suggest to people who are pirates to do, is flip their collar up on one side, but not the other. It adds a little bit of like a chaos element, and also just a little bit of asymmetry. If we can see that this is like going around behind the head or something. Not maybe the greatest shape, but yeah. Maybe for more silhouette around the head, make the top bit of the hair bigger, more chaotic, but make the head non-symmetrical with the weight pushed to one side. Yeah, I was gonna push the hair a little bit more off center, perhaps. Like this. There we go. More exaggerated. Maybe. Maybe. My card's better suited for a mermaid day. My card is never suited for what we do. It's just the way it goes, unfortunately. It's the way the cookie crumbles here in the shroom state. Too strong of stem. Yeah, how strong's your stem? We've made the stem a little bit shorter. Not as strong, maybe. I do enjoy some of the tattering that you have down here. And that tattering may also be good for the bottom of the jacket. Right now you feel a little bit muddy, which is good. You could increase that if you want to, but like if we tatter this and like put some like holes or some wear into it, that will be interesting for the silhouette also as well, perhaps. And then one of the things that we do have trouble with just when we do have a character that is wearing usually one giant, huge garment that is bigger and covering every single thing is that we don't really get to use a lot of layering. Layering is often what allows us to play around with silhouette and to play around with adding details that make a design feel unique and also specific. But when you have one large garment, that does sort of make it harder. So where can we add an accessory that is really specific? You have one already. I love this hook in your ear so much. I want it to be thicker because you can't really see the hook very well from a distance. But the worm wrapped around a fishing hook is very cute. But is there something else we could add to the head maybe for this? I thought the blush was one big frowny face. Oh no, that's a blush, not frowning. Could layering possibly show the neckline / collar of a shirt peeking out underneath? Yep, that could be a possibility. I'm not really sure what you would be wearing underneath. I'm just gonna pick one of these colors that you already have. But if we could see that you are wearing something, that might be good. What type of vibe? I want little goblin. Lets their inner child take over. Inner child. Something dark for more contrast. Yeah, I was gonna try and bracket the head in with the color, but I don't want to take the hair color or the, whatchamacallit. I don't want to use the hair color or something too close to the skin color. Maybe I could take this, like, magenta. I had the blush full force because of live 2D things, but it's not always 100%. Ah, I see. Something of a shirt. I'm just giving you a shirt that has like a little V in the center just because that'll feel like a specific detail, but you could design a shirt that is more specific. That could work. Okay, that helps a little bit already, I think. And similarly, if you have like really giant sleeves, maybe you're wearing giant sleeves that are this red material also. That are just like flopping around also with it. So then we're repeating that color, we're adding something that if the arms were at the side, this would add a little bit more silhouette in an interesting way. I wonder if there's a way that we could like put a band around the sleeve of this or at the collar that makes it feel worm-like. 'Cause you know how worms are like that? Or maybe actually the inverse of what I just did. Worms have that like dark band on them. It might be something you could do to reference that, but we could add more flopping clothing essentially. Which would be nice for silhouette. And also for recognizing that there's arms happening in here. That'll also make your clothing feel like it's way too big for you again, even further. Yeah, that feels interesting. That's adding something. Is there maybe something we could add as like an accessory on the head though, was the other thing I wanted to suggest. Let me add like a little bit of like tear to the sleeve also. So that it matches. A head accessory. Because I feel like this is one of those cases where like a giant hat or something huge might be fun because it might make you look really small, but similarly we could give you like a smaller accessory in your hair or on your head or something, so that way we can still preserve the silhouette of your ears and your like mohawk, faux hawk, one of those types of things, style of hair. More earrings, maybe, but I feel like the area that needs detail is here. It's up here, because down here you have variety of colors sort of everywhere. You have all this detail along the bottom edge, but your hair just ends up being one flat color. And maybe you just need to have another color in your hair. You already have like the raccoon striping down here, but maybe if your hair was like one color on the outside and one color on the inside or something else, just there's more variety in it, that might help too. Worms in hair / silly. Worms in hair might feel a little bit disturbing, actually. Oh, hi, Libula! Home and all dry again. Good to see you. Oh, no! I'm glad you're dried off. I'm sorry you got caught in the rain. Oh, man. Oh, man. Could absolutely add critters in the hair. Okay, sure. Could do some sticks. Maybe also, that could be an idea. Either of these things. I guess, like, sticks and stuff would make you feel like you've been rolling around out in the grass somewhere if you're playing outside. I'm just adding generic sticks, but you could add something more specific to your hair. Creatures could be good. Ooh. Oh, wait, I actually don't know how I would suggest to do this, but there's something that I always want to do with character designs, which is I want to have somebody who has antlers have a spider living between them. Like if you were to have like a spider web in them, I feel like that would be a really incredible character design element that I have not seen. But there could be something if you were to like put these sticks sort of far apart, you could span a spider web across them or something, or just have a spider in your hair in general. I don't know if that works here. Just a little rat face sticking out of the hair, fair. Hi Revity, did I summon you with my mention of antlers? Big fake beads or bows that we'd have in our hair in elementary skids, but it's a fishing bobber. Maybe dirt or mud splotches on the ears to the right, the one closer to the description, to add more contrast, visual interest to the skin. Looks too clean. Spider lives on their antlers. Spiders live on their antlers? Wait, hang on, what, Ari? Cute mascot? Oh, is like another kind of mascot. That could be cute. Hi, Revity, been lurking in editing. Good luck with your editing. I don't know how people can edit things while they listen to things at the same time. I can't do it, and it makes me so bored. It's why I struggle with editing. But yeah, spider. Oh. Something spider. You could have like a little guy that's like perched on the ear, maybe. I wonder if... Hang on. Little like rat or something. Like coming out from behind the hair onto the ear. That might be a cute accessory to offset your worm on a hook over here. Black Widow on the ear, like a living earring. I like the asymmetry of having one earring. I don't know if I'd want to add another earring, but maybe. Rat? Yes, rats. When I'm scrubbing VODs and making the initial cut, I need silence, but right now I'm adding effects and stuff so I can listen to streams. Interesting. I can't do that. I wish I could do that. I have to have silence while I edit. Forever, always. Or I like just can't do it. Rat fella. Maybe in a color that's got more contrast than what I just picked, but hang on, let me grab this. You have the black also in some creatures already. Little guy. Love these ideas. You're all amazing. I agree. I think the Shroomates are amazing too. Oh, and maybe, you know what'd be funny? Is if the rat was like hanging over the ear and we can see his like little legs down here, but then you can see like the tail hanging down because rat tails also kind of look like worms a little bit. Like that could be something that's like just like funny to have two elements that are somewhat similar on either side, maybe. Although the thing I'm thinking about right now is perhaps just flipping what's going on here. I feel like having the collar on the ear that is not having the hair over it with the rat might be better, and then putting the worm on the other side with a lower collar would be good for just like balance, because right now this side's pretty heavy with the rat, and the rat will have better clarity on this side, but just like as notes for little things that could maybe be modified there. But we can start doing some grades, because we did go over a couple of things. Silhouette. Definitely needs more distinction. Your hair is doing a lot for you, but I think we just need something that acts as a layer, some more things breaking up the shape, just little details that add something, and we can add a little bit more around the head as well. So like, not a total loss, but we can definitely make it stronger. Would it work if the rat tail and worm had similar width/thickness? That would be interesting, yes. That's sort of what I was suggesting, perhaps, yeah. For complexity versus clarity, I think you need just a couple more details around your head specifically. Having the dirt on the bottom part of the design feels good, but I think just because your body is so covered, we just need something. We need a little bit more of like a pop, something. We need some pizzazz. More layers in the sleeves will help, but just like something around the head would be good. For focal point, your head, oh no, I just saved this. Oh boy, hang on, wait. Save that again. Oh no, cancel, what happened? I think I just accidentally saved these green marks on the rubric forever. Hopefully not. I'll resave it after. Oh. What was I saying? Oh, focal point. The head is very focal because it is green, and there's not a lot of green elsewhere in the design. Let me make my... edited comp. What does this do? Save layer comp? Yeah. Oh, okay, wait. So I can still edit it further. do need to, yeah, I wanted to turn all the layers off. That's why I was doing this. There we go. Your head is decently focal because of how much green is in that area. You don't have very much green elsewhere. The hair is also nice and dark, and the contrast of your eyes is pretty good. Secondary focal point is little critters inside the jacket, which I think makes sense. So I'll give you full points for focal point. It's funny looking at you after I've done so many edits because I think I've changed you pretty significantly. There's a pretty big difference happening here. Little Fang does give a bit of mischief. Oh, down here, honestly, I do enjoy the little Fang. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing to bring back into this version, is a little Fang. Little fangs stick out. A little bit of mischief. Yeah, that's kind of cute. Color palette. I think the color palette's fine. You may want a little more contrast in a couple of areas, just so that we can see them from a distance. Like if I zoom out, your lips go away, as do some of the edges of your clothing, which we'd already talked about for clarity's sake, but like your ears merge into your head a little bit too, and your nose goes away, as does your head shading. This color could maybe used to be just like a step darker. Let me go like this. There we go. And even if you don't color the entire lips this like step darker color, if the upper lip gets to be darker, if like part of the shadow under the chin gets to be darker, if part of the shadow for the ear is darker, you can push your shadows under the hair out a little bit more too, so it feels like the hair isn't flush to the head. But like if we increase the darkness of these shadows, the face will pop a little bit more from a distance too, which should also keep the face nice and focal. Look at that. Now I can see the lips as we zoom out. E.g. lasso. You're so right, Amber. I've not been lassoing today. Whoops. I should lasso more. But more contrast. Did I put that there? I wanted to put it here for clarity reasons. There we go. And then concept and motifs. You are a little goblin guy. You do look kind of chaotic. Let me import this in here. Yep. You do look kind of chaotic, but I feel like we just need a little more of that chaos to come through. This I feels much more scrunkly. This feels very pristine and put together. This is a scrunkly, chaotic fellow who is having fun running around outside and doing whatever they want. So we can get your personality to come through a little bit better, but I think you've got a good base. We can also make you feel smaller. I think that's the other thing we were doing concept-wise. But overall, I think that is what I would suggest for you here. Yeah. Not even once today? Oh, come on. No E.g. lasso. I'll lasso from now on. I solemnly swear I will lasso from now on. You have to believe me and trust me. Please. Please. Ooh, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? Sounds about right to me. 6.5 out of 10. Can we get a round of applause for Nixdorf, pretty please? Wah, 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 wah. Why do I always make noise when I clap? So goofy. Also, thank you, Ms. Eepy, for sponsoring Nixdorf. It was very kind of you. Thank you, Ms. Eepy. Olaibula, currently watching back my critique, feeling sad I can't answer. Oh no, I'm sorry. Very much enjoying it. Thank you for the charity crit. I'm so glad I was able to critique you. I'm sorry that we weren't able to do it live with you though. If you have questions about it, we can maybe talk things tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Friday a little bit also. Now dinner and lurk. Enjoy your dinner and lurk. Why'd you do a Christmas tune? Did I do a Christmas tune? Oh God. Oh God, E.g. Oh man. Well, there's definitely something going on with me. Why would I be thinking of Christmas right now? I did go through and sort my thumbnails and put a bunch of the ones that are gone and past in an older folder. So maybe that's why.
Friday, we're spilling the tea about art fight being dumb.
We're doing that also. I'm not allowed to talk about it right now, but I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I can't talk about it. You have to give me another topic right now, or I'm going to start ranting about it right now, and we can't do that. We can't. I can't do it. Manifesting it becoming cooler. Oh, for the temperature? Yeah. Man, I'm actually kind of annoyed about what is now occurring for next week's schedule. I'm actually kind of annoyed. Fish crackers! Yeah! Yeah, we love fish crackers. We love fish crackers. Gary, did you break? Oh, were you not able to hear him? I heard him. My hair. Hey, not my hair. Don't do this to me. Oh, let me open Fable's design. Oh, there's more notes on it. And a plushification test. I will have to grab details. But I think we already have Fable's details for the most part. We did critique Fable's design before. Ooh, wait, there's some great stuff going on here. Hang on. I'm so excited from some of these modifications. Wait. Interesting. Oh, I can't believe we didn't think of this, but this is so smart. Hang on, let me grab the details before I start yapping, before I go off to the races. I'll reread the concept to you. I'll put the, what we'll call it, the name and pronouns and stuff in here, but I'm gonna leave the concept sitting somewhere else for now. So this is Fable, who uses they/them pronouns. They can be found at Fabled Lore VT. Bam. Where do I want to put this? Put it down here, maybe. There we go. Okay. So we did critique Fable's design last week. Let me reread the concept to us all so we can be refreshed. And then I'll read all the stuff that's on here also. So, the deets. Oh, wait, hang on. I should deselect that so we can see it. There we go. The deets. Fable's a demon who redeemed themselves by accident. They've taken up the role as the guider of souls in limbo, both protecting souls awaiting judgment and hosting those who choose to stay.
Parent, I have a question. Why am I still Australian despite the fact that I have flipped back to being upright? Am I stuck like this now? Is this my life? Is this my identity?
Yeah, hey Gary, you'll find that when you move, your accent does tend to stick with you for a long time sometimes, especially if you were somewhere for a long while. So I think you are just this way now. I think it's like this forever, and I think that you're just stuck upside right now. I don't know if you like it or not, but it's the decision that I've made. But, where was I here? Oh, they're only allowed entrance through the gates to paradise on official business due to the angels' prejudice and their unwillingness to acknowledge Fable's redemption. Over the 500 or so years Fable's been protecting the waiting souls, many have forgotten their past as a demon and simply view their more demonic traits as a byproduct of their extended time out of paradise. So we've got some notes here. Gems are now malachite, which is associated with cleansing and protection. The flowers at their hip are asphodel, which is the flower we did recommend last critique, found in the neutral planes of the underworlds. Their shaw fables into a small cloud of, crumbles maybe into a cloud of sand, like an hourglass or the sands of time. Their horns now form an infinity symbol around their head and act as a mock halo. Ooh, 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 there's some good stuff going on here. So yeah, we've got the notes. Oh, these are already here also. Infinity and hourglass relating for eternity. Are symbol for not being able to escape. Demon was a lowly demon, like an imp or something similar. Tail. Demon elements include the tail, clawed fingers, horns, and then staining on ears. The lamp is split into life, flowers, and death, cracks. Ooh. The shirt and skin color will be more distinct in the actual model art. Okay, that was probably one of the first things I was going to say, but you're already aware. Horn lights will pulse on the model. Flames and veins of corruption appear when angry, and the sclera will darken. Hoo 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 hoo. Nice. Shaw gradient. Okay. Plushie. You are recognizable, I would say. I can recognize you in a plushie. Hell yeah. I'm so proud of you for these modifications. This is great already. Couple things, just a couple small things perhaps, that we can really do to get the most out of your silhouette. Make your ears a little longer, just so that they don't read as being a part of your head's or your hair silhouette. They don't have to be like huge, or as Rear Crew might call them, donkey ears, but just a little bigger. Just a little bit bigger so we can see them peeking out from behind the hair a little more. I'm gonna move your hair a little bit also with it, just like that. I'm like screwing the shape up some, but pretend I'm not. Oh no. Oh, my tools are not really wanting to work with me. There we go. Maybe clarity from the hair and the ears, tips of the ears too. Yep, we're gonna get there also. There's a couple clarity areas that I want to critique, but you know what I should start by doing is giving you props for some of the smart decisions made here. The eternity symbol is working great as a repeating motif. It's in your shoes, it's in the sides of your jacket, it's in your horns. This is such a specific horn shape. it's great. And the fact that it's also working as like a almost halo, also incredible. I feel like you could exaggerate them just a little bit more in the way that they're looping. Like this, just make them a little bit taller and maybe a little bit wider. And make the transition from the base being much wider to the tip being thinner, just like a little more dramatic maybe. Just because that will help to make them feel like they've got a little bit more weight. You go like that, there we go. Like, I don't want them to be standing up too tall because then they'll feel a little bit silly and maybe too friendly. Let me see if I can, like, there we go. Like, push them just a little bit more. More exaggeration. Not as floppy as donkey ears. These are cute. Okay. Riku has strong opinions about ears that are pointed, perhaps. Ears have been nibbled. You can still have them. Oh, they do look nibbled. I'm sorry. They do look like I bit you. I'm so sorry. I bit you with my brush. But, yeah, more exaggeration maybe on the horns just a little bit and the ears. And I think that will help. The sleeves, I think, could similarly have just maybe a little more exaggeration to them. Because exaggerating your sleeves will make you feel more whimsical. You'll feel more approachable that way, and you're not meant to feel intimidating. So that might help to offset, like, the dark scaleras, the horns, the tail, the dark fingertips, and make you feel like somebody that we would perceive as being trustworthy. Horns are so cool, right? Also, hi, Rarity's cat! How's your kitty? Tell your kitty Squiiji says hi. Focus, EG, focus, EG. Proportionally, I think your neck is maybe a little wide and a little bit long for this. So I might push that in just a little bit and peek your other shoulder just out a little bit more. I'm just pushing and pulling silhouette a little bit still. I think your scaleras could be a little bit darker to give your eyes more clarity still. I know that your eyes have like a glowing element to them, but they'll feel even more like they're glowing if they gradient into something that's like much darker in a couple of places. Contrast is what makes elements really feel like they're bright or glowing. So if I go like that, now your eyes pop a lot more from a distance also, which is what we want. Told Kitty to say hi and he spit out his food. He's aghast! He's so surprised! He's so surprised. He never thought he'd ever get to hear from Squiiji, his Oshi. I've heard that some people's cats and like animals do have Oshis, or like people they like or dislike. There's a person who I follow who is a fan of a Vtuber that I'm also a fan of. What a weird sentence. But their cat really hates someone's mascot, which I think is really funny. They're like afraid of the mascot for some reason. Where's my hair? Oh, there it is. Got it. So like that's like an anti-Oshi situation. I'm glad your cat maybe thinks neutrally about me. Also, the one snake that hates Markiplier. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you want to make the scaleras too dark so the change can be noticeable when they're angry? That's fair, but then you could push the scaleras even darker when they're angry, because this multiply layer that I have right now on you, this is not even like full black. This is still only like 80% black. You could push the scalera almost to being 100% black in this version. So like if I go like this in here, that might make it more intense. Yes. More of surface since tofu? Is that the name of the snake that hates Markiplier? How interesting. People love to say that snakes don't have opinions. Panda hating Markiplier? There's a panda who hates him? Poor Markiplier. Why do animals not like him? Huh? What? Leader Tofu. Well, is that the name of the snake? Or is that the person who owns the snake's name? Because I could see either being the case. I'm going to pull this out just a little bit for silhouette, so that way we can see that this is being tucked in a little bit more. That seems good. Name of snake. I see. Panda and tofu are snakes. What interesting names for snakes. I'm naming my snake after a soy-based food, and also after a completely other animal. Snakes are legless cats. Sure. I like snakes. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I fully agree with that. Okay, hang on. Clarity. I'm getting distracted. More clarity around the head. Okay, so your horn is almost exactly the same value as your hair is in like these shaded parts. They're very, very similar in value. So you may want to brighten up the horn as it gets like closer to the center of your head. Let me do an, actually wait, hang on. I can do something interesting. Lasso tool. And I'm gonna use a level correction instead of what I would normally do, and then I'll gradate out the mask so it's not as intense. And I'm gonna do it here where the horn's passing behind your head as well. I'm gonna brighten it. You could alternatively make it darker as well. Either or would probably be appropriate. Let me do this. Layer, new correction layer, level correction. Is this working? There we go. It was lagging. It was thinking about it real hard. There we go. And this will also help to direct some focus to your face, perhaps, too. These are almost going to point into your face. I'm going to fill this one in. Where's my lasso? For the love of God, where is my lasso? Oh boy, there it is. And then I'm going to airbrush erase it so that it tapers kind of gradually in. There we go. So now I can see the horn overlapping with your head a little bit more. It's adding some more interest to the top of your head area. Yeah. That's working. Your ears. I think that your ears may not need to have that gradient on them that goes to dark, because that's what's making it so that I can't see where your ears are against your hair as clearly. Maybe your ears just stay light colored. Or if they're going to gradient, use a different color undertone than purple. Use maybe like dark blue or something, or like a brown. So that way they still stand out from your hair clearly. Oh man, that's actually a huge difference doing that. For your skin tone versus your like clothing, for your shirt, your skin tone is a little bit purple in undertone. If your shirt was more gold in undertone, I'm not sure what your solution is, but this is mine. If your shirt was more gold in undertone, not this gold, we're gonna turn that down real quick, hang on. But that will be enough probably for us to identify that, whoops, that might actually not be shirt. That it's not your flesh. Is this your flesh? That actually looks like that might be your flesh. Otherwise, we're seeing your pecs through it. Interesting. But this will make it clearer that whether or not we are seeing your pecs through or not. Is this your pecs? Is this your body? Like, even that much might be enough for me to realize that it's it. It's not, wait, it's not, or no, not, it's part of the top. The black is a mesh. It's form-fitting. Oh, okay, so it is part of the top. So then I would color it this color also still. I see. Okay. Bam. Got it. Flesh sleeves. No. No more horror needed. I think Twiggy and I have flesh hair covered already. We don't need to be doing more horrifying things like that. Okay. That is sort of helping me to determine that that is not skin, which is good. Other clarity things happening. You have the asphodel worn on your hip, but because that's the only place it's located in the design, it does feel a little bit isolated. Repetition is a strong element we can use to make things feel like they are, like, integrated into something. So you have these sort of like half cut out shapes on the shoulders that are a little bit hourglass and / or infinity symbol-esque. You could shape some elements of this trim to be related to those flowers also, just that they show up in more than one place. So I'm just gonna put that there for now. You could also place the flowers somewhere around the head, maybe as like an earring, or in like one of the, like this little tie that you have here, or somewhere else, just so they repeat a little bit more. I do see them on the lamp. I feel like they might need to be bigger on the lamp because from a distance I can't quite tell what they are. Let me just go like that. And I may actually make them a little bit bigger on your hip as well, because they do sort of just end up blending in that area. So like bigger floral. Bigger. So that reads much more clearly from a distance, I would say. These, I think, are just sitting in shadow, so I can't see them as clearly. Make sure you hit some, like, highlights in here that allows us to see the edge of this against your sleeve because the values are pretty comparable. And maybe they just need to be a little bit bigger too. The torso is covered by a shirt. Maybe add more detail lines because that one singular crease looks like the stomach. It is supposed to be form-fitting, but you could have just like a couple, like just like one diagonal hole or something that tells us that this is not completely flush to your skin and that this is fabric that's meant to be standing off of it just like a little bit. Or like if we have one that's like down there or one that's like under there or something. So it feels like it's made of the same like sort of loose, light, flowy fabric. True. Oh, thinking of the faces. Oh, snakes and cats do have slightly similar faces. Have you seen the anime head theory that proposes that all anime people are and animal proportioning is cats? You can like kind of trace an image of a cat's face and get an anime girl head without having to modify proportioning all that much, which is kind of wild. Hi, bugs. I have, yeah. I saw people do it with snakes and dogs and other creatures as well. It works better for animals that have front-facing eyes. Animals that have their eyes on the side of their head doesn't work so well for. Probably because people don't have eyes on the side of their head. But just a thing. It exists. Anyways. Next, I just want to do a test. Layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. Remove your saturation. I do think you could push your shadows in some areas a little darker for clarity's sake, because do you see how, especially when I put this into grayscale, your pant legs blend into each other a little bit, your hair is getting lost in your collar a little bit. We could probably have a little more clarity if some of the elements went darker. So I'm gonna go like this, get a multiply layer. I'm gonna grab something that's like a neutral blue, I guess, and push like your hair pieces that are behind your head darker. Honestly, if you just use this purple color back here for the back of your head, that might be good, but that'll help me to read depth in your hair a little bit more. Because right now, each of these pieces of hair seems to follow the same pattern as far as darkness goes, where they're darkest at the tip and then they get lighter and then they get dark again closer to the center of the head. But if you have some places where they're much darker in a way that doesn't relate to their length, that will help us to read what they are a little bit more clearly. Like this is behind that ear, this is behind that horn, this is behind that piece, this is behind there. Little bits in here because this is a braid. Under here, maybe. This is really harsh, but it does help me to see the edges of the hair a little better. I can turn it down a little bit. Similarly, we need to do something about the hair where it's overlapping the shoulders because their values are very similar and the colors are pretty similar too. So even if that is still just like more drop shadows essentially, that might be enough. You could similarly just darken the ends of the hair a lot more so that there's like a gradient that darkens it, similar to how the tail is much darker. Or you could brighten them, but I feel like darkening will be better. I might just put a gradient on them that makes them a lot darker towards the ends. All right, I know this is a very rush job. Usually do a lot more variety. That's fair and understandable. I'm going to darken these in though. Because then their shapes also feel more comparable to that of your tail. So that might be a good moment of repetition as well. Blend that. So it's not as intense. But there we go. Now I can see your hair on top of you. Could push some of these values maybe a little bit darker. Yeah. I'm gonna start grading because I think I've said a lot of things. I think it's worth starting to put some notes down. So. Concept and motifs. I think you've done pretty much everything I asked of you with concept and motifs. I just want a little more repetition of the asphodel throughout, perhaps. So that way it's not so isolated to these two elements that are on the same side of the body and are both similar in scale. Bring it into some of the pattern work a little bit somewhere, maybe. Maybe put them in the hair or on a shoe or somewhere. Just give me like another location for them. For focal point, I do think your head is very focal. I could edit this so that I could see what I changed, but I think her head was pretty focal. Let me just check. This is my edited version. Let me turn off all of the layers I did just to check if that was true. Yeah, I would still say that your head is pretty focal. I think without increasing the contrast in your hair and your eyes, your cape ends up just a little distracting because this gradient is pretty high saturation and we are changing colors pretty quickly. Although most of the body is very warm and your head is very cool, so that does stand out for that reason also. I'll give you almost full points for that. Put it like here maybe. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is mostly fine. I do think that finding ways to take the infinity symbol beyond being just an infinity symbol will be beneficial to creating sort of like a unique icon out of it. So merging it with that asphodel flower would achieve that. Perhaps, let's turn my edits back on. So that might help those elements feel a little bit more unique. But like the design of the shoes feels interesting and specific. I'd say that mostly works for me. Details. Silhouette. The horns were great. We can push them just a little bit more. You do have some asymmetry from your waist accessory, which I think is helping to break things up. And then the fact that the horns go in front of the head and then behind the head is just like enough of a nice moment of asymmetry too that I'm not too worried about it. We can just push it a little more. And color palette, just be careful about some of the clarity elements. But I think that's it. Focus is also drawn to the head with the green fire version. Yeah, the head would be undisputably the focus in this version because the eyes pop so much. The fire is so bright. We don't have a lot of teal in the design other than right here. So that would help a lot. That makes the head very focal. But you're pretty close, I would say. Yeah. And the green is still distributed through the rest of the body in a way that helps to make sure it doesn't feel out of place where it is. Yeah. I think you've worked through most of the bugs, as I may say. You've worked through most of the elements to modify here. I think you definitely benefited from the iterating. Oh, and the tail is a nice touch for asymmetry as well. I don't remember if you had a tail before. Did you have a tail before? I feel like you didn't. Or if you did, it didn't stand out to me as much as it does now. I did not. Okay. Bet. Tail addition, good choice. Good move. What is this? 3, 6. There we go. Is that right? 3, 6? Yeah. Yup. Just clarity. And it's all little things to modify still. 7 sounds like deceptively low for how few modifications there are, but it's just like all those half points, I guess, added up a little bit. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Fable? I'm proud of you for sticking with it and for going for the modifications. I think, yeah, 5.5 to 7. Yeah, absolutely, we take those. Improvement. I'm so happy you took some advice, and you also thought of some great things that we had not considered, and I'm so glad you did. This is so clever. My favorite part of the design now is the horns. I've never seen this before in a design, and it is incredible. That is so smart. That is so clever. Round of applause. Nature of the buff rubric. That is true. Nature of the buff rubric is that it is hard. It is really hard to get anything above a 7. So even when you do get the 7, that is absolutely a celebration to be had. Yeah. ADHD alien. Also, thank you for following. Let me save this because I realized I have not saved it. Oh, and then I can do my little before and after thingy.
The top of my head is so flat that you can rest your EG mug on it that you can get by typing !merch.
That's true! Gary, if you type !merch, you can buy a mug that you can rest on top of your own head. I didn't think about that. I should use Gary as like a mug rest. Oh, and look, Amber has done it. And Amber has followed Gary's, what do you call it? Call to action? Yeah. Thank you, Gary, for promoting my mugs. You know what's funny? I can see how many people click on my mugs from YouTube all the time. They get a lot of clicks, but nobody buys them. What causes you to not buy them? Is there something wrong with them? Do you just like them? Do you wish they looked different? Are they too expensive? What is the cause for the click away? I wish I knew more. It's interesting. Hang on. So here's the edit. Here's the original. More contrast, a little bit more modification on silhouette, but yeah, not too much of a change here. Yeah. Really love my mug. It's very nice and comfortable. I'm glad you like it. I like mine too. I enjoy having mine also. I like to observe the mugs. That's fair. Maybe they're keeping an eye on the mug for a day when they've got the cash money on them to purchase mug. You know, we can't always afford to buy mug for ourselves. Too broke to purchase mug. Fair and understandable. It goes that way sometimes. That's just how it is on this bit of an earth. I didn't curse. I didn't say a bad word. I just referred to one. It's okay. It's allowed. Next. Nope. That's the wrong tag. There we go. Next, we have Ari. Is your name said Ari or Ari? I feel like I've been saying it wrong, unfortunately. Sadly, do not need a mugs. My roommates are mug fiends, and we have like 10 mugs between the three of us. Oh, 10 mugs, Revity? Do you want to know how many mugs I have in my house? Do you want to know how many I have in my house? We actually had to put some in the garage because we had so many. Just in my cabinet currently, I think we have 20? And I think I have another 10 in the garage, if not more. I am a mug fiend. I think like 4 of the mugs are Jubbies, and all the mugs, even worse, are like ginormous. They're huge. Like I could eat like a whole bowl of cereal in them. Hesitantly ask how many. Yeah, I have a lot of mugs. I had a friend growing up who would give me a mug for like every holiday, and that is, I think, where the collection started. Yeah. Ari is also alright. That's what they call me. Hang on. Where is it? I submitted a new one? Oh, you submitted a new one! Oh no, wait, hang on! I did not know. I will find the new one. Hang on. A-H-R-I. You have 7 responses under your name. You submitted 7 different times. Across some period of time. Don't worry, I put the text. Oh, thanks! I appreciate it. Honestly, as a mug dragon, not a fan of that particular mug shape. 6 out of 10 for drinking out of. No offense, though, the mug is very cute. Thanks! I don't have control over the mug shape, so I do understand. I do like my mugs to be more bottom heavy than top heavy. Fair. Oh, perfect. Oh, wow, you did make me a perfect ref sheet here. Thanks. Because I wanted to put the text. Fair. Grab this. Close mine. Don't need that. Bop. Goodbye. Get mine in here. Or get yours. Oh, where is it? Hang on. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, what is that? 4th wall, enter to win? What did you do? How did we do that? Anonymous gifted a Squiiji gold star mug to chat. Type enter in the next 60 seconds for a chance to win. Shroommates, click enter. Type enter if you want free Squiiji mug, I guess. Who did that? Thank you, Anonymous. What the heck? Type enter, Shroommates. I can't. I already have one. I already have one. Amber said, oh! Quick. I don't know when the timer runs out. Quick. I forgot you can do that. I also already have one. That's true. Gonna retreat to lurker status and prep the design. Good luck, Fable. Thank you for doing it. Oh, Nilo won. Nilo, congrats. I don't know how. I think you just go to my page to redeem it, I believe. There's a way to do it. What the heck? Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Nilo will benefit from a mug out of kindness. Man, these calls to action things, they really work, huh? Streamer learns that there's a reason why people do that. More at 11. Thank you. How'd I manage to do that? Don't know, you got lucky. That's how it goes. Luck was on your side today. Very lucky in the shroom state today. I'm going to read. Also, you said there goes my luck for the next year. I am recently a believer of the fact that luck is a stat and not a consumable. The luck will stay with you. If you have a high luck stat, that's gonna stay with you. You're gonna keep that. You're not gonna spend your luck. This is not how I'm coping with the fact that my family says all of our luck has already been used. Why would that possibly be the case? Couldn't possibly be. Luck is a stat. I'm a JRPG player. Play your life like a JRPG and you'll feel better about it, maybe. Think of your strength as a stat. Think of your luck as a strat. Yes. But Ari uses any pronouns, any/he/she/they, and can be found at Twitter or Twitch, or found on, rather, oh my god, hang on, stop. Can be found on Twitter or Twitch at Ari __. I think there's 2 underscores. No, I'm not breathing in the copium. Ever. I couldn't possibly breathe. I can breathe just fine. Thank you. I can breathe just fine. Oh, description. A sea witch fascinated with pirates transforms herself into a human to chase the pirate life. But she could never fully erase the sea, so she can't truly blend in. She sails the sea trying to be a pirate, but she's constantly approached for magical deals instead. I make designs for my friends, and I thought I could call my VTuber designs transformation potions and turn my commissions into an in-lore sea witch deal. Oh, wait, I love that. That's so cute. Her design is inspired by The Little Mermaid, I see. I want to lean towards handsome girl / princely woman, by Foxnit? Oh, like a phobie shonen? Okay, I see. Rather than like mommy or cute girl, okay. I'd love to hear your thoughts, and if there's anything you think I could simplify. I tried to keep the design simple because I want to draw her often. Even if I love simple designs, I'm open to cutting elements, but I'd really like to keep the pirate theme. I also want to lean more towards darker, gothic vibes, like dark fantasy or grim fairy tales, or like a dark fairy tale. Going towards a dark fantasy with aquatic elements, deep sea, to create something that looks haunting, and now realize the colors are maybe too bright. Perhaps. Yeah. Fa is faux. Yeah, I know, and I say it that way because it pisses my students off. Maybe that's a thing I should remove from my personality, is mispronouncing words because it annoys people. But like, I used to pronounce hors d'oeuvres as horse divorce, because that's initially how I pronounced it when I was a kid because I didn't know better. But then it just became a funny thing to do because it immediately sent people into a full-blown rage. And frustrating your students when they frustrate you is a good way of getting even. That one's funny. That one is funny, but it's funny in the concept of doing it in class where they'd think I was talking about foxes, like the animal, and they'd get very confused. You should absolutely aim to confuse your students when you're a teacher. This is good advice that you should definitely take. Disclaimer, 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 disclaimer. I use faux too often, that's fair. Yeah, so, design. I think the best part of this design is the secret hidden tentacles on the back of the head. This is inspired. This is bespoke. I feel like this is something that I absolutely want you to still have in the Sea Witch version. I think this hairstyle should be like a half up, half down, where you still have the tie behind the head. Hang on, let me save this document state. This is bam. And then you still have the tie behind the head, but maybe for the Sea Witch, it's like a more exaggerated ribbon, because this design is just inherently maybe a little bit more feminine. And then it also feels like it is still like referencing Ariel in some capacity, because doesn't Ariel's human form have a big ribbon at some point? The way I drew this kind of makes it look like ears. Wrong layer! Oh no, I have not been doing a good job with my layer management today. Oh boy. There we go, just like a little bit of ribbon peeking up over the edge, perhaps. But then you could still have your like tentacle hair going down the back of your head here. But like, this is our hint that your hair is not fully down, maybe. We may have to render them a little bit so they read a little more clearly. Imagine Sea Witch maybe a little more Ursula on account of the dress. Well, yeah, of course, on account of the dress. But if we're getting some Ariel references in it, the fact that your hair is red, that would make sense. Also lasso. Yes, that's true. Thank you, Amber. I do think that we could do more with the shape of the dress, perhaps, because right now it's very bulbous. And I feel like we could get something more out of like a transition. Perhaps, maybe? Maybe. And there may be also something we can do to add some interest to the dress also, because it maybe is just like a tad bit simple. Maybe just a little bit simple for it. Aside on a classic yellow mug. Good decision. Good decision. Tentacle train? Tentacle train? What do you mean? Tentacle train. My suggestion to you was going to be to maybe pick a different creature to be the bottom of your body. Because you could add something that's like jellyfish-like and then still put the tentacles under it and then get a more interesting silhouette from it. Because my only concern I have with this dress is that it may be too one-to-one with Ursula. It might be a little too close. The fact that you're referencing both Ariel's hair shape and color and Ursula's dress may get you a little bit in trouble. And I know that we often think that, oh, why is Disney come after me? I'm just a little guy. They will. They will absolutely come after you. They will come get you. They will find you and hunt you down. So if instead you have a big like jellyfish bell here, yeah, Disney's lawyers are everywhere and they're always listening. Big jellyfish bell, perhaps like here. And then, turn that off for a second. And then you have tentacles like under it. They're maybe like a little bit thinner. Oh no, wait, hang on. This has to be clipped on. Nope, no, hang on. Flip, and then make them narrower. Then you could add like tiering to your silhouette almost in an interesting way. There might be an opportunity to add some sort of like pattern to this area, like almost like how like moon jellies have that shape on the top of their head, just so that we're activating this area of the dress in some way. But like that might be enough just to set you apart, and it's gonna be a more distinct silhouette for you too. And then like this sort of section in here could maybe be like the wobbly, semi-transparent, tentacly bits that they have also, yeah. Strands of doubloons or small goldish belt sort of thing around the waist for the mer squid version to add more separation, fill the empty space. That or gold details on the top to add more shape. Yeah, I do think we just need a little bit more detail on this version. This version, I want to tweak the silhouette of just a tad also, but I'm starting over here. So, what was I saying? Oh, having some sort of pattern on the top here. If we're gonna go with jellyfish, you don't have to. Maybe there's another sea creature you could mimic, but if you're doing jellyfish, there are jellyfish that have like almost like circular patterns around like the top part of them. I might have to look at a reference what they look like. It's the reason why the jellyfish in SpongeBob are drawn the way that they are. But you can have something that's like not a super high contrast pattern just to separate the top from the bottom. You could have something asymmetrical like was being suggested with like coins. Whoops. Hang on. Or like some sort of like sash being worn around the waist, because that's like a very like piratey thing to wear. If we were to bring like your green back. And then we've got an asymmetrical element for free in here. And we don't have to do too much, just something, just one little thing. Just one little thing. Similarly, I think that it would benefit this design if you just leaned into having the coins come from one hip more dramatically, and then having another piece of fabric that is sort of like a waist element. You could use like a slightly darker maroon in here to do that. As like the layer that's underneath. And then you can have like your coin thingamabob that's here. Whoops, I didn't really draw the one on this side very accurately to how you have it, where it's like that. Hang on, I'm doing a real bad job. Hang on, EG, focus. Like that. So then if it's not super bright, it won't distract us from looking at your face, but it is distributing the red more throughout the design, which is something that we may want to do, just so that there's a little more color interest throughout. Yeah, like a cloth or something. Yes, yes, yes. Also, your jacket is very interesting, because I don't know if I understand how it's working right now. It feels like you're wearing your jacket on your shoulders, but then you're also wearing it on your body. This feels like a shirt, but then you have something under it, which is another white layer. So like this feels like a shirt layer, but for some reason the shirt is the collar of the jacket. I'm not sure I'm understanding how this is all working. We may need to, if you want this to be the jacket, we may need to pull the jacket down just like a little more so we can tell that the jacket is being worn somehow across your whole body, more like a cloak. Or alternatively, we may need to change the color of this element just so that we can tell that it's the same object, perhaps. It's just a little confusing. Adding some bioluminescence might also be cool, I would agree. Oh, hi Rex. Algae? Ooh, algae might be interesting too. Some doubloons as a necklace instead. Maybe, perhaps, oh, that might not be a bad idea. 2. Yeah. But just something about the way this is constructed is a little bit confusing to me. I'm going to make to you my favorite suggestion for pirates, which we already talked about today. I forgot we had a pirate to look at today. More exaggerated difference in your collar. You do seem like somebody who is ever so slightly villain coded, and you were talking about wanting to reference some like eldritch or maybe like uncanny elements in the design. And the more sharp angles we put into this, the more it'll sort of start to feel like it's aligning with that type of aesthetic. So like sharper points, if these things become like more barbed at the end, where they're a little bit more aggressive instead of being square and dependable, that will start to help us to read that about you. Your shoulder things feel very squared off and dependable, but can we make other things feel sharper and more intimidating? It's used as a cape and not really a jacket. Didn't think that through because the jacket was just a torn up coat from a sunken ship she took. If that's the case, then you might want to just like show us the fact that this is a tattered jacket here, and maybe you have like little like stringy bits that are hanging off of it, so that we recognize that you're wearing the collar of it over the front of the clothing, and maybe we need some sort of like clasp at the bottom of it or something to understand how it's being held on or together. Lasso. True. Oh my god, I'm doing terribly with using lasso today. I just keep forgetting. But of Minecraft glow squids. Oh, dirty up the bandages. I do think the bandages need to be changed in color, or maybe the shirt needs to be changed in color, because your skin tone, the bandages, and the shirt are all really, really, really close. Really, really quite close in value and in hue. So, what if you were wearing like a slightly more beige shirt? Like not incredibly beige, but oh my god, add a new layer, come on. There we go. Slightly more beige shirt. One that is maybe slightly darker than your skin tone is. So it's still fitting within like your neutral palette. Maybe it'll feel kind of sandy and therefore related to the ocean. I can maybe turn that down a little bit so that it doesn't look like it's trying to be gold. But then I can separate the elements of clothing as layers a little bit more clearly here. So unnecessarily terrifying. What, placing orders? I'm sorry, it's terrifying. Why is it terrifying? Just committing to owning objects? I guess that can be scary. Okay. Yeah, more exaggeration with that. I do think that seeing like the threadbareness of the other sleeve might help. Wait, is this not a sleeve? This might be your skin. That's your skin. Hang on. That's why we need to do this, because I couldn't tell that that was your skin. I thought that was your arm. Put a chain brooch clasp thingy, the thing that's used for shawls or whatever. Yeah, the little, like, thingamabob that goes like that. Oops, hang on. Across it, just so we can tell that it's closed. Although that is adding more symmetry. Something that I want you to do for asymmetry's sake on both of these, both versions, is to break up the scaled part of the arm a little more, maybe. Where I think the way you've handled the scales for the most part is pretty effective by keeping it really big shapes. But if you have just like a couple like scattered scales outside of it and make that edge a little more varied, that will be something that would maybe benefit. More details are a bit daunting. Wanted to simplify the design a bit more. If you're going to simplify the design though, if you're drawing it a lot, there are things you can ignore when you are drawing it many times. Like when I draw myself, I don't draw every part of my design. For a VTuber model, you can have the model itself be more detailed than the way you illustrate it. So like when I draw myself, honestly, I don't even draw my glasses a lot of the time, but like I ignore all of my necklaces, I ignore my belts, I only draw my big earrings. There's a lot of stuff that I negate, especially when I was drawing like some of my seasonal outfits too. So I thought I had to delete a lot of stuff. you can delete a lot of stuff when you draw yourself, but you have enough elements in your design that'll keep you recognizable if you were to draw a pared down version of yourself. So I think you'd be fine. But for a VTuber model, having a little bit more detail would probably benefit you because that's not being redrawn over and over and over again. That's one model that you use on stream every time that you stream, you know? Yeah. More of them draped across the chest would add more visual clarity to the chest/torso. You can also make them asymmetrical to add them more randomly. That's true. You could have like these things that are clipped not sitting at the same level, so that way it's diagonal or something, sort of like hastily thrown together. Yeah. See which tentacles, like in the chibi version, 2 tentacles curl out. Yeah, that might be good. For silhouette, also chibi version. That might be a mascot, but that's a cute little guy. Hang on, I need to make this like feel like it's like wrapping around more effectively because this is a jellyfish bell now, perhaps. Yeah, so vary that edge a little bit more, and also you don't have to leave the arms symmetrical either. You could have like more of the scaling that's like higher on the shoulder here, and then like, you know, maybe there's less of it right here and this goes a little bit higher on this arm, and then on this arm maybe you have a spot of it that's like here on your shoulder, and then the inner edge of this one goes just like a little bit lower or something. And when you draw this, every time that you draw it over and over and over again, you don't have to draw these exactly the same shape. Just draw something that looks vaguely the same, following the rule of, oh, this side has a spot on the shoulder and it goes higher in the center. This side, you've got a spot higher on the shoulder and it goes lower on the one side, you know? Smaller is my VTuber and they have 0 magic. Aw, that's cute! Just a little guy! Such a cute little fellow. Oh, Sergeant Newman, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Vaguely the same. Yeah, you don't have to draw them exactly one-to-one with the way that you have them in your reference. You just have to draw it within the ballpark, and people will be willing to accept it. You don't have to draw it perfectly. The way I draw my hair changes between almost every time I draw my hair. Sometimes I draw it as big triangles, sometimes it's big arc, like a half circle, sometimes it's more like a big oval. Sometimes it's like it is for my low poly right now, where it's real close to my head and then gets really wide. As long as it's within the ballpark and believably similar, there's a lot of ways you can stylize the same design and have it be recognizably the same person. So you can pare it down for your drawing, just like say, okay, we gotta keep the fact that the hair is real square in front of the face and then real wide further down the body. But we don't have to have this number of strands, and the bow doesn't have to be the exact same perfectly shape, it's just squared off in some way. We got one strand in front of the body. You can pare things down. It can be simplified for that. But yeah, I don't think you should add a ton more detail, but just like a couple little things to break things up, add a little more to asymmetry. So the other thing I was gonna edit is that this drawing here feels very stiff to me, and I think it's because you don't have a lot of arcs in it. So this is just maybe an art critique, but like if you bring these down at the center and a little bit up around the outside edge, then it'll feel like it's responding to perspective a little bit more and it won't feel so stiff. Similarly, the shoulders are really flat. You could arc the shoulders down just like a hair, maybe for both illustrations, just to feel a little bit less intense. And if you're trying to lean into sort of that Bishonen, oh, I guess that would make sense how you're saying it, Bishonen, fake Bishonen type of vibe, you could even further exaggerate beyond the edge of your like real shoulders with the cape on top, because that is one of those things that like people really like in that genre, is really big wide Dorito like shoulders and then like itty bitty teeny tiny like cinched in waists and small hips. So like you could exaggerate those elements even more just through the clothing, where maybe that's not actually what you're shaped like at all. It's just you're trying to come across that way to others. So you'll feel more intimidating like that. And maybe this jacket wasn't your size anyway. Similarly, I think you could like splay the jacket out a little bit more too. I think I see a sleeve back here. Your arm itself does add to silhouette in the hand, but if we could see your sleeve, oh, wait, hang on. If we could see your sleeve out here, it's like there's one part of it, and then like here's the bigger part of it. That would also add something interesting to your silhouette too. In a beneficial manner. Yeah. Looking for a Vtuber model, dangly bits are fun and cool. That's true. Having opportunity for motion is always a good thing to pay attention to. Clothing gives fake muscles. Yeah. Clothing is a lot of playing pretend. Clothing's a lot of making ourselves look the way that we wish we looked and modifying our own silhouettes and modifying our proportions in an interesting manner. Yeah. But yeah, more exaggeration would be good from the silhouette also. I'm gonna start putting some grades down. Though, because I think I've talked about the bulk of what I had for you. So, give me a drawing implement. So, color palette. If you want to be a little bit more eldritch, if you want to feel a little bit more gritty or like dark fantasy inspired, you just need to go for darker values. I think you're very quintessentially anime right now with some bright pops of color. It does feel very engaging, and as you saw, a lot of the shroommates were saying, delicious, delectable, edible colors. These are very enjoyable colors that you have right now, but if you want to lean more into sort of like that grimdark fantasy, push your reds more into like a maroon, maybe a little bit closer to that, and push your greens maybe a little bit more, I guess, darker, like not emerald, they already are emerald, but you could just push them a little darker, a little bit less saturated, and that would help. Also, leaning into having some spot blacks is something that can help with dark fantasy, but I would say if that's what you want to do, pick up some style references. Look at some particular illustrators or like series or pieces of media that are using the stylization that you would like to have, and note down how they're using like the way they handle bright reds or greens or golds, the way that they handle blacks, the way that their shading is managed essentially. Note those things down. Yeah, now I'm torn. It is tough. You've got some good things right now, but yeah, it is hard to decide where you want to go with it. I would say that this may be more appealing to a broader audience of VTuber watchers, maybe. Meanwhile, like a dark fantasy version will have a more niche audience, but often having a niche can be beneficial also in a similar way. If the color palette looks good, then it is up to your preference. If you want to go that direction, I would encourage you to do so, but if you like the color palette the way it is, then you could stick with it, and I think that would still be fine. I think that would be okay. Just make sure that we can see the difference between your chest and your skin and your bandages more clearly. Yeah. Mary Marito, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hi, Snom. Exclamation point YouTube? Why are we exclamation point YouTubing right now? I got a quick question. Oh, are the crit mods going to be saved somewhere? Or are they going to disappear after a while? Is exclamation point YouTube not working? Why is it not working? You all did it. That should work. That is a command I have. That's peculiar. Don't know why that is. Here, I can put YouTube in. Here you go. Don't know why that didn't work. Weird. Nice try. There it is. If you want to look, that's where all the VODs live forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Silhouette. So I'm gonna grade the silhouette. It's like I don't want to average it. The silhouette of this design, I think, was stronger. It had asymmetrical elements. The hat is exaggerated. The hair has some nice, like, gentle asymmetry that's natural and believable. I did make it more exaggerated. But the silhouette wasn't bad on either, but I still think we could push both of them to greater effect. Modify the bottom of the dress, modify your collar, modify your coat a little bit, perhaps, so we can get just a little bit more from it. For complexity versus clarity, I think we want just like a tiny little bit more detail. And I want some of the details just to be a little more specific in their application, where, you know, the arms don't have to be a perfect mirror and the scales can be a little bit more varied. Making the coins a little bit more off-center, that would help. Some more believable detail to show us that the jacket has been tattered, to add clarity to the fact that this is just the top of the jacket being worn across the chest, essentially. There's some things being done to clarify the clothing just a little more. But I do enjoy the fact that you did modify, like, the buttons on this, like, I guess, like, almost like belt? Ornament? I don't know what to call this. It is kind of like a belt. Or what do you call it? A cummerbund? But the fact that you lined it with shells is a nice touch because that relates to the fact that you are a sea creature. You've made your emblem on your hat, an octopus. These things work pretty well for you. Oh my god, wait, I didn't even notice. Your toes are out. Do I have no shoes? You do have shoes, but... Oh, I don't even have no shoes. Darn. That's funny, though. That's funny. I hadn't realized that. I wonder if there's a way we could make that clearer, because that is, like, a funny thing to notice. Remember you said that a motif needs to repeat? Yes, this is true. So having that repetition is good. The shell comes back in a couple of places. We like to see that. I feel like we could make the boots more clearly frayed so you can tell that the toes are sticking out. I just thought from a distance that they had like a white colored toe on them. Like almost like a hard toe. Oh, focal point, easy, full points, it's your head. Really nothing to be said about that. You've got the redhead advantage. And choosing a complementary color palette with green also helps a good bit. The hair shape here as well is really leading us into the face. It's swooping in and up to the face. This works pretty well. Also, changing the shape of the lower part of the body also will help us to sort of move up through the design as well, where these parts start wide and then arc up and in, and arc up and in, and up and in. Yeah. Design is actually green, but I realized they get lost in the sea. Yeah, you might. The black, I think, is going to help you with your fantasy angle and provides a lot of clarity, too. It also helps you to not be Boakum, black, white, a color of metal. For concept and motifs, change your creature situation here maybe a little bit. Oh no, I feel bad because you're an octopus, but I guess if you're a sea witch, you can be drawing on elements of other animals, or maybe you can be your own unique little creature that is both a jellyfish and an octopus somehow. You're your own unique amalgamation of creature, maybe. But I do think we could go more specific with the dress. And honestly, that's kind of it. Oh, and more exaggerated the shoulders for getting that Bifonin vibe across, but I think you're pretty close. I don't think we'd have any trouble understanding your concept if we took a look at you, and I would say your design is decently memorable for what it is worth. So, 2, 4, 8 out of 10, I think? Math? Yeah. That seems fair. Put it like here. Waha! I don't know if this counts as pink hair. Darn it, I'm having a bad time with bingo today. It ain't working. But, bingo aside, can we give Ari a round of applause, please? Wah, 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 wah. Thank you for submitting. And also thank you for donating. I appreciate it. Actually, you're right, it's not red. I know it's not red, but it's like, I feel like it's not pink enough to be pink. It is closer to pink. It's closer to magenta. I'll think about it. I'll ponder it. But thank you for submitting. Oh, we've got an ad starting up. Perfect timing. While I prep the next fella. Let me save this. Oh, wait. Somebody wanted me to flip back and forth between the original and the edited version. Here, I can do that. OG, edit. OG, edit. Yeah. There we go. File. Save as. Oh, I did save it as, but I did not save it as a Clip Studio format. Whoops, hang on. There we go. That's what I wanted. I'm so close to bingo, man. Oh, I'm not jealous, I'm not jealous, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous of you at all, not even slightly, not even close. Why would I ever be jealous of you? Candy Dagger's next. Got a good score, good job? Yeah! You guys are doing great today, and honestly, doing great every day. I could say that just sort of like across the board always. There we go. We'll open that up. I'll have my hydrate. I am gonna eat a little snack, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if we've Tamagotchi'd today to make me eat, and I may have ignored it. I'm sorry if I did. I'm gonna eat a little snack. While we observe Candy Dagger, because I think an ad is about to start. And I don't want to be reading the deets while we got an ad going. There we go. I'm going to eat some saltines. And you get to have the joy of listening to me open the saltines. Actually, I decided against it. You don't get to have the joy of listening to it. Okay, that opened a little too easily, and now I'm afraid that they're gonna be stale. Let's sit on your head. Do you mean my glasses? Or do you mean my, onion? That's my hair. No fish? No fish. I'm out of fish. Joby and I think, are gonna go grocery shopping on Saturday so that we can get some more snacks. Very happy because I've watched Squiiji's design videos. I'm glad you liked them. Try my best to apply them to design. I can tell. I can see the pathways of thoughts that shroommates use when they're designing their characters. I can see the Squiiji that lives in your head telling you to do certain things sometimes. I can tell certain things are there because I told you to do it. Or maybe because you already knew. But sometimes I can see, I'm like, I said that. I think you listened to me, maybe. Maybe that's like an egotistical thing of me to think. That you learned it from me, but maybe. I'd be happy to have taught you something. I hope I'm a decent teacher. I see you saying I'm a great teacher. I don't know if I'd go that far. I think I'm a decent teacher. I think I succeed at teaching. I think I could be cooler. I think I could be more succinct in my language. I think I could be more eloquent in my language to be a great teacher. But I'm working on it. That's the goal. Someday. I don't have to be great now. I'll be great later. We'll work on it. Stretch. Okay. I'll stretch. There we go. Crack my wrists a little bit. There we go. Saltine. Honestly, saltines have no right being this tasty. Like, they're just like salty and crunchy. But somehow that's enough, you know? Simple things in life sometimes. So, next, we have Candy Dagger, who uses pronouns he/him and can be found at Candy Dagger. Switching from V1 to 2, color palette is neon, or close to a green, blue, and hot pink. A skeleton in a candy slime pulls objects out the bite mark. Wait, hang on. Pulls objects out of the bite mark in the head. Bone is actually marshmallow. Been thinking of a redesign, but tricky with the small body. Wanted to show more of the slime theme and skeleton and made the bite mark bigger, but it does make the drawing the mark harder to see, possibly? Thought of a slight jester motif, but hard to fit in without going too far, so settled for a jester hat silhouette and added candy inside the slime with the bones. Also wanted it to be animated. Will also be stop motion in the future, but shot myself in the foot with the transparency. Lore was an apocalypse candy dump, robot stuffed animal fantasy land, but switching to a void, something still working on that. We'll transition back to a different fantasy apocalypse with stop motion. Big motifs of my art is colors, contrast, and whimsy. I see. Live, laugh, slime. Noted. Also true, because every time I design characters, I hear EG haunting me. I also hear EG haunting me, too. Oh, I like your emote. That's cute. That's very well animated. Full head rotation. Interesting. I just need to tell you, first and foremost, I adore this little guy. The material usage here is incredible. This is phenomenal. This is fantastic. I love this. This is amazing. The fact that this feels like a gummy that I want to eat. You do feel kind of marshmallow-y. You feel like you're made out of clay in the best way. Used foam clay? Wait, this is real? Oh my god, I thought this was a 3D render. You did a great job. This is so cute. What did you use for the hair? Museum gel. That's amazing. Sorry. I had to edit something. I didn't note something down immediately. That's impressive. I love this. This is so cute. That's so inspired that this is a real thing. I love that. I think you should absolutely be sticking with that in the design. Oh, wait, because the thing I was going to suggest to you is that I really wish we could see these fellas in this style, and it seems like that's what you're going to go for. Incredible. Incredible. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, that was our first extra point in a minute, perhaps. I'm giving you an extra point for style because going for a full stop motion VTuber design is so inspired. there's a couple of them that I've seen before, and all of them are amazing, and I love that for you. I love that for you very much. Eventually, but need more room and such. That is fair. If you're going to do stop motion, use like a background color that is like, oh, there might be like a really like neon orange you can use that won't conflict with your current palette that you could use. And then because it's so different from the green, as long as this is opaque enough, but not fully opaque, it shouldn't desaturate it too bad. Although orange, might desaturate it still some. Because I do also think keeping the head floating and the hands floating would be nice touches. And if you just take a piece of wire and you wrap them in something that is the same color as the background, it makes keying those out real easy. So you don't have to manually edit them. Because floating the head would do a lot for silhouette also. That would be really fun. But just to like get started, I believe this is your 1.0 then, right? This is the 1.0, and then we're switching to this, which is the 2.0? Or is this the 2.0? I think this is the 2.0. And this was the 1.0. Oh, because I might have been hair behind the head. Okay, yeah, okay. I see. So, for this version, I do think that you should stick to simple shapes. I think that is one of the greatest things that is working for you here, is simple, clear, distinct shapes. Let me make layers because I need to do that to not draw directly on you. There we go. So the other reason why the materiality of your hair works really well is because there's a variety of materials we're seeing. Like this is a slimy material and this is a more matte material. Here, the way you've rendered it makes me think that most of it's going to end up being a slimy material. I think we still need matte materials. The other thing that I may suggest to you is that you are a skeleton wearing a blue sweatshirt with neon green as another color in the palette. I don't think that I would say that you are a Sans Undertale knockoff, but there may be people out there who would say that, just because that does align you pretty closely to that fella, which sucks because, like, this color palette is so nice, but I'm trying to figure out if there may be a way that we could just flip some colors around somewhere to make you a more distinct. I don't think Sans is green. Is his eye just blue? Maybe his eye is just blue. You're the first one to say that. Really? I think that might be a sample bias thing if I'm the first one to say that. I think for the general populace, if you give them a skeleton who's wearing a blue sweatshirt, they're gonna think Sans. So if this becomes a garment of clothing that isn't a sweatshirt, that may also be helping, perhaps. Reminds me of Sans OCs. I could see that also, perhaps. But making this a matte material, I think would be a good move for you, because if you're entirely all jelly-y, suddenly it's not as interesting and impressive and attention-grabbing where it is jelly and slime-y. Different style of teeth helps to differentiate it. Yeah, the whole skull style is more specific, so that may also be helping. Although, there's so many things about this one that I'm missing in this one. Here's a question for you. What type of vibe do you want to convey to your viewer? Because this is a little guy. This is a cute little fella who is very cute. Made with all-round shapes, is friend. This fella seems much more intimidating. For the fact that they are still cartoony, you have much sharper angles in the face, in the nose, in the teeth, essentially. There's a lot more action happening here, too. And the exaggeration is leaning this character more to be, like, active. Yeah, this one drinks energy drinks. Ember, that's such a funny way of saying it, but yes, that does explain the vibe a little bit. V2 looks like an old Crazy Bones design. New one feels very painterly, like graffiti. It does feel kind of graffiti-like. I think the zigzags are doing that. Angular style, yeah, the angular style is fun. It's a little more punk-aligned. But my question is, how do you want your viewer to perceive you? What type of personality are you trying to convey to others? Transitioning to a different fantasy apocalypse with stop motion. I imagine if you're in an apocalypse situation, maybe the darker stylization would benefit you. But I think there's a couple things that we could modify here to preserve some of this proportioning, that would work well with the style then, because here you're losing the skull adding to silhouette, which I think is something that's helping a lot. And if you want to go for something that's like sharper and more angular, you could just pull these to sharper points essentially, instead of making them so rounded. Just the way that you're sculpting yourself essentially. And then you could bring your new hairstyle over with it, because while the hair does partially obscure half of your head, this point on this side would not be obscured. That's not the color I selected. Who are you? There we go. Oh, this would be hard to render, just me doing it manually. You gotta trust and believe me that I'm just trying my best to render it. So then you could have like your drips and your really exaggerated pieces of your hair. This is great. This particular movement is really fun and really makes it feel like you're defying gravity with your viscosity. So like that would work well. Where's my lasso? There we go. So that is good to keep. I'm just doing a paint over right now a little bit. Also giving Gogo's Crazy Bones. Maybe to avoid sands, use a secondary colors only. So like purple sweater maybe. Then back to the thing you said about the orange background, keeps in secondary color palette. That's perhaps true. The orange background I was suggesting was for chroma keying or for color keying. But that could also still similarly work. Big drippy. More drippies. I've made you emo, but I think you were that way already. Cute and dark, I guess, also alludes to the name with bone and dagger. Okay, so if we're trying to be cute and creepy, I mean, I think this is covering it, but there's just something about this head shape that is so appealing with the way that the mouth area is so wide still that I'm almost sad to see it go, but that could also just be a personal taste thing. This may just be more appealing to me in a cartoonist sense. That drip also makes the teeth look like they're sticking forward a bit, which could also be cool. Oh, if the teeth aren't flush, so like if we look at the side of your head, your teeth are like, you know, here's the front of your head, and then like the teeth come out at us. There's a skeleton I can't think of that, oh, that has that. What is it? Oh no, it's a really like disturbing one too, I think. What am I thinking of? It's like so nebulously, vaguely in my head. Oh, it's not a skeleton. It's what are they called? The children of the gods in Nausicaa. This help for turnaround. Oh, it's so little. I can't tell. I can't tell. But yes, maybe. But yeah, having the teeth stick out forward would potentially be good. I think those cheekbones are still a little in the energy drink lad, but the hoodie might be covering them up. Oh, maybe. I think the hood may be covering them up. Oh, I see what you mean about jester motif. I do think that the super zigzag happening to it is making it less clear that that's what that is, though. I'm gonna remove some of this. I don't think you need quite so much texture on it. And then if you were to have like a little thing at the end of it, it should probably be something that makes it feel like a bell. So if you picked like one of the more like lime undertone greens, that might help us to realize that this is supposed to be a jester hat, but I don't know if it's really coming across all that clearly as one. Let me see if I can reshape it. It may need to, whoops, hang on, too big. It might need to go down before it goes out. So like if it goes like that, and you could make it more extreme to match the style a little bit better, but like this might feel a little bit more like a jester hat. And then you could still have your like little like green bauble at the end. Or maybe it's like hitting the floor or something. If we could see one on the other side, that might help, but we can't see it right now going around the head. Second head looks like a cute spooky berry. It does kind of look like a berry. You look very edible, which makes sense for being candy themed. Want to draw them so badly, they look fun to draw? Yeah, yeah. Hey, are you on Art Fight? We should maybe all be preparing for Art Fight, despite my anger about Art Fight. Mystery Skulls animated? No. I mean, Mystery Skulls animated may also have that. No. No, that fella's just goes straight down. I'm thinking of the Child of the Gods from Nausicaa. Is that what they're called? She calls it a child. Oh, the god warrior. God warrior. Their heads are not shaped like that, though. They're kind of disturbing. I'm trying to find a picture of them that's not that disturbing. This one isn't showing you it, but their teeth go forward. And they have kind of like a skull-like head. Can you see the resemblance, maybe? These teeth are going forward. You have to believe me. Legally. You have to trust me. I wish I could just bring my manga out. Made the hair to mirror the hood. Oh. Oh, so the hair is supposed to be the other, like, jester, part. Interesting. I don't know if it's coming across that clearly. Angling it down, I think, is helping. I wonder if there may be a way to make you read as more jester by giving you a jester collar shape under here, and then just ignore, like, treating that more like a normal hood. Even though it'd be a smaller element, I do think we need to break up all the green that's happening under here a little bit. Because one of the reasons why your head was so focal before was because the green of your hair was a little bit exclusive to that area. So like if we redesign the front of that to be more jestery, that might help us a little bit more also. But I feel like there's just too much green in this one now. So the protagonist from the PS1 medieval game has some jutting teeth in what you're thinking too. I was thinking collar at one point. Maybe. The trouble that I'm having here is that this body, I think, is much more effective than this body is, because the hair being sort of exclusively green makes it more focal and it makes your head more interesting. So when there's green happening outside of your head, it's not as, like, of note to us as a viewer. So maybe your hands could be jelly and slime, and maybe your hands are just, like, much bigger and gloopier and gooier. And then maybe you do still have your, like, big, like, jester hat thing that's in the back on one side for silhouette. Whoops, hang on. From it. But I'm trying to think of what I would do with your body. I wonder if we could just make your body black, like the inside of your eye, and then you have, like, the slime around some part of it, the bottom or something. Secondary colored the gummy goop, like those dual colored gummy candies. Low-key, I thought that was what was happening here, but I think it's just that there's, like, a pink coming in from the background, but that could help also. Get a color layer in here. So, like, the pink might work well, and, like, some of the tips of this then maybe. Although that might feel just, like, a little bit gory. Let me see if I can figure out how to work this in, because then you'd probably also transition, like, through a blue into the green, so that it's not all one color. And then if we use one of these colors down here, it would maybe have better variety. Shoes are pink like the iris, maybe pink hands, or would that be too much? Maybe. Hi. Why is no one watching? Well, there's a lot of fellows who are watching. Everyone's just hanging out and relaxing and lurking. No need to say that. No need to call upon them. Put a little bit of the color there too. This does bring my focus more out to the edge here also, though. Kind of looks feminine now. Are you just saying that because there's pink in it? I don't think adding pink inherently makes it feel all that much more feminine. Two-color gummy vibe. Yeah, that might be good. Sorry, it's okay. But that's one of those things that is best not to do when you are hanging out in streams, is calling out quietness, perhaps. Not because it's upsetting to me, but because people who are relaxing may feel anxious as a result of it. Just good for stream. What is what I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. There's a word. For correction, you're good. Etiquette, yes, thank you. I swear to God. Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Leta. My brain works a little bit slowly sometimes. Although, you know what? What if instead of wearing a blue hoodie, you wear a black hoodie? Although you're on a black background, so that might not work as well. But then we're increasing the contrast in this area of the body where I think we were losing some contrast. And then if we leave the body, or like the body green under there, it may not feel as overwhelming to us, perhaps. Although I am completely changing your palette at this point around, and the proportioning of it in multiple places. Stream morale, yeah. Yeah, something in here, because then this breaks up all the color. Maybe the jester hat would be black also? Especially if you're leaning into the fact that this fella is like from a void or something. This feels a little bit Grim Reaper-y, which might be interesting and related to that. Maybe? This is hard to do on a black background though. But yeah, that might help. And then maybe we get some of the blue back as just like a detail on here. You could bring back like the thing that looks like your rib cage, whoops, on here, even though we do see your actual bones underneath. But then we have like a nice detail in that area. I think this is working. I think this is working. Getting rid of blue would be helpful because you can chroma key against that for content creation afterwards. That's also true. If we limit the types of blue that are in your palette, that will help to give you more color key options. I say, I have interesting color key abilities because I have too much green in my base design, so I have to use neon blue. I know there are a couple of VTubers who have to rely on like Spout 2 and stuff like that because they physically can't chroma key because they have every color. This is a cool stream, thanks. I'm glad you think so. Oh, yeah, Piece of Ideas can come in handy. Yeah. Getting rid of blue is helpful. Yeah, okay, so I think I've covered a number of the things I want to for your 2.0 design. I'm gonna grade you on your 2.0 and not your 1.0 because I feel like that's more helpful with this being the direction that you're going in. Are you streaming on different? Yeah, I'm mostly on Twitch. YouTube is my archive, and I have a couple fellows who prefer to be on YouTube's end. You can hang out wherever you would like, but do you see all these little guys? These are all my roommates. Look at them. You can see them on the bottom when they talk also. Yeah, so for the edited version, let me go like this and create a new layer comp so we can go back to the OG for just the grade test. So for your 2.0, I don't think there's enough clarity between a lot of your colors. If I go like this and remove all the saturation, do you see how here we have clear value delineation? We have white, we have neutral or mid-tone, we've got a slightly darker mid-tone, and we have black. The black is the eye, so that pulls our focus in, and the white is surrounding it. Here, you do still have the clear white of the skull and the black of the eyes, which does still pull us into the focal point, but all your neons are like exactly the same value, so they're not providing as much breakup. So then if I take this and apply it to the edited version so that we can see what that looks like, now you'll have a darker value that breaks things up a little bit more so we can see the variety a little bit more clearly, perhaps. Yeah. So I think that will help. So for color palette for your new design, be careful of your values. You're using kind of one value all over the place. Break it up a little more black. Maybe it doesn't have to be black. Maybe it's just another slightly darker color. Maybe it's gray. It doesn't have to be flat black. Honestly, I usually suggest not using a flat black. Use something that's like a couple steps brighter and then has like a color undertone. Maybe it still has a slight blue undertone to it. If I can find the layer I did that on. Like we could use something that's like this. There we go, lock it. There we go. Oh no, my other thing was on there. But just so that there's a step of value difference. Also, you're shading mostly with hue, and you're not really shading with value very much. These elements that are lower could be darker. I get that when you're built in real life for stop motion, these things will probably just be solved by your real lighting condition, but for clarity and illustration, just make sure your values get darker also with their values when they're in shadow. For your silhouette, hair, great. I think the jester hat could be modified so that it's more clearly a jester hat, but the idea to add that as something else that's increasing your silhouette and increasing the elements that are sticking out into the silhouette, I think is good. That's a beneficial move for you. You've got a lot of good asymmetry too. So maybe I'll put it like there. Oh, but actually, you know what? The fact that your hair is transparent will probably make you incredibly recognizable in silhouette because we're getting some light going through it also. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is okay, but I think we just need a bigger block in this area because there's just so much detail in the slime. And we need that contrast in materials to be more apparent, where we have materials that are matte and materials that are shiny and slimy and candy-y. So I'll put you right there. Focal point, it is definitely your face. And for concept, being a little skull guy who has like candy slime going on, I think is a cute combination of elements. And I think we can read that very clearly from the way that you've rendered it. It'd be very hard to miss. And most of our critiques really had nothing to do with concept. Although, actually, wait, for the jester angle, we just need to make that a little bit clearer. Maybe the hat shape can be changed a little bit. Maybe this can have more like triangular paneling to it. Maybe your sleeve could be more jestery. You know how jesters sometimes will have like the really like, oops, hang on, bell-shaped sleeves? Maybe you have really wide sleeves that are bell-shaped that go into the little part down there. Or maybe we can see that there's like an ever so slightly like lighter or darker stripe on it or something. I think those are things that might help make us think of jester, or like spots or something. Pattern subtly could be a friend. Yeah. Transparency silhouette again. Yeah, honestly, both of you being neon green, semi-transparent fellas, you got a lot in common. So amazing, but you put a lot of work into them. Thanks. I do. I try my best. Math. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half, 8.5 out of 10. I think that sounds fair. Bam. I'm managing to stay like right on schedule today. I'm doing great. This is incredible. But thank you for submitting Dagger. Thank you for submitting. And also, I love your little guy. The stop motion style is so inspired. This is so inspired. Is this your OC? No, this is someone else's. We're doing VTuber design critiques for charity. Some fellas had donated to Cure Cancer Australia last week because we were doing a charity event, and as a result, the incentive was that I would critique their designs live on stream. So this is Candy Dagger's design, who you can see down here in the chat, in the Twitch chat that's at the bottom of the screen. So not mine, but I am my own OC that I am streaming as, yes. It's awesome. Thanks. I'm glad you think so. Let me save this. I think I just hit save. Yep, there we go. Perfect. We'll give a round of applause for Candy Dagger. Wahoo! And on to the next one. Who is next? Who do I have next? Let's see. Also, I didn't do anything for my bingo. Where's my bingo? Bingo. Asymmetrical, I would check. Gloop it up, I think, would qualify here. Food theme, I would also check here. Green is an unnatural hair color. I would say so. I definitely said bear with me. We'll have to see if I'll get bingo. I might get close. Bingo is within reach for me. God, I have a lot of tabs open. Whoops. So there we go. Candy Dagger, done. Next is Binks and Bonks. What a name. Binks and Bonks. Binks and Bonks and Binks and Bonks and Binks and Bonks. I almost have 2 bingos? Listen, how do you almost have 2 bingos? How is that possible? You're winning. Why can't you say that? Why is bingo, why is that called bullying? Is that like not a nice thing to say? Why is that bullying? Shroommates who know more words than me, why would that be bullying to say that? Do we have spot blacks with Candy Dagger's eyes? Yes, we do have spot blacks with that. Why is that bullying? I'll allow Gary to say it.
Bingo bongo.
You said that as deep as you possibly could. Is there maybe a thing you shouldn't say in that? Is that something people say to be mean? I'm not familiar. Mwahaha, bingo. Binks and bonks and bingo. Yes, these are all related terms, perhaps. I don't know why we can't say that. No idea? Okay. Every once in a while I worry that like something that gets grabbed is like a slur or like a bad word and I don't know it. or it's like just something generally unpleasant that you shouldn't say. So I'm like, should I even say it out loud? Because I don't know. But the fact that none of us seem to know makes me think that it might just be Moobot being crazy and strange. Anyways, this is Binky. Oh, I gotta make the background like 3 shades darker. Edit, tonal correction, saturation, luminosity. I found out that it's exactly off by 9%, which I think I said already. Why is that? That's so strange and specific. So this is Binky, who uses pronouns she/her and can be found at Binks and Bonks. I see that you're here, so I don't need to tag you. Hi, I'm Binky, a peach cow V artist. I was once a normal cow who wandered upon a magical glowing peach. I was hungry, so I took a bite, and it transformed me into a cowgirl. I now spend my time in the peach grove with my adopted cow son, Bonky, sharing my art and love of gaming with the world. Woo, VTuber explanations, wahoo. I designed everything myself. While I'm proud of my artistic abilities, I lack the skills to design characters. Some aspects of my design are personal to me. The ribbons/bows on my legs represent my IRL tattoos, and my eyes and hair represent my IRL features. The main question I have is, what could I change to make my design more interesting? I feel like it comes off kind of plain. Also completely optional, but Bonky the cow gets mistaken for a pig a lot as well, if you have any notes for him as well. I can see why he might be mistaken for being a pig. I think I have a guess as to how that's happening. So, the first thing I want to suggest to you is clothing design. I think that you have one of those like particular VTuber outfits that we see frequently, which is the short skirt with like a cardigan or like a sweater over it and a shirt with thigh-high socks. I think you tick a lot of boxes for things that may be considered to be cliches. And hear me out, cliches aren't bad. Cliches are not a bad thing. That's not what I'm saying. But that may be why you're feeling it's kind of plain. I think your shirt has a nice design to it. The peach-shaped cutout, I think, is inspired, and it is relating your motifs into the way the clothing itself is constructed. But I don't think we're really getting as much from your skirt and your cardigan as we could be. The shirt is telling us about your peach element that was magical. What can the cardigan and the skirt tell us? They could tell us about your artist angle. They could relate more to the peach grove. Do you have a particular fashion style that you take some inspiration from, maybe? I think there's things we could do to develop you a more unique outfit, perhaps. Oh ho ho, we have been raided. Hi Biddles, how are you? Welcome in, Biddles fellas. Shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? Pretty please, if you'd be so kind, if you'd like to rotate for them. Hi, Mr. Vaporous. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques for charity today. Last week, I was hosting a charity event where fellas could donate money to Cure Cancer Australia. And in return, I'm critiquing their designs for them. It was the incentive. So we're looking at Binks and Bonks right now, Binky, providing some design critiques. But how was your stream? What were you up to? Let me grab a shout out. Biddles. Fellas, if you're not familiar with Biddles, Biddles is the fellow who we've used as an example before for, whatchamacallit, rubber hose type of styles. Biddles has a very, very well fleshed out aesthetic that is super duper specific and guides all of the elements of the stream, from like the overlays to even like the animations of the model. It's quite incredible. You should perhaps take a look at it. Aha, Biddles Tune. Did I spell your name right? Let's find out. Yep, got it. There we go. Yeah. Let's see, what were you up to? Now I can snoop now that I see. Last seen just chatting. Well, I hope your chatting was good, Bittles. I hope you enjoyed your chatting. I hope you enjoyed. If you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, you're welcome to do so. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are also welcome to do that. If you'd like to participate in the critiques, you are also welcome to give your feedback to the fellas whose designs are here before us, if you want. But please look after your health first and foremost. I beg of you. Oh, bye, and 8-Bit King. Enjoy your cleaning. Good luck. So, what were we saying? Oh, clothing. Yes, I struggle a lot with outfits. Boy do I maybe have a Pinterest board for you. I may have a Pinterest board for you. So, often, when you're designing outfits, it's good to find sort of like a fashion style that you can use as like your guiding, like light, essentially, or like your framework for the outfit. So a lot of the times with VTubing, we see people who are using maybe like tech wear as sort of their basis, or, you know, Lolita fashion as their basis. And then they're taking what are sort of common tropes in that, common pieces in those fashion styles, and then adding their own personal concepts and personal twists and flares to it. So if there's a particular fashion sense that you like, that might be something good to bring in. If there isn't, then using something like perhaps like the aesthetics wiki, hang on, might be a good way for you to find something to sort of use as a guiding aesthetic. You are pink and green in your color palette, and you seem like you're intending to come across as like cozy and relaxed. So there may be some aesthetics that could relate to that. That might be good. I'm just like looking at a list right now, generally. Let's see, is there anything in like 2010s maybe? And they give like examples for all of these styles in the aesthetics wiki that I've sent. My favorite styles are cottagecore or grunge, but those are unfortunately two very different styles. I think cottagecore might work pretty well for your concept if you wanted to go in that direction. But I will tell you, there are probably ways you could make cottagecore feel a little more grunge, or there's styles that already feel like they're taking elements from both cottagecore and grunge style. So like Moriki, which is a Japanese style that is very like mossy and foresty, feels like a slightly more grungy version of cottagecore because it can be a little bit more like tattered or just have like darker colors in its palettes. And it can also be a little more exaggerated in silhouettes in an interesting way. So that might be something worth looking up. Also gonna immediately suggest having a tail for silhouette purposes. I'm with ya, I'm on board with that. But hang on, we're talking style right now. If they were a cow before transforming, then maybe something fluffy for details or spots, like fluffy leg warmers or arm warmers. Yeah, so I was gonna suggest maybe finding a way to make your cardigan more unique, where you could make it something that is made out of like a fluffier, furrier material that then also has the cow spots on it or something else. The other thing I was going to send you is a Pinterest board that I have, which is called Elevated Basics. If anyone would like to look at it, you can see it. It's here. Bam. Here. Have if you want. Where I've collected some of the elements that I see VTubers use in their designs sort of over and over and over again, which is similarly length, like A-length skirts, sweaters, leg warmers, blouses, and things like that. And I've found some versions of them that have more unique silhouettes or really specific details. So it's like a basic like staple in somebody's wardrobe, but then taken to like a more unique direction, you know, where they've modified something about it to exaggerate the silhouette or add interesting pattern work to it and things like that. This is an e.g. suggest fashion research or fashion research situation here. So if you pick out garments that are in that board, or like it might suggest similar things for you, that may be a good basis to start from. Also, oh my god, it's raining really loud. Can you hear it? It's pouring outside right now. Hopefully that'll cool things off though, so I don't die in the next week without air conditioning. But yeah, so having a more specific skirt. You don't have to change the fact that you have a skirt, but maybe you need a more specific skirt. You don't have to change the fact that you have a cardigan, but maybe we find a more specifically shaped cardigan. Maybe your shirt gets a slightly more specific cut. Maybe there's other things we could modify slightly, your leg warmers, to be a little bit more cottagecore aligned or something. There's things we can do. Some of the first thoughts I was having are that like a lot of cottagecore clothing tends to have a little bit of like frilliness to it. Although this might feel a bit too maid-like. I was gonna put a frill like this, sort of like around the trim of your cardigan. You could also use like fur or something like that. I was thinking about, oh, what is that one texture called? We were talking about it the other day, like Sherpa texture. Like you could have something that's like, oh, here's a trim that is around the edge of the cardigan here. And then like the actual cardigan itself is like a little bit more like Sherpa-y, where it's got like almost like a fuzzy outer edge to it. I'm exaggerating the shape of it just like a little bit. but then that'll add something interesting. Or maybe this trim, instead of being around there, is like as an underneath layer and it's coming out from underneath the sleeve or something. But then that's adding interest to the silhouette, it's adding interesting texture, it's adding some layering, which all are things that may help. I think the ribbons are an okay motif to be using, but I think that maybe they could be a little bit bigger, because they are what is adding some asymmetry to your design right now. But what if we take this and make it bigger? And what if, on top of that, we make the parts that are hanging from the bow way longer? Like, you could have one that's like this long, and one that's like this long, perhaps. And then that's adding something that's engaging like this blank sort of upper region of your chest a little bit more, perhaps. Similarly with like your leg, you could have the ribbon just like dangle a bunch more on one side, and then maybe it's long, but it's not quite as long on the other side. I do feel like it needs to just be a little bit bigger though, because it does give us an opportunity to add something to your silhouette in an interesting manner. For your hat, it is providing some asymmetry with the leaves not being drawn exactly the same left to right. Your ear tag also does help with asymmetry as well, as I'm sort of moving into talking about silhouette here. I do think that we could get more from the silhouette in your lower body though, especially in your legs. Often I'm exaggerating leg warmers because that's just a way that we can add that, but if the leg warmers themselves are kind of furry and made from like a similar material as your cardigan is, that might be kind of nice. So then that takes them a step away from being sort of our first thought of a leg warmer, or the first thing that would come to mind with a leg warmer. For the shoes, which we already said today, we had mentioned ungugates, or am I saying that word right still? I feel like I'm rearranging where the G and D is. Ungugate? Hooved things. You can like hoove your shoes slightly. Oh my gosh, there was... Wait, do you guys remember this? This was kind of like something that I feel like was aligned with some of the cottagecore and grunge aesthetics. They kind of got popular, I think, in like 2020. Do you remember those shoes that like fully had the big toe separated? What were those called? Ungulates. Oh, I'm just adding a D that doesn't exist in that word. Yes, yes. Those could actually be an interesting shoe for this. I feel like I haven't actually seen that for any... Ungulates. I don't know what they're called, but that could be an interesting angle too if you don't want to be wearing sandals. But just adding that little touch does add a lot more of a cow feeling to the design, just in like a subtle little way. Tabi shoes? I don't know if that's just, was that what they called them? It was like a fully enclosed shoe. Oh wait, yes, hang on. That is what they are. Tabi shoes. I'm talking about, yeah, these. These were interesting. My roommate had them when I was... There, yeah, these ones. No, it is these ones. It is these ones. There's like a more modern take on them though, where they were like, like this, like boots. Is this a cow? I came in and thought pig. Yeah, I think color association is happening. So we will maybe double down on the fact that you probably need to add something that is like a cow pattern somewhere. We think of cows as being black and white often. And because you are pink and white, that's more of the color palette we associate with a pig. I'm gonna make your ears fully white so that way we can see them against your hair a little bit more clearly. And I have a feeling that will start to help us to recognize that you're a cow. Maybe your horns need a little more contrast too, or maybe they need to be a little bit bigger. Bell collar. I don't know if a bell collar would fit with this. The peach neck accessory I think is fine the way that it is. There is actually a cow pattern. I just chose very light colors and it bugs me. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, you're right. I do see it on there. I think it could use to be more exaggerated. If you had like a much darker pink for the cow patterning, especially if you can see it like in the... If you go for like a Sherpa or fluff, if you can see that that's like a separated section of the fur, that is like much darker, that will probably help the read also. Heels out there that read more like horse hooves. More like horse hooves. Interesting. But yeah, making you furrier will help us to get you away from feeling like a pig. And also making the spots clearer will help us get you further away from being a pig. Instead of the spots being out here, the spots alternatively could also be on your shirt too, where you could have them like on here. Give me a multiply layer, perfect. Yeah, and a tail. We'll add the tail also. This is not a dark enough color that I've chosen. What have I done? There we go. Doesn't need to be super dark. But if it's just like a little bit darker like that. This is kind of desaturated. I don't know if this is the exact right color, but you could put the cow spots here and then leave this as like a Sherpa texture without having to change the color of it too much. Because I think this may be as a result of being a bigger, flatter area of the body. That will help us too. Would making the hair bigger help? Like increasing the brown area? Maybe. I'm gonna add the spots to your one tall sock also. Just a little bit. So I imagine that's going to help. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. That seems to be helping. Maybe the brown does just need to come more throughout the palette also, where if instead of these being pink, they were brown, that might help. Because you are kind of monochromatic, despite the fact that you do have other colors in your palette, you do have a lot of pink that's not broken up by another color. So making the spots brown may also help in general too. Set an example in live suggestions. Let me see. Whoops, hang on. I've got a lot of things opening. Why is Discord over there? Discord is running from me. Why are you running? You can't escape me. Whoa, those are crazy. I think these are meant to look like you are actually a horse when wearing them, but look at these wild shoes. They've got like lacing under them, and you like fully stand on the toe. Interesting. Intriguing. Let me close all these canvases that I have open because I don't need them. Could be a chocolate strawberry cow. Well, chocolate peach maybe. Chocolate peach. How's chocolate as a combo with peach, I wonder? Having done this almost makes me want to just make your skirt like a dark brown also. Like not maybe that quite that dark, but like this maybe. So then your cardigan is a pop of pink. Your hat is a pop of pink. Your hair has some pops of pink in it. But then if the pink isn't as predominant of a color in the palette, you may feel... Honestly, that does a lot, I think, to make you feel less like a pig. Yeah. This design is really cute. I do agree. So I think that is working maybe a little bit better. Just reproportioning your colors some. Another thing that I wanted to point out is that I think your hair could use more clarity. You do have a really nice, like, curly hair texture, which I'm very happy to see. I feel like we don't see very much variety in hair texture from VTubers. So the few times I do see it, I'm like, yeah, hair texture. Everyone's got like super straight hair, or maybe hair that has like the slightest waviness to it. So I love it when we get to see like ringlet curls or like tighter curling hairstyles and just anything other than just poker straight hair, because I feel like that's so much of what it is. But I feel like I'm not getting to see as much of it as I would if there was more contrast in it. This is sort of just like maybe a general statement for this in general, is that, not to say general twice, but general statement, I think there's a couple areas where the values can be pushed darker to make it clearer that some elements are behind of or in front of each other. We can give you more depth in your hair, because a lot of the individual like ringlets in your hair become invisible from a distance. So like there's an edge of your head in here, there's parts that are further back in here that we might want to be able to see more clearly. Maybe if we can see that going behind the ear more clearly, that'll help. It's not going to be this dark because that's a little too much. But like that might be appropriate. Honestly, I could probably reduce it even more. But do you see how it's making the front strands of your hair sort of pop out at us? They're sticking forward towards us a little bit more. That does help. And then you could also maybe just add a little more of that rendering. Like where the curls are sort of like wrapping over on each other. and also to like push these elements back behind the body some. Maybe it's just darker at the bottom a little bit more, and then it's like a gradient coming up from behind you. But I just think we can get more out of your hair texture because I like the hair texture. For grunge, also maybe add belts or more like layered accessories, perhaps. Yeah. I love my curly hair, and recently had an artist tell me how much fun they had drawing it because of how little VTubers have textured hair. I'm begging you, I love doing textured hair, especially in low poly, especially in voxel models, because I feel like one of the reasons why artists don't end up not feeling comfortable drawing it or like putting it in 3D is because it is a different style to do. But let me tell you, like dreads and braids and things like that are amazing in 3D. I love doing them in 3D. And like hair, like where your hair doesn't have to like adhere to physics as much with like super duper like tight curling patterns of hair. It's so fun doing like sculpted hairstyles in low poly and in voxel styles also. I want more of them. Please, I want more of them. Anyways, hang on. More multiply layers, because I think this should also be darker. Because I did have a hard time determining where the edge of your cardigan was against your body, so we can push that back a little bit more too, perhaps. Add more depth. Yeah, okay, hang on. I'm gonna start grading things. I'm gonna start. We're gonna continue talking about the design, but I'm gonna start grading. Color palette. I think you need to distribute the brown more. I think the pink was just too abundant. Usually we want a clear color hierarchy in design. I think probably like more than 70%, if not 80% of your design was in the pink department. Whereas now, there is still a large amount of pink, but it's not quite as much. Now brown is the predominant color, which helps to alert us that you're a cow. Now pink is the secondary color. Green is then our tertiary color. Because before, the brown and the pink, or not brown and the pink, the brown and the green were in a slightly closer quantity in the design, and it wasn't helping with the clarity or helping to add interest to direct your eye to move around the design quite as much as it could have, you know? So, color palette. More brown, more variety. Yeah. Elbro Chacho Tesugoi. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. I have a feeling I did not say your name in any way correct, and I'm so sorry. You're welcome to tell me how to say it correctly. I have teacher debuff. I'm sorry. AG, just do a giveaway for a low poly model and just rig it so that a design with curly hair gets the win. / joking / silly. You know, no, I can't do that. That would be bad. That would be not a thing to do that would have very much integrity. I can't. No. False. But please come commission me if you are somebody who has fun hair. Please, I'm begging you. For silhouette, I think once you modify your clothing, that'll help to solve the silhouette. Your head has something of an interesting silhouette from the fact that you have curls, the peach-shaped hat, your ears, your ear tag, but I don't think your lower body was adding really anything that would help to make you identifiably you, unfortunately. And you do have some asymmetry that helps it to feel natural, but I think you just need something in the lower body, especially, that is adding. Pushing your bow out off the side of your leg helps, adding the little notch in your shoes will help, adding some fur texture all over, or just changing the articles of clothing if you find things that specifically call to you, and that aesthetics wiki I sent or the Pinterest board, those all might help. But I would say outside of your head, I don't know if you're that recognizable in silhouette as you are right now. Hi, old mate. I think the shape of the ears are good, but maybe they could be further exaggerated to be more cow-like. The face is cute, but it's not reading as cow to me. Maybe the shape of the mouth and eyes could be revisited. Maybe. I think we do often think of cows as having like very dark, round eyes with very long eyelashes. So maybe rounding the eyes could help a little bit with it. The lip fang, I think, is kind of funny for a cow, though. Cows, things that I think notably don't have canines. It's kind of funny to have that, but there are definitely like cows and horses that we have seen represented with the 3 style like kitty mouth, like Meisho Dodo, where they just sort of permanently have that sort of like smile a little bit. But yeah, let me see what cow ears look like, because you're right, those are just like rounded ears. They're a little non-specific. What does a cow ear look like? Oh no! Ooh, no! Oh boy. Dislike. Truemates, don't Google the word cow ears. You're gonna see just the thing that I guess dogs eat. Ah! Dislike. Okay. Cow ears. Okay, wait, hang on. It seems like cow ears. Let me remove that from my eyeballs. Cow ears seem to be shaped more similarly to Uma ears than I thought. They're very Uma-like. Hang on. I'm gonna cover all of this for now and then draw a new ear shape in. That was a good call. Because ear shape is something that is so specific to a lot of species that when it's not quite right, it can really make it hard to identify what you are. And this is kind of a pig-shaped ear. Pig ears are very triangular in that way, where cow ears seem to be not quite so. Where like a cow ear, let me just draw one. I'll put it on your head after, but like a cow ear seems to be like, well, hang on, wait. Let me draw the entire shape first. They're a little bit more like diamond-like. We could still make them like nice and like rounded, but make them more diamond-like. And then where they sort of have that angle that like they, you know, are overlapping a little bit on top. Hang on, there we go. This might feel a little bit more goat-like though, the way I've drawn it. Like it's more flat on top perhaps. Yeah, they're kind of almond shaped. And I'm seeing a lot of representations of cow ears that have almost like when we draw Uma ears, like the bottom part where it like overlaps as well, sort of down there. Add a dip to the side of the ear closest to the head. What do you mean a dip? What do you mean by a dip? Like, do you mean going like this as a dip? Or do you mean, I'm gonna rotate it down. This is just horizontal right now, but like, it would probably be covered to here if we're imagining this as being attached to the head, right? Yes, but white into the pink? Oh, to like connect it to the edge? We're not even gonna be able to see that, I don't think. Hang on. Yeah, because this is gonna be all behind the hair here, more or less. So we can't even really see where it's attaching. I may have made it bigger than it needs to be still, but like that feels a little bit more cow-like from the fact that it's tapering to be wider, or not tapering, it's getting wider and then tapering down too. But yes, adding a cow tail, we've been saying that a bunch and I have yet to actually do it. Why don't I do it so that we have that checked off of our list? Although I feel like with cow tails, it definitely needs to be pointing down. That's what a cow's tail looks like, right? Something like that. Sometimes they have a little bit more on the end of it. They're a little furrier. But cows don't really have too exaggerated tails. Cow tail. How much do you want to bet when I Google the word cow tail, it's just gonna be the food? Yeah, it kind of is just the food. Hang on, like that, maybe. For the tail would be enough. And you can like leave it somewhat thin. Mm-hmm. Like the colors? Yeah. Add the Frisian brown spots in the mascot too. Yeah, so the reason why I think your mascot is reading as being a pig is both the color and specifically the snout you've given it. We tend to associate this type of snout with pigs. If you make the snout a lighter color as opposed to a darker color, cows do have like that sort of like snout thing going on. But if we make it lighter instead of darker, I'll bring the nostrils back here. And if you add something that almost feels like we're getting that little like mouth split thing, although actually do cows have that? I guess they kind of have that. Like that might be enough to help. Or like if we can see that the shape of the nose is distinctly not pig-like, that would help. And yeah, the patches themselves need more contrast too. But that's sort of what we had said before for the full body design. Making the ears more distinctly cow-like for this fella will help too, where if the ears were more almond-like, that would probably help us to identify this is not being a pig with their ears down too. Honestly, I don't really love this nose I've drawn. Hang on. You may want to just make this a whole circle and then put all the face details on it. So like here's the nose, and then if you have a mouth, it would be like in here too. A lot of potential different mouths. But then that'll feel less pig-like, especially if the mouth is in there. Although this white really doesn't have much contrast right now either. We want more contrast for this against the skin tone. But yeah, that should help. Position of the nostrils helped a lot. Yeah, it's because with pigs, we tend to draw their snout as like a separated object from their mouth, where their mouth is below it. Putting their mouth in this sort of like snout region will help. Rounding it out will also make it feel less like it is a separated nose, and making the slits go downwards. Because with cows, we're often looking down at their head, our eye level's above them. With pigs, they tend to have a big rounded hole in their nose also. Pigs are sort of human-shaped. Cows have a muzzle. Yeah, cows have a muzzle. Cows have deceptively placed eyes where they feel like they're frontally placed, but like kind of not. But anyways, I think that helps. Similarly, if you were to move your forehead tuft to not be on the head or on the front of the head and put it on the top of the head like this, now you feel furrier, which will help to get you away from feeling like a pig also. We don't tend to look at pigs as being fuzzy unless we're looking at boars, but that should help also. Another thing that is just like one of those little like things that helps add character to things, if you add like spots above the eyes that feel like eyebrows, now this is a guy who can express emotion. Doesn't have a 1,000-yard stare. Do you know who has a 1,000-yard stare? My son. Not maybe the greatest thing. But yeah, now this is a little guy. This guy's a personality. Yarn Slinger, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can blink. I barely have eyebrows on this model. My eyebrows, I think, blend in with me a little too much. Where's my emotion gone? We can't see it. But yeah, so those are the critiques for that little guy. Let me come back to you, though. Complexity versus clarity. I think I need to send you mostly to the drawing board as far as fashion goes. Find some more specific clothing elements that tell us more about you or a fashion style and things like that. I think you do have some nice specific details in your ear tag, your hat, your little cutout that's in the front of your shirt, your peaches that are all throughout, using the peach
I have
also as a
witnessed
heart
such
motif.
horrors. Artists charging $10 for full drawn commissions. I generated art, terrifying things.
Gary has seen such terrifying horrors that his eyes are glued open permanently. Gary's gonna win in a staring contest, I swear. He only had to look at some terrible, horrible things going on, but now he just wins forever, I guess. You gotta look on the bright side of life. AI art, ooh. $10 full drawn commissions, ooh, you should charge more, ooh. But victory at staring contests. I feel like that's something of an equivalent trade, maybe. Almost. Maybe not fully. Focal point. Let me remove my edits. Let me come over here. Oh, I forgot to make a document state for the original. Hang on, so this will be edited. Bam. Okay, we'll toggle back. Let me remove all of my things that I did. What was that? Oh, the ear being hidden. Remove all the EG-isms. There we go. Let me make a document state for that also. Oh, gee, damn. I do think your head's focal. Your hair being the darkest element in the design helps a lot. Your hair also has more detail than anything else. So that does help to bring us into your face pretty darn effectively. Yeah. And then for concepts and motifs, I feel like we should get a little bit more of a something coming from this. Like the peach element, can we reference other parts of the peach tree, like its leaves, or like peach blossoms maybe as a flower to bring another motif in somehow? Could we reference things that relate to like an orchard or something? Because that is, I think, what you said where you live. Hang on, where was it? Magical glowing peach. Yes, spend your time in the peach grove with your adopted cow son. We could allude to those things a little bit also. The fact that you're an artist, there could be ways that we bring that into the design also maybe. But I feel like I want more of that visually in the design, and this is also relating to the fact that we need to do a little fashion research also. But yeah, peach flowers would be very cute. That would be a really good way to add some miscellaneous asymmetry or adding some texture in a fun way. Yeah. Maybe merge the peach blossom with fluffy fashion you suggested. Perhaps. Oh, one of my favorite things to do with designs that have flowers in them and have skirts is to give them like a flower petal petticoat underneath. Where like if you have like, oh, here's like all these little tiny flower petals, and then we can just see that there's like little bits of them that are like falling from it. That can be a really cute thing sometimes, especially because it adds some motion, it adds some layering. You could add that somewhere else also, maybe instead of like a lace trim, this is like a floral petal trim, or instead of ruffles. Yeah. Wow, it's raining. It's really raining. But yeah, specific motifs like that would be great. So I think that is the bulk of what I have for suggestions for you. 2, 3, 4, 5.5 out of 10. I think you have a solid foundation that I think can be expanded upon. Wait, was it 5.5? Is that what I did, right math? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I should use a... There we go. Thinner pen, but maybe not that thin. Hang on. We'll Goldilocks it. There we go. That's respectable for a pen size. Yeah. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Binky? Wahoo! Thank you for donating, and also thank you so much for submitting your design for critique. You're so cute. Cute little cow fella. Let me... Oop, hang on. Yes. There we go. So now I can flip-flop and see. Yeah, exaggeration, browns, yeah. So let me save this. Can we get the back and forth? Yeah. It is fun sort of toggling back and forth to see what's been modified, because I do sometimes forget what the original design looked like by the time we get through it. There we go. I'll say, whoops, I've saved the version that's the original. Hang on. Save the edit, please. There we go. And now we'll be on to the final fella of the evening. I believe Selma is our final shroomate for the day. Let me grab Selma's design. Oh, perfect. We're in an ad break. I can grab the design while we're in the ad break. Everything works out. Thank you so much. This helped a ton. I was struggling a lot with how pink and light everything was. Don't worry. Shroommates have gotcha. We got your back. I'm glad we can help. I'm so appreciative that you donated to charity also. Thank you. Let me see. Selma, final shroom of the day. It's the final shroom down. Na-na-na-na. I've spelled her name wrong. Na-na-na-na. Where does the L go? Why is there no design under the name Selma? Selma, did you submit it under a different name? I'm not finding it. Control F. S-E-L. It's dinging at me. Mom! My computer's dinging at me! Mom! Selma, I can't find it. I don't apparently have a single submission named Selma in the thing. Oh no! Where is it? What happened? Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh's true. Get out of my walls. Final Countdown was on radio for me earlier. I'm listening. I'm always listening. I'm gonna ping Selma. Selma may be lurking or maybe busy with something. Let me see. I can't find your design. Wow. I wonder, this is a thing that has happened before. I don't know if it happened with Selma before, but it's happened with other shroommates before. If you misspell your name, I can't find you. Go to individual. I wonder if Selma's the last submission. 854. Let's find out. No, Ari is the most recent one that was submitted. That was an update. Selma, we summon thee. Somebody say submit the OC's name. Oh, that's true, but I don't know what the OC's name is. If Selma does not appear... Oh, hi, Selma. I see you. Hi, Selma. Selma, I can't find your name. I can't find your submission. I can't find it. I can't find you. Where is it? Thorn? Oh, did you submit not under your name? Okay, let me see. Thorn. Okay, got it. Bam. Thank you, Selma. Glue on hands. Oh, no, not glue on hands. There we go. Oh, it's Thorn, who we looked at before. We're having a comeback. We're critiquing a design that we looked at literally earlier this week, I believe. Although this feels like a distinctly more demonic version of this character. This is... today we've looked at 2 repeats, 2 comebacks. Let me grab you. Hi, Thorn. Bam. Recall... No Thorn? No Thorn? Is this not the character we looked at earlier this week? Question mark? Is that not who this is? Hang on. Let me find the other one. And get the details. Plot twist? Is this like a twin sibling? I did explain it. Hang on. Let's see. Let's look at the deets. What's the explanation here, Selma? Oh, my dear Rose, how unfortunate it is to only have a taste of you. Someday, whenever that story is complete, I will finally have the small chance I need to wear you. I will keep my word, of course. Your face will never age with the seasons, and it will never be forgotten. What you'd be remembered for, that mask will be mine to wear as I please, and then they will all see the extent of the fire within you as they burn for not looking upon yours truly. In the end, they will all love me. But presently, they will only see this form that does not fully fool those who know you. There'll be other masks, but for now, it is this one. The first one made, updated of course, but still rough. But one to show you what you could have been all along, my dear Rose. Oh, because the character was Rose before. This is Thorn. Yo, Selma here. Hi, Selma. Y'all, seem the character Y'all seem to like the character dialogue from last time. However, I need to butt in. So basically, evil character from the same visual novel project as Mercy might be big bad or at least second in command. There was another form I was going to submit, but felt as this is the most present in the project and I'm very out of time. Thorn Soul's a mirror and is able to copy the person's face and abilities when they eat the original soul. They haven't managed to fully match Mercy's soul, so that's why the design is more flipped to the original. And the details are wrong, like the tail being the wrong flower, the hands. However, shapeshifting never changes the user's eyes. The dress is inspired to resemble what I saw a bunch of dancers in Paso Doble wear, or Doble? With the very obvious rose theming. Changing the purple dress to rose petals or red petals was for color theory to play out. Why this character? Because this seemed to be the most liked character, but because I ran out of time. I didn't really manage to add her root in the final original project. I feel like I have to keep them in because you can't tell me that a death scene with the soul rose in the mouth and framed like a dance isn't a forgettable image. Or is a forgettable image, rather, maybe. I'm out of time, probably words 2, other than probably that the horns can be pushed further. What other ways would you fix this twisted rose? Happy rotations and all that jazz. Okay, so this character is existing sort of in dialogue with Selma's previous submission then. It's not the same character, but is sort of pretending to be the previous character we looked at, which is Mercy. I forgot what the character's name was, and for that I apologize. But I've also, I think, read a lot of characters' names this week and last week. Let's see, can I find the previous submission? That is always the question with me. Oh boy, let's see. Oh wait, found! Here is Mercy. Here's the final crit version. This is the character that they're sort of like stealing from, almost. So I'm gonna move you over. There we go. And I'll put this one next to here. Let me grab this color also. Hang on, add a new layer so I can have background in it. And then I'll set the original state of the document. Nope, don't do that. Not that. That's not what I wanted. Nice try. There we go. That's better. This one's super cool. I agree. This is interesting. Also, the tail not being bloomed, I think works well. So let's see. What things could we add to make it feel like this character is more back but wrong, I guess. I see a lot of the references to the original design happening here. Tiering for the skirt from the edits we had suggested, the wraps around the ankles and legs becoming thorns around the body. Even like the sectioning of the plating from the top is coming over here also. The horns are here, but the eyes are still the original, more creepy version. I think we could lean more uncanny with it. I think that the horns would be my first thing that I would suggest to make some modifications to. They feel so friendly because they're so thick. If you make them thinner, which may actually be hard for me to try and do like this. But if you thin them out a little bit, they'll feel a little bit more disturbing in the way that they're like super sharp. So I'm gonna push that down and this in here a little bit more too. That'll help. I think some of your thorn elements could be more exaggerated off the edge of the body too. You've cut them pretty flush and pretty thin. So like, whoops, hang on, not the color I wanted. I want this color. Oh, Aisu! Just finished my finals? Congrats! Oh my god, you survived. I'm so happy for you. I'm done finals. My students are done. Thank God. I think we just finished grading, but I'm just on maintenance work. Oh my god, I have so much to tell you about what I've been doing at work, Shroommates. There's been a lot happening. Oh my god. There's been a lot. But Aisu, welcome back! Welcome back for 2 months. I hope that you are feeling well now that you are released into the warm embrace of summer, which may or may not be too warm for some of us, but at least it is not having to do school any longer. Is the character a tiefling? I believe they are. Summer classes. Oh no, say it ain't so. Whoa, whoa. Is it like accelerated speed also? Because if so, I'm so sorry. The professor that I work with almost had to teach accelerated track over the summer, and he wanted to just because like cash monies, but he was like, well, not having to do it does mean I will have more time. Yeah. Arr, good luck. I wish you good luck. I wish you the utmost of good luck. You got this. Dang it, I need a dragon for bingo. Yeah, unfortunately, not a dragon. Not a dragon. But things that I'm doing right now. If you make elements narrower and taper more sharply, they'll feel more dangerous. So I've talked about this theory before with triangles. You draw a triangle like this, yeah, that's sharp. But if you draw a triangle, wait, I should do this more contrast. Yeah, that's sharp, that's a triangle. But this is dangerous sharp. And this is like friendly sharp, depending on the way the arcs are placed. So you have some of those like dangerous sharp things happening in the points up here. You could exaggerate some of the thorns that are down here to have that like really disturbing long shape to them. Almost like the thorns in, oh, is that in Sleeping Beauty where they're like that? They're like really pronounced and long and exaggerated and spindly and thin. Because I think they're trying to replicate the shape of the needle that she pricked her finger on, right? But doing that will feel more dangerous. It'll add more exaggeration to the silhouette also. Similarly, the fingers could come to like a much sharper point probably too, because they're still kind of rounded in the way they've been depicted. Yeah, the ones you mean. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty's thorns I think would be a good reference for this because they're really sharp and they feel really, really, really super dangerous. And I think these ones could use to feel a little bit more dangerous. For the thorns that are around the neck, there's a part of me that wants to see them like go under the dress a little bit. Similar to the way that Mercy's collar is handled, where it's almost like a necklace, or maybe this is a necklace on top, but you could have something that's mirroring that shape also, even if asymmetrically and only on one side. So like these become like really sharp and spindly and pronounced and long and dangerous. But then we have ones that are like on this track that is like going down the chest between here. Maybe you have like 2 of them. Just there's a little bit of something like diagonal happening in that area for added interest, maybe. Second one's a bit overcomplicated, but not confirmed by Squiiji. What second one? Which second one? Which one was that? Who was second? I don't remember. Usually I'll point out if something I think is like significantly overcomplicated because I'll be removing elements from it. But unless I've said that, then I don't think usually they're too overcomplicated. Okay. Yeah, something diagonal might be kind of nice. I like that you've made the hair much sharper around the edges. That's adding something to make the character feel less trustworthy. I feel like we could use darker colors effectively here too, where you could cause the tears as they get further away from the body to become... Golly, my layers are doing terrible right now. Nope, not that. Hang on. New layer, clip, normal, multiply. There we go. Where we can push them to be darker further from the body, and a more maroon color will feel a little bit more disturbing, perhaps. And if the rose petals are like subtly wilting around the edges, that could be another way we can play up some of like the uncanniness that we're maybe aiming for. I know that blood red does make it very interesting, but it is making the head a little bit less focal. So if we can push all of this back to be darker, it'll push us to look higher in the design, and it'll help the head to be more focal, because the head is brighter than everything else is as well. So let me blur this out. Bad, e.g. not using lasso tool. Tisk tisk. There we go. And then something that's like maybe a little bit more brown around the edges. I'm gonna desaturate it and make it like maybe even like purpley. And like maybe it's only damaged like that on the ones that are the furthest from the face. So that way, you know, when you look at someone, we're gonna use the focal point to our advantage. We're gonna look at this character and be like, well, something's maybe not quite right. But then the longer you look at them, the more you just sort of explore the design, the further you get from the face, the more you realize that there is something definitely not right. Because the decay is much greater down lower, you know? More long stained blood. Yeah, blood can also be dark. That's true. Did rush to add colors earlier and should have done it. That's okay. Hi, Kid Creates. Hello. Rex is getting wrecked by YouTube ads. I actually don't know what the pattern is with YouTube ads, because I actually don't even know when YouTube is in an ad, which is kind of unhelpful. It doesn't tell me in the overlays. I think it might say somewhere, but I can't see it from the page that I view it on, because I don't have like a built-in YouTube overlay the way I do for Twitch. There we go. Just adding some of this. Making it sort of like randomly splotchy. Add something to it. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Decay. Yeah. Similarly, if we're gonna lean into some of those decay elements, it may be interesting to have some of your thorns start out green and like an emerald color, like I had suggested some of Mercy's elements be, and then have them sort of like end up becoming grayer and more decayed, like the closer they get to like the fingertips or something. So it seems like everything is all right with the roses, and then, you know, they're dying. So like there's some more green that's like under here for contrast maybe, and maybe like these ones are green, but then if I blur it out so it tapers, let's see, hang on, it doesn't need to be that intense, so like I'll push it back to there, and then I'll airbrush erase it so that it gradates a little better. Feels a little bit like a highlight the way I've done it right now, but that might just be something interesting to do with the colors. Yeah. Girl stands in a lane that isn't my normal. I worry. What do you mean by that? Girl gets really worried. No joke. The amount of people who wanted the ability to romance them in the original project was surprising. I see. Yeah, you underestimate the allure of an unwell woman, perhaps, towards everyone. Idea, make the thorns on the tail like the tail's a rose stem. I like that also. That's a good idea, Rex. Where's my brush? There's like a couple of them, and if you space them out a little bit, they might feel like fur to somebody who isn't looking very closely. And then that also adds something to silhouette where we're further away from the skirt. Also, it makes the tail feel more tailored to the design too. Did have that, but I was worried it was too much thorns. No, I think that's okay. When you have one motif that is like the leading one, it's okay if most of the elements are relating back to it in some capacity. I might also like brown out the tips of your other little spikes on here too. I know that they're not brown here, but something about browning them with the fact that we've darkened some elements further away to reflect the decay just kind of makes sense a little bit to me. But yeah, I feel like this is working now. I feel like this is working. I feel like it is properly haunting. Let me check what it looked like before. Oh, I didn't make it. I keep forgetting to make document states. Edit. Hang on. turn all of these off for now. Put this here, make a new one. It's the original. Yeah, this does feel more villainous. This does feel villainous, but I think this is accentuating it a little bit further, perhaps. We're adding a little more exaggeration to some things, making elements spindlier is helping, I think, with a personality read that's a little bit darker. I think the green is adding a nice touch to the color palette that may be beneficial, and then it's also calling back to Mercy when she is not being mimicked, essentially, super duper closely to a disturbing degree. Yeah. Maybe add some purple from the legs and hands to the underside of the eyes to make them more evil looking. Or that maybe bringing the horns up the neck just under the eye to add more visual interest to the face that guides the viewer. That might be a little bit too uncanny, but I was going to suggest swapping the... Whoops, hang on. Here. I was going to suggest swapping the red eyeshadow for purple for sort of a similar reason. Go for a color. Because the purple is used a little bit more sparingly in the design. So having more purple in the face will help the face to be more focal also. And purple in the face also tends to feel a little bit unwell. So I think that is helping to make the face pop a little bit too. Maybe if you just see like a little bit of thorn like creeping out from like behind the hair over here. Maybe it's on the side that the hair is obstructing. Oh, this is a color layer, my bad, hang on. Like maybe just like a little one that's like here or something. We can get a hint that something is going on under the hair without making it like super duper duper uber obvious. Slightly unwell. So maybe the hair shapes are giving friend. The hair shapes are giving friend because they're quite round. These areas where they're sharpening does help. But as I was saying before, if you push points to be more, like, if you push the, like the arc to be more exponential, that tends to make things feel a little bit more dangerous. So like these arcs are still pretty rounded, but if you go like that and go like this, that feels more dangerous. And some of these areas maybe could just, instead of hitting like such a nice curve, could terminate with like a really sharp point somewhere in here again. So like, bam, very sharp, super duper sharp, super sharp. And that will feel a little bit less trustworthy. It's like such a subtle little thing too. Sometimes it's just like not rounding out your points and instead having them go to being just longer and much sharper. That changes our read a good bit. I wonder if there could be something about the fact that this character is not as like prim and pristine and like as worried about their appearance as this one is also. Where like you've got the thorns in the hair, maybe the thorns in the hair for this one like don't sit as high, they sit lower because they're not like as tight to the head. Like there's a bigger gap between them, so we can tell that this character is like a little bit more chaotic or has a little bit more like freedom going on. We tend to associate a little bit of like chaos and disorderliness with being evil sometimes also. Noted. Should note that the look you get what you want, but please let it not look too similar to my girl that feels weird version. It's basically a swap of Mercy's traits. So purple skin and a red/pink dress and a lot more stuff. Oh, okay, I see. So like the purple becomes the skin, the red from what was kind of the skin undertone becomes the dress. That makes sense. This does feel like an evil-ified version of this character though, which I think is working. Sharp flyaways add some imperfection and call back to the fact that they're trying to copy the other but are not fully formed. Yeah, sure. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm doing swell. I'm gonna start grading, I think. I'm gonna start grading. So I think this is the bulk of what I was intending to suggest here. Let's see. Does anyone else have any other suggestions? Was there anything I missed in the lore that may be relevant here? Face will never age. You'll be remembered. This is kind of a mask. Mimicking someone. Evil version. Soul is a mirror. I wonder if a mirror light texture might be good somewhere. If you just had something that was reflective. Doesn't need to be like huge or obvious, but that might be interesting. Perhaps. Maybe. Ladder. We can do a ladder test, sure. That's not what I was thinking. I was forgetting though. Let me see. So, color palette. I think we need to push some of the darker values to be darker so that it feels a little bit less friendly. The red is still in something of a friendly zone. We can also add a little more color interest. So I'll put you like there. I don't have clarity issues or anything, but we can get a greater emotional effect out of the colors. Silhouette. I don't think the silhouette's bad, but I think we can exaggerate some elements a little bit more for it, like sharp points around the sleeves. The horns could be thinner and spindlier and therefore more dangerous. Adding spikes to the tail would help. Honestly, you may also want to make the tiering of the dress a little bit more apparent in silhouette too. Like here, this tier is very apparent, but like these tiers down here could use to be a little bit more different in their shape, or like if this one sticks out like that. I know I'm giving you like a Christmas tree silhouette a little bit, but adding clarity to the fact that this is layers in a dress will probably be beneficial from the outer edge. But yeah, sharpening things up for silhouette reasons. Adding a couple more little asymmetrical hints in the center of the body might also be good. But honestly, the symmetry isn't bothering me too much because the dress is asymmetrical in the front, and symmetry sometimes can be really uncanny. So sometimes it's something that works well for designs that intend to be uncanny. So I think for silhouette, I'll put you here. For complexity versus clarity, I think that the... Whoops, hang on, not what I wanted to do. No! Whoops, hang on. For complexity versus clarity, I think that the level of detail is about appropriate for something that is more of a cartoony style, or like a more pared down style. I think some of the details could just be pushed to be a little bit more related to the concept with their sharpness, maybe. More exaggerated. The focal point was the head, but the dress being so bright does end up being pretty distracting down here. But like this with a gradient, we can really make it entirely the head. I don't think it was too bad though. I might put it there. And then for concept and motifs, the fact that I thought this was the other character, I think does speak to the fact that it is a significantly effective representation of this character, but a little to the left and a little bit more uncanny. So I think that is working for you, but we can grunge it up a little bit more. Somehow adding the green makes these feel more dead in contrast, and adding some of this trim to the bottom edge is a little bit more disturbing. We can make you feel a little bit more wrong, perhaps. But I think that is what I would give you. We can have a break on Friday. Break from what? Oh, from critiques? Yes. I think I do need a break from critiques. I think I've been in critique brain for so long that I fear that I'm not doing as well with it as I used to be. You guys might disagree. But I feel like I'm running out of ideas sometimes. You know what I mean? I don't know. We've never done this many critiques back to back to back to back to back to back to back ever before. Let me count how many we've done. But this is 3, 6, 7.5 out of 10. I think that sounds fair. That's so funny. Got the same grade. They got the same grade. That's so funny. I feel like that makes sense though on some level. Can we get a round of applause for Selma, please? Thank you, Selma, for submitting again. Thank you also for donating. I believe you did donate. Yes, you did. You were the one who donated. Thank you, Selma. Round of applause for Selma. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Yay! Look at that. Okay, so we've done 48 critiques back to back, more or less, since the start of Crits for Charity. That's a lot. Oh man, that's a lot. that's a lot of crits. That's crazy. This is gonna bring my average for the year up so much. That's gonna change so much. This is how many weeks worth of critiques, essentially? 6 weeks worth of critiques in a week and a half? Crazy! Oh my god! I'm so glad we did it. I have 0 regrets, but I'm a little worn out. just a little worn out, maybe. Just a tad, just a smidge worn out from it, maybe. Thank you for the bits glow stick, Rat. I appreciate it. 3 triangle just for me. Yummy. Wahoo. Okay. Bam. Look at that. And just like that. Just like that. We did it. I only went over by 10 minutes. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I only went over by 10 minutes. I can live with that. How often do you do critique streams and how does one get a critique? I do crit streams every Monday otherwise. Other than during this time of year. So next Monday, I am not here. Next Monday, I am off. Next Wednesday, it appears like I'm also going to be off, unfortunately. So that means next Friday we're gonna be doing critiques again. Oh my gosh, my schedule's getting weird. We'll be finishing the crits for charity. Maybe we should just put it to the following Monday. Next week is a break week. We'll play something like random on Friday, maybe? Do something else? Maybe we'll make emotes? Something. I want to do something else on Friday. I need a break. This Friday, we're playing Gartic Phone. In 2 days, I get to draw to my heart's content. And yap to also my heart's content. Because I need to. God, I need to yap. But yeah, no regrets. But yes, if you'd like to submit to have your design critiqued, you can use the form that Chokorama has so helpfully plugged today. Yeah. There is a queue. It is kind of long, which is the reason part of why this event exists is so you can skip that queue. But we'll get to everybody eventually. I promise, I swear, I solemnly swear. Eventually. Gotta go, need to chase the firefly out of my room. Oh, good luck, Rex. Well, thank you for hanging out. I will see you later. But I think that about does it for me for today. I'm going to head out. YouTube Shroommates, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it as always. And I will say shroom you later to you guys because despite the fact that I maybe can send you somewhere now, no one is live that I can send you to. That may be the greater problem with YouTube is that there's just not a lot of streams on YouTube. I gotta find more people who stream on YouTube. But anyways, bye YouTube, thank you for hanging out, bye! Farewell.